Hello, my lovelies. Welcome in. Happy time zones. Happy Monday. I hope you all had a good weekend. Hello, Jodie. Hello, Apple. Hello, Dallas. Hello, Bunnies. Hello, Virgil. Hello, Starlight. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I hope you enjoy your ad-free viewing of stream and access to all of the subscriber emotes. Welcome in. I don't know how I still managed to start like an hour later than I wanted to when I got lunch on time. I don't know what happened. By the weave. Hello, welcome in. Ugh, sorry, I don't know why I feel weird. Hi. For those who are not in my Discord, and we're expecting a stream on Saturday, I have decided to not do streams on Saturday because, yeah, 3 a week was becoming a lot when I'm also doing 3 audios a week now, so it's just gonna be Monday and Wednesday at the moment for streams, but we're not gonna cancel playing Vampire Therapist. Monday's gonna stay as Monday is, where we chat and I get my Etsy orders packed up. Made, sorry. And Wednesday's still gonna be gaming, but we're gonna alternate. If I'm playing more than one game, we'll alternate. So, like, at the moment, we're playing Hades and Vampire Therapist. So one week it'll be Hades, and the next week it'll be Vampire Therapist, and so on. So this week will be Vampire Therapist since we played Hades last week. And yeah, so we'll just alternate like that. Because it's just been a lot for me at the moment when I've got like so much other stuff and work I need to get done. So we're gonna go back to 2 a week, and we'll just alternate what game we're playing on Wednesday. But welcome in. Thank you to everyone in my Discord who came along to the watch party last night. We watched Demon on Aegean, which is a Russian musical. I'm really glad I got to show it to people, because like the last time I streamed that for people, like a couple of years ago, with I forget if it was in my European Musicals Discord or if it was just with people on Tumblr. No one else really liked it, and I really like that musical. I just think it looks gorgeous. I think the choreography and the staging is really pretty. No one else was into it, and they all just like found it kind of boring or confusing, and I was like, no! Oh, Virgil, if you missed it, which again, as always, if you ever like missed something, or you like something that we watch, and you want to see it again, I always try and put links in the voice chat channel. The YouTube upload that had the English subtitles that I watched, that we streamed last night, is no longer on YouTube. I had, like, downloaded it off YouTube. I mean, what? You could, and extracted the subtitles from YouTube, because you can do that as well. There's a website that'll let you, download subtitles from a YouTube video as, like, a SRT and TXT files, so, that's why I still had access. Because as soon as a European musical goes up on YouTube with English subtitles, I make sure to, like, fucking download the subtitles, because videos get taken down off YouTube all the time. I don't want the only ever English subtitles of this musical or movie, like, going missing. So, the only copy on YouTube now doesn't have the English subtitles, but, I did put a link of where you can download the subtitle file, and then what you just need to do is have a copy of the video. You know, there's websites that let you get videos off YouTube. Get a copy of the video, get the subtitles, and then just put them together in VLC. If you play, like, a video in VLC Media Player, you can right-click on the video and go down to where it says subtitle and then add track, and then just select the SRT file from wherever it's gone in your downloads. And that way you can still get it with subtitles. So yeah. But yeah, thank you to everyone who watched that. I hope you guys had fun. Next Sunday will be the last watch party of the month. We only do these every other month because it's just a lot for me to do them every month. So next Sunday we'll be watching Artus Excalibur, which is a German musical. And then no watch parties in September. And then the next time we'll be doing watch parties will be... we'll see. Will be October, which will be Halloween time. We'll be watching vampire-related media. Movies and musicals. And, I had decided on much. We'll definitely be watching Fantasy Vampire at the end, and we'll definitely be watching Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. And then the German Dracula musical, and then I'm torn between the first 3 episodes of Castlevania or one of the Dracula ballets. I don't know what people would prefer. But whenever that's done, we'll see. It might not be October, it might be like it might more likely be the last 2 weeks of September and the first 2 weeks of October. Because, I might be busy the last 2 weeks of October. And won't be able to do the watch parties then. So it might actually, but I still want to do 4, because there's 4, we always do it on Sundays, there's 4 Sundays in October, and I already plan to do 4, so if I end up being unavailable in the last 2 weeks of October, we'll just do the last 2 weeks of September and the first 2 weeks of October. I still want to give you guys 4. Yeah. But obviously I'll know closer to the time, whether or not that is happening. Wow, Queen, thank you for the resub. 2 months until you get a trans coffin. Whoa. Hi, Golden, welcome in. We're just talking about watch party stuff, so yeah. So I was just saying, watch parties for October might end up being on the last 2 weeks of September and the first 2 weeks of October. Because I might be busy the last 2 weeks of October, but obviously I'll confirm that closer to the time. I'll know. Let me see. Let me look at dates on a calendar. I might not know till like mid-September, but that would be before we have to announce things. So yeah, it might end up being like the watch parties might be like the 22nd and 29th of September, and then the 6th and 13th of October might be the Halloween time, because I might be busy the last 2 weeks of October. We shall see. We shall see. Okay, Virgil. We'll be here. And thank you for the head pat. So yeah. Do I got updates for peoples? I'm glad people enjoyed Wednesday's audio. I'm glad people enjoyed Saturday's audio. Those of you who've been talking in Discord, there's been you know who you are. I woke up to 95 missed messages in a certain channel in the Discord server. But throughout that conversation, there were some comments of like, well, I wonder if Prince will see any of this. I wonder if Prince will agree. This is like, I read them all. Like, don't worry. Like, some people are like, oh, yeah. There's also comments of like, whoa, when Prince reads it, it's like, oh, I was reading it. I read all of it. Most of it while it was happening. I just didn't interject because I'm like, I want you guys to have fun. I don't want you to think. I don't want to be like whole monitoring. I don't know. I don't want to interject when you guys are having fun. You keep cooking. Because I have a feeling in some of those conversations, if I popped up, you're gonna like scatter. Oh no, Prince Court is talking. And it's like. I'm like, you guys enjoy. But yes, I read everything. Which, I will say, I felt a little scared by someone. Golden. No, not seriously, this isn't serious. Because something that Golden wrote, I was like, how do they know? Because, one of the ideas you proposed, I had recorded almost the exact scenario last week. So, I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So, I don't know how you read my mind or hacked into my PC, but, you guys can enjoy that. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday. was just like, it was based on Patreon prompts. I don't think the Patreon prompts were from you, Golden. It was a few different people's Patreon requests, and I was like, yeah, I can merge those together into one thing. And then it just happened that what you wrote also was like spot on. I was like, oh my god. So when that audio comes out, I didn't copy your idea. We just a lot of us had same brain. We had same hat syndrome, okay? But at least, I mean, well, that video, the audio I expect would be well received. Anyway, it's weird. I don't know why I haven't done joint audios of Arden and Ambrose, more often. I just thought, I think I got scared that there would be too much work, but it wasn't that hard to record, and, looking at how many likes it has on Patreon compared to other audios, most audios, and I get it, because not everyone's into every fandom that I voice, that's totally fine, I don't expect you guys to be. And obviously some OCs are more popular than others, but most posts on Patreon maybe get about 40 likes. That Ambrose Arden one that went up on Wednesday's got like 90, and I'm like, oh my god. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed. Love Black Brain, what's the server-wide issue? Aww. But yeah. I can't think of anything else that's happened since I last saw you. I don't remember talking about the Patreon stuff on Wednesday, but I must have. I don't remember talking about it for playing Hades. I feel like we just went to playing Hades. But I must have talked about it on stream, right? Or I'm getting confused, and I did, and it was like last week. No, it was a week ago. And it happened after stream. And I don't remember talking about it on Wednesday. I feel like I was just like, cause I was just tired, and I feel like we just went straight into Hades without me talking about it too much. Apologies if I did already talk about it on Wednesday, but I'm sure most of you guys saw I posted about it in the Discord and on Patreon and in the YouTube community tab and on Tumblr. I feel like I didn't go on this rant on Wednesday. Apple's been a little dum-dum. So, I'm sorry if I said this on Wednesday and I just, like, have completely forgotten. But, to one kind of update to my personal Patreon and how you guys are charged, and, one update that I didn't make, that just, this applies to people who, like, even if you're not a patron of mine, if you support anyone on Patreon and you signed up for their Patreon via the iOS app, like you downloaded the iOS app onto your iPhone or your iPad or whatever, and then went into the app and then you bought a subscription to that specific creator, well, if you already did that in the past, I think you're fine. But is it starting now, or is it, like, starting in November? Yeah. If you were to cancel your, like, Patreon subscription to someone right now, or, you know, and then sign up again in November, or if you were to sign on to someone's Patreon, any new creator that you find from November onwards, and you do it via the iOS app, that's the Apple app, you will be charged, like 40%, 30% more money than anybody else. Because Apple wants to take... their policy on their store is not just that, you know, it's not enough to them that they'll take a cut off of paid apps, like apps that are for sale on their store. They also want a cut of any... I don't get this, because they were describing it as if Apple wants a cut of any microtransaction, but I'm like, but that doesn't make sense, because if you had, like, one of those, like, weird, shitty mobile games that have constant microtransactions, Apple's not getting a cut of that, are they? I don't know, I don't play mobile games. So... yeah, if you, from November onwards, were to sign up or re-sign up to anyone's Patreon via the iOS app, for example, if it's a $10 tier, you'll be charged, like, $13. So, from November onwards, don't sign up via the iOS app. Please subscribe to anyone on Patreon via PC or via the Android app. It's only for the iOS app. I don't know why Apple thought this was a good idea. They were like, yeah, haha, we'll get more money then because people will have to pay more every time they sign up to a Patreon, you know, membership via our app. It's like, no, dude. Most people have access to a PC. Like, they'll just sign up via a PC. Like, they're not gonna sign up via the app and pay an extra fee. They'll just use a computer to do it instead. Because it's gonna be cheaper. And also, and that fee doesn't go, none of it goes towards the creator, it all goes to Apple. So, I don't know why they thought this would make them more money. I think everyone will just, I think anyone who wants to sign up to anyone after November will just use a PC. Well, actually, I guess they won't. I guess what they're hoping for is the people who won't notice. People who will see that it's a bit more money, but just assume that the creator put the prices up. They're just preying on people who won't see the announcement that there's an extra fee, and they'll just assume that the creators have put the price up. But that's just how much the creator charges. That's what they're preying on, people who won't realize that there's an extra fee, that it's cheap elsewhere. So that's me. This is me getting the word out of like it's cheaper elsewhere. Thing number 2 being, so Patreon has different ways that you can charge. There's first of every month, where no matter what day of the month you joined, you will be charged, you know, the subscription again on the 1st of every month, whether you join, on like the 2nd of August, the next time you'll be charged will be the 1st of September, or if you join on the 31st of August, the next time you would be charged would be the 1st of September. Lauren, hi, welcome in. We haven't got into the meat of stream today. I am complaining about Patreon updates. welcome in. Thank you so much for the first time chat. I hope you had a nice weekend. I don't know if you came here via YouTube or Patreon. If not, hi, I do YouTube. I do ASMR voice acting, like roleplay stuff over on YouTube. So if you hear discussions of that, that would be why. But you don't gotta listen to my YouTube stuff in order to join us over on Twitch. We're talking about Stinky Patreon, Stinky Apple. We're saying from November onwards, November this year, if you sign up to someone's Patreon via the iOS app, you'll be charged 30% extra, and that extra 30% will go to Apple, it won't go to the creator. So if you do want to sign up to anyone's Patreon from November onwards, use the PC or use the website or Android app. Don't give Apple the extra money. They don't deserve it. Don't be tricked into having to pay 30% more. So yeah, second thing being different ways that you can charge on Patreon. So like I said, there's first of the month where people get charged on the first of every month, and I know some people, that's what I always did, and I know some people hate that. I had some messages from people in the past, only ever like 2 people I think, accusing me of scamming them. I don't like that because they joined on like the 30th or 31st, and then got charged again on the 1st of the month when it ticked over, and it's like, yes, look, I get if you find that way of charging annoying, but it says it in big text when you sign up that you're going to be charged today and then on the 1st of the, the next month, which is tomorrow. It does say that when you sign up. I didn't scam you. I'm not giving you all your money back. That's not how. Read. You, which I never got because I'm like, you could have just waited a day to sign up. It tells you when you sign up when your next charge date will be. I get if you guys find that annoying, but at the same time, it's like, if you really want to join and it's the 30th of a month, you could just wait 2 days to sign up, you know? Also people complaining that, someone complained that, which I didn't understand. Someone complained that they didn't like joining on, the 15th of a month just to only get half the month's rewards, and I'm like, that's not how my Patreon works. Some people, on their patrons have it so that, like, if you sign up in, like, August, you get August's rewards, but you can't see July's or June's or May's, and they have a higher tier to access the older stuff. I don't have that. I don't have my older months stuff locked behind a higher tier or something. If you join, you have access to everything, so I don't understand people who are like, I hate joining on the 15th and paying for a whole month when I'm only actually getting, you know, half the month's worth of rewards. No, you're not. I mean, you're getting access to the Discord for half the amount of time than if you joined on the 1st. But you're not getting access to half the amount of audios. When you join on my Patreon, you get access to all the backlog as well. Some other audio creators have a higher tier for the backlog and a lower tier for the current month. No, I don't do that. You just get access to everything. So I don't get the complaint of, like, you don't only get access to half the month's worth of audios. You get access to all, like, 200 plus audios that I've ever made. Including 50 plus exclusive Patreon ones. You don't just download them. Like, yes, you only have access to listen to them within the app for half the amount of time than if you joined earlier, but, like, you can just download them. Please download them. Please don't feel like you have to. Like, if there's an audio of mine you really like, I also upload them as MP3 files that you can just download. You get the download and the stream. If you can only afford, like, 1 month of membership, you can just join for a month and download all, like, 250 audios. And then never sign up again. I don't mind. You don't need, like, you could just do that. So there's first day of the month billing. Then there's, I don't know what they call it, like, monthly billing. Where, like, if you join on the 5th of August, then you get billed on the 5th of every month. If you join on the 10th of August, then you get billed on the 10th of every month. You know, and so on. If you join on the 20th of August, you get billed on the 20th of every month. So you always get, like, a month's access from when you start. I don't know how that works if you join on, like, the 31st of a month, and then the next month only has 30 days. I don't know if then if you joined on the 31st of a month, if next month you would get kicked out on the 30th or the 1st. And I don't know how it works for leap year days. I don't know if you get 1 day less or 1 day more. Or I guess the same amount of days. I don't know if they calculate it, because obviously it's meant to be the same date of every month, and some months that would mean you would get 30 days of access, and sometimes that would mean you get 31 days of access, so I don't know how that works when it's, like, if you would have joined on the 31st or on, like, the end of a leap year. I don't know, but there's that option. And then there's pay per creation, which, I see normally used by people who make, like, really long video essays, but they only upload, like, a couple times a year. So they charge their Patreons per upload. They don't charge them monthly, they just charge them when they upload a new video. And that might only be twice a year. So you might only get billed twice a year. Patreon is removing the 1st of the month and the pay per creation option and forcing everyone to switch to the same day of the month option. They are forcing the switch now, unless you opt out, and if you opt out, it will only opt you out for a year. It basically, like, they're forcing the switch now. You can choose to pause and opt out for a year, but then in November 2025, there won't be any opting out anymore. Everyone will be forced to switch. So, I just made the switch now, because I know that in a year, I will forget, and it will creep up on me, and it will freak me out. So I made the switch now. So, if you are already a Patreon member, it will not switch you over. It won't let you switch over. So yeah, I mean, the problem with getting rid of those 2 other payment methods is, 1, people who do pay per creation and only upload twice a year now have no option but to charge people every month. Not every creator wants to do that. If a creator is, like, feels like they only want to charge per creation because they would feel bad if they charged every month when they're not uploading every month, yeah, they won't have that option. They will have to charge their members every month. And for people who do 1st of the month billing, you might be like, well, why would you choose to do 1st of the month billing? A few reasons. 1st of the month billing Patreon used to advertise it as the best option for people who do physical rewards. So, like, if you have, like, an enamel pin club or, like, a sticker club, right? Where, like, the creator is shipping out physical rewards to their patrons, they will just ship them out to whoever's there, you know, on, like, the 1st, right? you can just, or maybe you just pick like the 5th of every month or whatever, right? You can easily say, look at a list of these are the people who've signed up for this month. But if you've got people, you know, there's people who have been charged for this month, but now it's like if you've got people being charged on every different day of the month, that can make it way more awkward. There might be people who end up missing out on physical rewards because you missed like the cutoff date. It's harder to manage the physical reward side of things. Obviously I don't do physical rewards, but what it will mean is now I used to you only get access to my Patreon while my Discord while you're a member, and I just used to clear through members. Patreon doesn't automatically kick you out. The bot automatically invites you in, but it doesn't automatically kick people. I have to manually go through and kick people. And I just used to do that once a month. Now I'll have to do that like every day. I'll have to check. And also the Patreon outro, I record at the beginning of each month. Patreon outro. At the end of my YouTube videos, you know, I thank all of my like fledgling term familiar tier patrons. And I record it once at the beginning of each month, and that gets like almost everyone, right? It won't get almost everyone anymore. I will still only be recording it once a month. I'm not going to record it like every day for each new video, especially because I schedule my videos in advance so that I don't fall behind. If I were to get sick or something, like what happened at the beginning of the year, I couldn't record for 2 weeks because I lost my voice. So what it'll mean is the Patreon. I'm sorry if you don't end up on the Patreon outro. I will do my best. But, again, I only record it at the beginning of each month, so that means more people are probably going to get missed off of the thank you credits thing. But it shouldn't make too much of a difference. The main reason I didn't change is just because that didn't used to be an option. And when it became an option, I didn't want to change because change freaks my brain out. But, yeah. So, my Patreon is now a same day of the month situation, not a first day of the month situation. But not if you're already a patron. This is the other stupid thing. So it's like, okay, so we'll all be charged recurring on the day of the month we joined. If you joined from now into the future, or if you joined from like a week ago onwards, yes. But if you are an existing member who already signed up when we were on the 1st of the month situation, it won't switch you over to the new one. You'll just keep being charged on the 1st of the month. If you wanted to be switched over to the new system, you would have to cancel and rejoin. Yeah. Like, I get most people dislike the 1st of the month billing, but it is useful in terms of, like Gordon said, like, in terms of budgeting, and especially if you do physical rewards, it's easier to just have, like, one day of the month where everyone is billed, right? Like, you know that everyone's gonna be billed on the 1st, those are the people you send your rewards to, where now they're gonna be billed on every different day. And the fact that they're getting rid of, I thought at least, okay, but they'll just get rid of the 1st of the month and they'll have the same day of the month and and they'll have paper creation, but they've got rid of paper creation as well. Which it's like, that sucks for so many, like, I know multiple big video essay creators who do paper creation because, you know, they'll put like 1 or 2 video essays out a year that'll get like 1 million views, but it takes them like 6 months to make a video. And now they're gonna have to be forced to charge their patrons every month. They're gonna see such a huge dip. I imagine a lot of their patrons might and will cancel their subscription, you know? Like, they're sure, like, people who are on the paper creation are surely gonna see a big loss in Patreon members because someone who, you know, run a cost of living crisis, you know, someone who might be like, yeah, I can afford to give this creator $10 twice a year, might not be able to afford to give him $10 12 times a year. And you know, the first is often right after people got paid, so it's handy if I get all the bills out of the way. Yeah, exactly. Like I mean, Green just saying, like, again, if you are already paying for anyone's Patreon, you will be you know, if you were already paying for my Patreon, it will still bill you on the 1st. But if you are anyone who is new, anyone who joined since the 13th of August this year, you'll be paid recurring on whatever date it was that you joined. But that's a good point as well. If you're, like, subscribed to multiple Patreons, it could be quite nice that you're just going to get one Patreon bill for the 10 creators you support on the 1st of every month. Whereas now you're going to have, Whereas now, if you were to subscribe to 10 different patrons, like, from now onwards, you would be billed 10 different times in the same month. Yeah. So, honestly, I think overall... Like, I don't get paid till 7th of each month. The first was inconvenient to me personally, but it's still preferable to this. Yeah. Like, most people honestly prefer the same date of the month, and I get that, because for people who, like, wanted to sign up on like, the 28th to, like, the 31st of a month, didn't like that they then got billed again so soon, but I'm like, you could also just have waited a week. But I get it, like, you know, like, you would have still got access to the previous month's audios. I don't cut people off, you still get the backlog. So I think overall, probably switching to the same date, same day of the month billing will actually, for me, maybe see an uptick in patrons. I saw people who were like, oh, I've been wanting to subscribe, but I hated the first of the month billing. So I guess that might be a good thing for me personally, but it's not going to be for other creators who, like, do physical rewards, and people who are on the pay-per-creation model. I imagine are going to see a massive dip in, you know, a bunch of people cancelling because they thought they were going to be charged once a year and now they're going to be charged 12 times a year, you know? What the fuck? But apparently, again, the reason why they've switched to the subscription billing only, as much as I would love to yell at Patreon because a lot of the time they make dumb decisions and, you know, they take so much in fees. Like, it's like 20... I don't know exactly what it is, what the percentage is that they take, but based on, like, what I can see in terms of how much it says I earn versus how much they actually pay me, it's like 20 to 25% that they take. Like, Patreon are making money. And yet, whenever I go on the website, it's so slow. It takes ages to load. Every time I click on anything, it takes ages. It takes ages for every page to load. It crashes all the time. The app doesn't fucking work very well. So, like, I could rag on Patreon for a lot, but this decision to switch to subscription billing only, which is what they call the same day of the month, they call it, like, subscription billing, is actually because if they want to keep the Patreon app on the Apple Store, Apple is forcing them to only have subscription billing. Apple sees any other type of billing as, like, wrong. I don't fucking know. So if they'd have kept the other options, the first of the month and the pay-per-creation, Apple wouldn't have allowed them to stay on the App Store. I don't get why. I don't get why that fucking matters. I guess because now Apple want to take a 30% cut of everything, and obviously instead of therefore a creator getting $7 instead of $10, they're just upping the price to $13, and Apple take 3, so the creator still gets 10. I don't get why then, somehow, so, I don't know. I guess because pay-per-creation wouldn't give them as much money, and then because the first of the month billing is, like, somehow against, they think it's, like, against their policy. I don't fucking know. I don't know. So, it's because they want to keep the app on the Apple Store that they've done this. So, yeah. Obviously, if you're already a patron of mine and you signed up before the 13th of August, or the 12th of August, depending on your time zone, I changed it around 11 p.m, 10 p.m. UK time on the 12th of August, so you'd have to check your own thing, but if you signed up before then, you'll still be charged on the 1st of each month. If you signed up after then, you'll be charged recurring on the date that you joined. If you're an old patron who is currently being charged on the 1st of each month and you cancel and then you rejoin later in the future, then it'll switch you over to the same date of each month billing. Which, again, I don't give a shit if people cancel and rejoin. Like, if you want to join my Patreon, because there's, like, some audios that you really want to download, I have no problem with people joining for 1 month, downloading all the audios, leaving, and then joining again in 6 months to download the audios that they've missed. Like, I have no problem with people joining once a year just to download a year's worth of audios. Like, I don't care. I've done that to other people's patrons on other people's Patreon accounts. I would be a hypocrite. now. Julia's texting me pictures of... she's had to protect her bed against the piss bandit. My partner's cat is full of piss. He's not incontinent. Lucius isn't incontinent. He's fully capable of peeing in his toilet, in his litter box. He just likes peeing on her bed, and he's done it for years. And she'll like go to work, come back and be like, and just want to like relax, take a nap, and she can't because there's pee on the bed. And like if she catches him going on the bed, she'll be like, hey, no, get down. And he'll get down and immediately go and pee in his litter box. Like he knows that's where it's supposed to pee. He just likes the bed for some reason, so she's bought like a clear plastic shower curtain. She just texted me a picture, and she's leaving that over the bed now every time that she leaves the house for work, so that if he pees, that you know, it's not gonna actually. She won't have to do laundry when she gets home. She said that she used to do the shower curtain method years ago, and then just like stopped because it was annoying. But it did work, so she's gone back to it. He does choose violence. And people, like, whenever Julie tells people, they think it's like, oh, cause he like, can't hold it. No, he can hold it! If she catches him on the bed and tells him to get off, he immediately is like, okay, and then goes in the lip. Like, he knows! He's choosing to do this. It's like... What a stinky boy. Okay, well, I think that's all the updates then, because I genuinely, like, I'm sorry if I did talk about all that on Wednesday. I just don't remember doing it, or I just remember launching up stream on Wednesday and, like, just kind of immediately playing Hades. If cats smell the slightest trace, sorry, if cats smell even the slightest trace of past peeage on anything, they'll just pee on it until the end of time. Oh no! Some cats simply know they're doing is evil. Yeah, Lucius is not like evil, he's just, yeah. He doesn't like destroy things, he doesn't like knock things over, but he sure likes pissing. And well, I'm getting a little too, like, if he, the times that he does like to sit in Julia's lap, he'll just, like, claw at her chest. The amount of times she's like, ow, my boob! Like, why is that? He likes pissing, and he likes touching people's boobs, apparently. So... Classic man. I couldn't get that out without laughing. Okay. We're doing things today. Jesus Christ, it's been 40 minutes. We have things to do. Oh my god, I didn't print anything out! Oh my god, I'm like not with it this morning. I got up later than I wanted. So what we normally do on Mondays is I get Etsy orders together. So I cut out all the stickers that I sell by hand, and we get badges together, and I just realized I didn't print any of them off, so we're gonna do that right now. I don't like that I'm opening Photoshop on stream, because Photoshop doesn't like it when I do that, but oopsie. So we'll print those off. And we also have boy inspection round 3. This, I have a box. Let's not show the address on the box. I have a box from Zap Creatives. You can see kind of the sticky tape logo. And it is full of keychains. So, as well as the usual cutting out stickers, I will be peeling off the protective film off all of the keychains and quality control checking them. I know some people sell their keychains with the protective film on, And that's fine. The reason why I don't ship them out with a film on, 2 reasons. 1, a lot of people don't realize that there is film and then complain that the keychains look dull and leave me like a bad review, and I'm like, you dumb, you didn't peel the thing off. 2, the film on the manufacturer that I order from isn't transparent. It's quite cloudy on one side and the other side is green, so unless I peel them, I can't tell whether they're defective, and we have learned from peeling charms before on stream that, yeah, you cannot tell. If there is like a problem with the printing, you cannot tell unless I were to peel them, and I can't be selling something out that's really defective. So we got little order sheet here. This is for me, don't look at that. So we have the 4 keychains that have been up for pre-order on the shop recently. So the 4 Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, Pixel Chibi keychains. You might notice that Trina's not there. No one ordered her, so I just took her off the listing. So we've got Mesmer, Miquella, Lida, and Radahn. Then we have the Doctor Who 15 and Rogue keychain. Only one of you ordered that. You're in chat, you know who you are. And then we have my little bonus for me, from Zap. You can order samples. Like, you can just order 1 sample keychain of one design. Obviously, it's more money. If you were to order, like, 100 keychains, they might cost you, like, £3 each. And if you order... But that means you'll be paying £300. And if you order just 1 keychain, it's £15. But I just wanted to order 1. This is a drawing I did of my partner's little VTube model, because she's a ghost. But you might also notice there's little plus signs next to each one, because Zap always give you some extra spare keychains. So there should be 20 each of these and 1 of this. But Zap always give you a couple extra in case any defective. So we've got +4, an extra 4 of each of these keychains, and an extra 2 of the one of Julia, which means if they're good, if Julia wants one, she could have one. I don't know if she wants one. I didn't tell her I was gonna do this. I just was like, I want a keychain of my girlfriend. So we'll be getting through and peeling those. But I've also got to print everything off because I forgot to do that before stream. So bear with. And while we do all of this, for people who are new, when we do streams on Monday, when I am trying to get art done and concentrate on getting work done, if I'm allowed to just talk, when we have music like this on, I will just ramble, as you can see, and not actually get any work done. And that's not good, because I need to get work done. So we listen to other people talk, so that I can't talk over them and get distracted. What we listen to on Mondays is a fictional audio drama called Welcome to Night Vale. It is a horror comedy podcast set in the fictional town of Night Vale, as if you are listening to their local fictional radio station. So we'll be listening to Night Vale today on stream. General trigger warnings for many horror themes. Obviously it's all like presented as a radio show, so it's someone just audio describing these things, but it will include descriptions of violence, blood, possibly gore, body horror, derealization, conspiracy theories, etc. If Night Vale is something that you're not comfortable listening to, there's absolutely no worries. If you guys want to mute the rest of the stream, we'll leave the rest of the stream. Please take care of yourself. We are currently nearing the end of year 2 of Night Vale, aka like season 2. But we're not fully into the part of the plot where it like will make no sense if you're a newbie. They always say in Night Vale that like you can listen to any episodes out of order, and I don't think that's entirely true, because if you were to join in at Old Oak Doors, I think you would not know what the fuck is going on, because it's like so many, like, you just wouldn't. Like, it's like a season finale that is related to so many previous plot points. But I was thinking this to myself earlier, I think seasons 1 to 3 are, like, my favorite. And maybe I'm biased, because obviously that's what I listened to when I was younger. I have a lot of nostalgia for those seasons. I've only listened up to, like, partway through season 5 or 6 before I dropped off listening. There are 12 seasons. But 1 to 3, like, most seasons, you know, most episodes are Monster of the Week things. You can listen to them without any prior context or knowledge of the show. But each season also does have an overarching plot that will be, like, foreshadowed and you're given little hints to throughout the season, and then at the end, it all ties up. But season 1 to 3, you're almost at 200, those are your favorites too? Yeah, I think it's just, 1 to, like, I know I at least listened to all of the first 4 seasons, because I remember Who's a Good Boy, and that's the season finale of season 4. And that season compared to the first 3, like, the first 3 are all tied together. Like, as much as they each have their own individual season finale with, 1 Year Later, Old Oak Doors, and Taking Off, there's a lot of recurring characters. There's characters that, like, characters and events that will happen in season 1 that are actually just foreshadowing events in season 2, and even tie into season 3. And then after season 3, we don't see a lot of these characters anymore. Or, like, some of them we don't see ever again, some of them we don't see as frequently. Obviously the Old Oak Doors appeared in season 1, and we're hearing a lot more about them now in season 2, because they're in the desert otherworld where Dana is. Dana managed to find the one that Larry had found and chained up, and she can't get through it, because, like, it's chained on the other side. We know that it's chained on the other side, because Larry chained it up back in season 1. And the later seasons probably, in order to make it more accessible to new viewers who didn't want to go back and listen to 12 seasons of a show, the new seasons don't, in my opinion, again, as someone who's only listened to the first 4 or 5, they don't connect back to the older seasons as much. They're kind of more self-contained. And that, I can only imagine, is to make it easier for new listeners who don't want to go back and listen to 200 episodes. But I think that just makes the first 3 seasons kind of that little bit more special, because you feel like, oh my god, I remember that from season 1, and now they're bringing it up in season 3. Like, things like even if it's things that's not important to the plot, like The List. There's an episode in season 1 where they tell you to remember a list of, like, random words, like the Sheriff's Secret Police have issued, that you need to learn this list off by heart. And then the episode where they say, hey guys, remember when we told you to remember a list? Yeah, this is the moment, you need to recite it right now or you're dead. That happens in season 3, that happens 2 seasons later. And, you know, if you don't remember that and you're a new listener, you'll just be like, oh, what a silly bit. But if you are an old listener who remembers that from season 1, there's that gratifying, oh my god, I remember that! Which I love about the first few seasons of Night Vale, of feeling, like, cool, and, like, you're in the know because you, like, remember the stuff from the older seasons. I don't know. At least it's satisfying to my brain. But we will be getting into, the point of no return today, with nearing the end of season 2. Let me go see, because I think we finished off with numbers last week. One of my favorite episodes. I love Faith so much. Yes. So we'll be starting with episode 43 today, which is Visitor, which I don't remember from the title. I don't remember what that is. And then 44 is Cookies, which means you guys will get some more Cecil lore. In an earlier episode, Cecil was mentioning something about people campaigning for better, like, wheelchair ramp access at, like, one of the schools or something, and Virgil was like, I wonder why Cecil's bothered about accessibility like that, and I'm like, you should be. I was like, well, we know, but we can't tell them yet. so you'll find out in cookies. And then episode 45, which is a story about them. If you remember back, episode 13 is a story about you. It features the man who was not tall and the man who was not short, which you may recall, a couple episodes ago, Cecil mentioned seeing the man who was not tall and the man who was not short, and that's the first time they'd been mentioned since A Story About You. The man who was not tall and the man who was not short are the people who tracked down you after you stole one of those crates that had the tiny house in it. So we'll see. I don't know if that means we'll be hearing about the planet of awesome size again, lit by no sun with jagged mountains and deep turbulent oceans. And then 46, Parade Day. We'll definitely get through those 4. I'd like it if we could get through 6, then that means we'll also be listening to Company Picnic and Renovations today. So, who did we hear from last week? Oh my god, last week we got to meet Lauren! Oh my god, we got to meet Lauren Mallard. She's Cecil's new, I forget what exactly Lauren's role is. Obviously Daniel's his supervisor. We haven't heard Daniel's voice. He seems a bit not human, but you know, that's fine, it's Night Vale. What's not fine is obviously he's a Strix employee. And then Lauren's like Daniel's boss. I forget her exact role, but it's like Cecil, and then above him is Daniel, and then above him is Lauren. You don't like her, but didn't she sound so friendly? I mean, she was asking about Carlos and about like what he was doing and how he screwed over the whole Orange Grove situation for them, but she definitely isn't like mad about it. She works for Strex Corp, and Strex Corp employees, you know, they're all really nice and smiling all the time, and they have to be happy all the time. I mean, they want to be happy all the time, you know. And we know that they, you know, before they were there now that they're buying up all of Night Vale, and like one of the few businesses that Cecil said isn't currently owned by Strex Corp, by the end of the episode was mysteriously like fucking burnt down and then bought by Strex Corp. And you know, we know that before Strex Corp was in Night Vale, and now they're in Night Vale, they're trying to buy up the whole town and silence anyone who speaks out against them, including like silencing Cecil's broadcast and trying to kidnap Tamika. That before they were in Night Vale, they were in Desert Bluffs. You know, and given what we know about what they're doing to Night Vale, do you think that they were good to Desert Bluffs? You know, Cecil always complains that, you know, Desert Bluffs seemed kind of grimy and dirty, and the only Desert Bluffs resident we've met was Kevin, who, like, talked about smiling all the time, and that you have to, like, work hard and basically be working 24/7 and be productive, and if you're not productive, then I don't know. You can't not be productive. And given what Strex is doing now they're in Night Vale, and given that they weren't always in Desert Bluffs, we know that they moved to Desert Bluffs because Kevin talks about, like, Strex Corp's, like, coming here. And I know, you know, maybe Kevin didn't make the best impression because Cecil saw, like, blood all over his radio studio, and maybe Kevin tried to kill Cecil, who knows? Kevin says it was just trying to give him a hug. But given what we know about the only kind of, like, yeah, the Desert Bluffs encounter being, Kevin seems all smiles, you know, when it's from his perspective, talking about Strex, and then once an outsider's there, he's like, oh my god, everything's covered in blood, what the fuck is going on? You guys can have your own suspicions about whether Desert Bluffs was always that way, given that Strex wasn't always there. If not, what that would have meant for Kevin. And what that might mean for Cecil. It's so fun. You know, it's so nice that this big company's coming in and helping, like, fuel Night Vale's economy by creating a monopoly where they literally own every single building and business in the entire town. I'm sure we're fine. Hug your double, that's how they said it, right? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Cecil did say... You know, that's the thing. That's the contrast between the two. Is that in Desert Bluffs, in Sandstorm Part B, which takes place in Desert Bluffs, Kevin says that you should go out and hug your double. Right? Kevin talks about that you should go out and hug your double and be nice to them. But secretly, they might actually all be murdering each other. We you know. Whereas in Night Vale, Cecil openly tells them to kill their double. You know, like, you've got Desert Bluffs where Kevin is saying, go out and hug your double. Whereas Cecil's the one who's openly saying, kill them, you know? And yet, Cecil in Night Vale seems like the happier, healthier place. And Desert Bluffs, not so much. You know, Desert Bluffs trying so hard to seem almost too good. Almost too normal. Right, I got one last page to print. But yeah, we'll definitely get through at least 4 episodes. I love Sandstorm so much when you first listen to it. Oh yeah, because it's so cool because they're 2 episodes. I think there's a page on Night Vale's website where they recommend like episodes to start out with, and Sandstorm Part A and B are on there. One, it's like the first. I think it's the first. Wait, does it take place before the phone call or not? No. Okay, so it's the second time we hear someone's voice that isn't Cecil's, and it's the first time that we have someone else talking for the majority of the time other than Cecil. Because the only time before that is Carlos's voice message that he leaves on Cecil's phone in the phone call. It's the first time we get a glimpse of Desert Bluffs as to Cecil saying, like, it must be terrible there because their uniforms for their sports teams are always so filthy. Because, you know, you get Part A first. Because there are 2 episodes that take place at the exact same time, but just in different locations. So you get the first half. I've thrown something across my room that I didn't mean to throw across my room. You get the first half, which is from Cecil's perspective, and then Kevin comes over and he seems so you know, and then there's the, first time with a different thumbnail, yes. And then they switch places through that portal, and Kevin comes through, and he's like, oh, hello, Desert Bluffs, see that? And he sounds so nice. And then Cecil comes back and he's like, it was terrifying. I met this man and we're like, oh, but he seems so nice. And then you get the Desert Bluffs part. And, but Cecil doesn't really talk about where he's been. It was like, it was scary over there. You get the Desert Bluffs part, he seems so nice. And then Cecil comes over and he's like, there's blood and hair and viscera all over this fucking room. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Everything is printed. And obviously I have to love the Sandstorm episodes because they introduce Kevin. Oh, I will show you guys one other thing before we get into work, now that we can do work, now that everything's printed. We've got 5 badges. Someone got Secondo. Oh, let me move my... Not like that. I was just trying to slide you along, webcam. Okay. And we got quite a few stickers because now that the Elden Ring keychains are in stock, a lot of people who had pre-ordered the keychains bought stickers as well, so now I have to get all those stickers ready. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of stickers. Should have checked them this way. I'll cut these out first. We'll do this first, and then I'll peel the charms. But to show you guys what I'm currently working on off stream. Next batch of stickers is already coming along, which, yeah, that's an update. Oh my god, so many new stickers on Etsy. There is, 1, 5 new sticker listings and 5 new badge listings up on Etsy. So all the European musical stickers are done. They were fucking rewards from the Donathon. I do still have the Donathon image. Cool. So I can cross those out. At some point, I can tick them off. This is the Donathon that me and Julie did back in the spring to help raise money for her medical bills, her dental bills. So, European musical stickers are up. There's stickers of German musicals, French musicals, Dutch musicals, and Russian musicals, including Elizabeth, Mozart, Rebecca, Three Musketeers, Rudolph, Romeo and Juliet, Notre Dame de Paris, Mozart, the Opera Rock, Demon Onegin, Master and Margarita, De Bezoek de Alten Dam, Vivaldi. I'm trying to think of that in my head. What I included. Oh, and Chicanada. There we go. Okay. I think that's all of them. Oh, and Count of Monte Cristo. I think that's all. So they're all up on the shop, both as stickers and also as the badges that I do. Which is everything, most things that I do as a sticker, I also offer as badges, as you can see here, and you can customize them to have whatever pride flags you want in the background, or if you just want a plain color and you don't want a pride flag, there's also that option as well. So those are on Etsy. The Castlevania stickers are also done. I have been working on them for months. They are done. I had like 13 left to draw, and I managed to get them all done in a day. I was very happy about that. So they're spread over 3 listings. Yeah, the European musical stickers are spread over 2 listings because Etsy only lets you have like 70 options in a drop down. So the German and Dutch musicals are on 1 listing, and the French and Russian are on another. Castlevania stickers and badges, done. They're spread over 3 listings. One is for the video game versions of the characters. So obviously the video game designs of like Alucard and Trevor and Dracula, but also characters from other games like Leon and Matthias, like Leon Belmont, Matthias, Simon, Richter. I tried to put every Belmont, like Christopher and Soleil and Sonia on there as well. I don't know who wants those, but they're on there. Or like Nathan and Reinhardt and Cornell and who the fuck else is on there? Some of my favorite boys, like, which is basically like anyone designed by Yami Kojima. So the whole Lament of Innocence crew is on there. Walter and Joachim's on there. And then another listing for the Castlevania cartoon. So the cartoon designs of Alucard, Trevor, Dracula, Cypher, as well as Carmilla, Lenore, Striga, Morana, Varney, Abel, Isaac, and Hector. And then a third one for Castlevania Nocturne, so Richter, Maria, Olrox, Mizrak, Edward, Drolta, Elizabeth, etc. So they're all done. Oh my god. So I can move on and keep making more. But I'm gonna stick to the pixel chibi style over the regular chibis, because this is more fun. I did put this in Discord last night. It's like, if anyone recognizes her, then you can guess what sticker pack I'm doing next. Because I'm like, out of this whole fandom's worth of characters, she's not the most well remembered. No one uses her anymore. Whenever a new one is released, they get used. In my mind, she's still kind of new. She's not. She probably came out in like 2011 or something. Maybe earlier than that. But, I feel like it's impossible for new characters to get popular. Like, a new one is released, people buy them and use them for like a few months, and then everyone just goes back to Miku. This is a Vocaloid. For those that didn't know, yes, there's a Hello Kitty Vocaloid. She's not meant to be Hello Kitty, but she is like officially licensed like by Sanrio, made in collaboration with Sanrio, to have a Hello Kitty themed design. So far, I'm doing some of the oldies, even the ones that other people might not care about, because I cared about them. So we got Iroha, Nekomura, Iroha, we got Lily, We got the legend, Big Al. I don't know how many Big Al fans there are out there, but I've got the sticker for you. If it was possible to pay a little extra for tracking, yeah, I offer multiple shipping options, just like if you know, if you were to go on like Amazon, and you know, you can like select whether you want like the next day shipping or the longer shipping that's cheaper. Once you put things in your cart, there's just like a drop down where it says the price of the shipping, and you can pick the basic. It defaults to the cheapest, which is untracked, but then you can just open that drop down box and pick tracked. You don't need to pay me extra, like it's there as an option. You just gotta use your eyes and just like at any other shop. There's multiple shipping options. They're on the screen when you're like the basket screen. It's okay, Virgil. I think a lot of people don't realize that. I get a lot of people. I don't know if this is because maybe in America they don't have an untracked option for shipping domestically, and so all their shipping comes with tracking, whereas here our domestic shipping by default doesn't have tracking. Because the amount of times people are like, where's my tracking number? You never sent it. And I'm like, you didn't pick tracked shipping when you bought. I don't have enough. You didn't pick it. Don't yell at me. A lot of people send me annoyed messages on Etsy, and I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. You didn't. So when I don't know about like when you check out, I haven't bought Etsy in a while, but if you look in your basket view, and you know that it has like the total to the right, and then on the left it lists all the items that's in your cart, and get to the bottom of that bit, and there's a little box, and you can open it and it drops down. So we got Big Al, we got Kiyoteru, we got Yuki, we got Mickey, we got my boy Gakpo, we got Gumi. I don't fucking care that this isn't the outfit she has anymore. This is her original outfit. I'm doing the original designs. I'm nostalgic for these ones. I was into Vocaloid from like 2009 to like mostly obsessed like from 2009 to 2011 when I was big hyperfixated on it, and then vaguely into it till 2013. And then I still like Vocaloid now. I'll still sometimes go back and listen to stuff, but I have no idea about new songs that come out. We got Luca, we got Len, we got Rin, we got Meiko, Green, we got Kaito, and obviously we got Miku. Oh, we had a little... That shouldn't be see-through. That shouldn't be white down there. Oopsie. I'm not done either. There's still more to draw. I don't know how many new ones I'll do, because like I said, like, new Vocaloids that come out, who uses them, you know? A new one comes out, and people use them for, like, a little bit, and there might be some new songs that come out that get, like, 1 million views on YouTube or whatever, but then after a few months, you never hear about that Vocaloid again. People still just use Miku. Sometimes they might use Gumi, you know, or Rin or Len or whatever, but it's mostly Miku. So in terms of off the top of my head, who else I can think I'm gonna draw? I'll draw Pico, and then then one Vocaloid 3, which I don't even remember every Vocaloid 3. That's when I started dropping off the fandom. We'll do Oliver, baby boy. Yukari. I still consider Yukari like a new Vocaloid. She's not. I don't know if I'll do Cul, C-U-L. I don't know how she's meant to be said. I don't know how popular she was. But definitely Oliver, Yukari, Pico. Aya. I don't know if that's how her name, how it's pronounced. Ia. I've never known how it's pronounced, but her popularity stuck around a bit, mostly because of Jin songs. That's the creator of 6 Trillion Years, and also all of the Kagero Days, Kagero Project, Makaku City Actors songs, and he used Aya for a lot of those songs. But I don't really see anyone using her much anymore. Maybe Mayu. I saw a couple people use Mayo for, but I can only think of one song that used Mayo, and that's Blessed Tower of Ai. I love that song. I love Hichizuku songs. And then I don't think any other Vocaloids. Then we'll just do Utoloids. So Teto, which some people, I mean, Teto's having a resurgence. People are using Teto a lot, but that's because she's a Vocaloid now. She was not originally a Vocaloid. Vocaloid is a specific piece of software. Not all Vocaloids are made by the same company. God, don't go on about Vocaloid. So like Miku, Rinlen, and Luca are all made by Krypton for the Vocaloid software. Kaito and Mako are made by the same company for the Vocaloid software. I think Miki, Yuki, and Kyoteru are made by the same company, but yeah, different companies will just make like maybe only one, maybe a few Vocaloids. So like, but anyone can use them to then make music and sell music. Like, Utauloids are fan-made things. There's a free program called Utaru. It kind of works similar to Vocaloid, but instead of having to buy a expensive piece of Vocaloid software to like buy Miku or buy Rin, a lot of people put their Utaloids up for free. I think Teto wasn't she like an April Fool's Day prank thing? That's why her design looks, like her outfit looks similar to like Miku's, because it was kind of like a prank of like, she's like a Vocaloid, but she's not. But then people really liked her. And anyone can make a Utoloid. You just have to, you do the same process that you do to make a Vocaloid, which is you yourself, or one of your friends, whoever you want to use, get them to record all the syllables, and there you go. A lot of people make Utoloids off their own voices. So that's what Teto was originally. Same with like, Makane Nana. I'm pretty sure she started out as an Utoloid. But obviously Teto's been officially adopted into the Vocaloid family. And there's been a resurgence since that happened of people using her again. So Teto will be on there. In terms of other Utoloids, I'm not gonna do like obscure Utoloids, because again, like those are just, a lot of Utoloids are just made by regular people, regular fans. I'm not gonna draw other people's OCs. When they don't have like fanworks guides and stuff. But in terms of the big name the big ones, Teto will be on there. Maybe Defoko? Maybe Momo. Maybe, fuck, I always forget their name. How do I always forget their name? The one that looks like Miku, but has black hair and shorter pigtails, and, was made in a time where, like, people weren't as aware of trans people. And so, like, their official gender is that they are 75% female and 25% male. I just choose to refer to them as bigender. That is not the label that they were given, because whoever was making them wasn't really thinking about actual trans people when they made them. I always blank on their name. Ruko. Maybe. And then you've got characters that aren't Vocaloids and aren't Utoloids, they're just derivatives, is what they're called. So Neru and Haku will be on there as well. Neru looks like Miku, but has like a blonde ponytail, like a high pony. Haku has like silver hair, dressed similar to me, but has like a lower like silver ponytail. Neither of them are Vocaloids or Utoloids. They are derivatives. Neru was just like a fan-made, like, look, this character looks kind of like what this looks like Miku. But people use Neru in songs. How do they use her in songs if she's not actually a vocal software? Because the way that you get Neru's voice is you just use Miku and then pitch it up by like 10%. The same way if you've ever seen any of the Vocaloid derivatives that are gender bends, like Miku-o being male Miku, or Kaiko being female Kaito. To get Miku-o, you just get a Miku song and you like pitch it down by 20%, and there you go! You've made Miku-o sing songs. So there won't be loads more after this, but maybe like 4 more Vocaloids, a couple Utaloids, and then Neru and Haku will be on there for the old fans. But that's what I'll be working on until streams out, and then after this batch are done, I don't remember what other stickers I said I'd make from the Donathon. But also we got Jujutsu Kaisen, Hades Town, Cats, Phoenix Wright, Cat Bears, and My Little Pony Generation 1, Vampire Hunter D, Smile for Me, Animal Crossing, Phantom of the Opera. Oh god, there's still so many! Tolkien, Moomins. I don't know how Moomins would work in the Pixel Chibi style, that'll be interesting to figure out. Maybe I'll do Moomins next. God, there's still so many. There's not so many. But the reason why I'm really pushing to get a lot done right now is so that I can get as many new sticker designs on Etsy before the Christmas season hits as possible. Because obviously the more things I have up in the shop, the more will sell later in the year once the Christmas boom happens. I was just
wondering when you'd invite me back for a bite.
Thank you for the hydrate, my throat does hurt. But yeah, because obviously the most sales I get out of the whole year is from like October to December. So I'd like as many things up as possible before that hits, because I won't have as much time in October, and also by the time October and November come around, that's too late to prepare. So I'm trying to get more done now, and then later on around Christmas I can more focus on audios. I had a really good idea earlier that I can't tell you guys about because it would completely spoil it, but yes. I really want to get some new OCs, like, start doing some new OCs for audios that actually have, like, drawn-out designs. I would like to get physical designs and thumbnail drawings for Hawthorne, Visiting King, and the villain. Because the point of me using photos and not drawings they were supposed to be one-off characters that only had 1, maybe 2 audios. They were not meant to be recurring OCs, because the idea of me using the photo would be I could do a bunch of just one-off royalty scenarios where there's no character. The character doesn't have a name, he doesn't have any lore, he doesn't have a design. It's just like like the BFE romance stuff. It's gonna be like that, but in a like historical setting. That obviously didn't work out. They became multi-episode series, so it was, but I'd like to have some more OCs that look less human. Like, all the ones so far are pretty humanoid. Well, not humanoid, but are pretty human looking, you know? I gotta get to the true monster fuckers. So, we'll see. Especially because, like, there's no new fandom characters that I'm interested in doing. There's no new- Where are all the new fandoms? Where are they? What happened this year? I know I've talked about this before, but, like, there were so many from... So I started doing audios December 2021, but let's say 2022. Throughout 2022 and 2023, there were so many new fandoms that I was able to do characters for. We had the Modern Warfare remakes, so Ghost, the Spider-Verse movies, so Miguel. We had Sandman premiering, Moon Knight premiering, Outflagging's Death premiering, and getting a Season 2. Good Omens Season 2. So I've done 2 characters for Outflag and Good Omens. We had Stanley Parable getting its re-release / kind of sequel thing that got that fandom suddenly reignited. Because when I went into Stanley Parable, because I've been in Stanley Parable since it came out, there was like no fandom. No one made fan art. There was like 2 fanfics on AO3, and now there's so much stuff, and it makes me so happy because this is what I wanted 10 years ago. Baldur's Gate coming out. Ace Attorney had a resurgence because of the remasters. Fear and Hunger coming out. That's already like 10 fandoms. While I hate it, technically the Loki series came out and I do voice Loki, but I fucking hate the Loki series. You could argue Ghost getting more followers, because Ghost really you know, Copia really, really boomed, and obviously the Ghost movie and stuff. Security Breach. Like, so it's already like 13 like new fandoms. Whereas, what's been new in 2024? That's been like a big fandom that the gays have gotten into, you know? And I can even think of ones that I didn't do voices for, like Resident Evil, the game with Leon coming out. Some people asked me to do it, and I thought about it, but then I just never got into like looking at the game. Like, I don't know anything about Leon, so I wouldn't be able to voice him unless I watched someone play the game, and I never got around to it. But like this year, 2024, what's there been? Like, we got Shadow of the Erdtree, the Elden Ring DLC, so I did voice Mesmer. What else came out this year? The gays got Dragon Age is getting a new game. I do not want to voice anything from Dragon Age. For personal reasons, I don't want to get into that. What else is there? Oh, Welcome Home happened last year as well. I don't know. I don't know what the gays are watching. What happened to all the new stuff? Like, because I always, when I look at con, I always try and see, like, what are people cosplaying the most? And, I think Cult of the Lamb was last year. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb was last year, Virgil. Wasn't this year. I mean, Hades 2 is kind of out. It's in early access. But it's not fully out yet. Like, I try and look at Comic-Con, like, what is the new thing that all the fan artists, or the artist only tables have got on their table, and like, what's the thing that people are cosplaying the most? And I'm sure we all know the answer to what people are cosplaying the most, and we're not going to talk about those fandoms here, because I don't like them. But yeah, I'm not going to make audios for those fandoms. And also, technically, not new. Those shows have been out for years. So, you know, those fandoms are years old. So they're not even new this year. Me realizing I haven't gotten into anything new this year at all. Right? Literally, Elden Ring DLC. That's, like, the only new thing. I've not heard of Dead Boy Detectives. But, like, in terms of, like, me paying attention to, like, what are new people, like, going at, what are people cosplaying with new fandoms, what is selling at artist alleys, you know, what is the new merch that people are making, and, the bunch of fan artists that I follow on Twitter, what are they drawing? And I know that's not a reflection of what is popular, but I feel like looking at Comic-Con and seeing what people are having on the artist alley tables in terms of fan art and what people are cosplaying, I feel like that's not bad. Like, that's fairly reflective of what is new. And also, like, looking at the guests that are coming as well. But there were no guests from any new shows. They were all older shows, and so I'm like, what happened this year? Comic into musicals, does that count? I mean, and then again, I'm not meaning in terms of, like, I'm glad if you guys got into, like, new stuff, but, like, it's gotta be, I looked up, Cult of the Lamb's 2 years old. Oh god, already? I'm like, what happened this year? And don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's new anime coming out and stuff, but, like, there doesn't seem to be nothing that, like, has got people in a super big way, you know? Like, when My Hero Academia first came out, or Attack on Titan, or, like, what is the one new big anime? I don't know. Jujutsu Kaisen's still popular, but it's not currently, like, in, like, a new season right now. The last season came out in December, right? Vampire Therapist is a new game, yes, but there's about 100 of us playing it. Like, it's not like a new big thing. I'm just like, what? And I'm not saying, like, look, you could argue Half-Life Link's Death was not a new big thing, but I'm talking about, like, something that I could make fan art for or audios for that would get, like, attention. I'm like, there's nothing. What happened? Salmon Season 2 I don't think it's coming out until next year. Obviously Good Omens Season 3 is not for a while. Which are not new shows. But you know, it's something. I'm trying to think of stuff I'm into that's good. Like Deltarune Chapter 3. We're still not there yet, guys. Every newsletter it's like, oh, they're still working on it. And we're getting closer every day, but it's not gonna be for ages still. I don't know. It's been a weird year. So in the lack of fandom stuff, I'm like, I need to get more OCs out there, you know? I mean, I'm glad, obviously, to be able to still show you guys, like, new games and, like, musicals that are new to you, even though they're not new to me. But yeah, I don't know where the new shows were this year. I forgot to say, did I say, don't know if I remember to say Moon Knight when I was listing all the other stuff, but yeah, it just felt like we had, and even Arcane, you know, came out at the tail end of 2021, it felt like we got a lot of new stuff for a long while. And like, Castlevania Nocturne, and all of a sudden it's like, where's everything gone? I'm starving. Hi, Coffee, welcome in. I haven't started doing any work. Do you want, will see the new stickers I'm working on? There's new babies in the works. I'm drawing the shit I was into when I was 11 because I'm not cringe. There's no such thing as being cringe. There's just enjoying stuff. That's all being called cringe is enjoying things that don't harm anyone. And if they do harm anyone, then you're not cringe, you're an asshole. It's Miku! Atsune Miku! Mm. And everyone's favourite, Big Al! That's right, I've got a Big Al sticker. No one remembers Big Al, poor guy. He, like, when he came out, he had, like, the deepest voice of any Vocaloid. I don't know if he's still the deepest. But at the time when he came out, he was the bass guy. And, his name's Big Al. His name's Al and he's big, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do- I'm just gonna do the standard outfits. I don't know if I'm gonna do some of their different outfits. I'm not gonna do the app-end versions in terms of, like, different outfits from, like, different music videos and songs. I don't know, maybe in a later set. But yeah, for those that don't know, Big Al's this guy right on the end here. Here he is. He's got grey streaks in his hair. He's not- is he an older man? I wanna try and find a Big Al song now. I don't know, and again, like, some of these, obviously, you can probably think of a lot of Miku original songs. Kaito had a fair share, especially during the age where, like, Hitoshizuku and Mothi Akuno were making a lot of songs. Like, Hitoshizuku made the Bad and Night series, Paradise of Light and Shadow, you know, songs that were using a lot of Vocaloids all at once, and Akuno, or Mothi, made all of the Seven Deadly Sins series songs, so we got a lot. Those two were using a big variety of Vocaloids to create different original characters with. But none of them ever used Big Al. And poor Yuki, because she's like a fucking preschooler or whatever, people would use her to sing horror, creepy songs all the time because she has a little girl voice. Poor thing. Fucking, anyone remember Rugrats Theory? The song? That's like her most known song! And it's a song based on the fucking Rugrats creepypasta. Sorry for people who don't know the Rugrats creepypasta, but the Rugrats creepypasta is a creepypasta that supposes what if all the babies are dead, and, like, Angelica's like, that's why Angelica's the only one who can understand what they say, because she's, like, seeing ghosts, because all the babies actually died horribly. It's like, what the fuck? Well, it's what the fuck, as all creepypastas are. And poor little Yuki's most known song is a song based on that. Don't want to break the flow. Do we have time for a karaoke? Sure, you shoot one off while I go find a Big Al song. Oh, Green, I didn't realize there was a dinosaur called Big Al. I know you kept saying every time I said Big Al it made you think of a dinosaur, and I was like, why? And then I just put Big Al into YouTube, and the first thing it auto-completes with was Big Al Allosaurus, and then Big Al Vocaloid, and then Big Al walking with dinosaurs. I see. I'm trying to find- thank you, you let me know, Virgil. Oh, hang on, I guess I'll go over here for a second. You can pick something Well, thank you for the kazurioki. You can pick something off this list. You don't need to request it in chat, just, like, tell me. You don't need to actually, like, formally request it, like, with the command and the button. Or you can pick, fucking one of these ghost songs. Right. Immediately I'm seeing Kaito- this was uploaded 11 years ago. Kaito and Big Al, If You Were Gay, the Avenue Q song. It's a specific individual dinosaur fossil. Oh, it's well mode than that poor. I'm trying to find like a classic Vocaloid song that someone's covered. Someone did the. Oh, it's the low. I was gonna say, I was like, someone did the high range test with Big Al. Poor guy. I'm like, oh, it's the low range test. Okay. I'm trying to find like a classic Vocaloid song that everyone might be familiar with. So that like, if someone's had him cover like fucking Melt or something. So that, you know. That's an easier comparison. Oliver and Big Al sing Barbie Girl from 10 years ago. Oh, we've got him singing Echo. People remember Echo, right? That was trending for a while. That got Vocaloid popular with non-Vocaloid fans. But you gotta be louder than that. Big Al cover of Echo.
The clock stopped ticking forever ago. How long have I been up? I don't know. I can't get a grip, but I can't let.
That's not the deepest I've heard it go.
There wasn't anything to hold on to, though. Why can't I see? Why can't I see?
He also wasn't really made to sing English. So he's doing his best. I'm surprised they got him to sing English this well. Oh, they said they couldn't get him too low, otherwise he didn't sing, but they couldn't get him as low as he sings in Biohazard. I'm not familiar, that's like a newer song that uses him. I mean, there is the low range test thing. I don't know if people are familiar with the high range test. The high range test Vocaloid song is a meme thing. You know what, you guys deserve to have Big Al show off to you. I'm gonna convert you into Big Al fan. Because there's 0 of them out there. High range test Miku. It's literally just them showing how high they can sing. I'm sorry if it hurts people's ears. But someone's made a low range test for him. He deserves his own thing. I forgot about the alternative Big Al art. I forgot about that. Where's that low range test thing I saw gone? The Many Voices of Big Al, 2007 to 2020, 40 different songs. Big Al through the years. Aww. That'd be nice. If people still... I think the other thing, like, one, Vocaloid 6 does not have that many Vocaloids. They're already in Vocaloid 7, but they didn't release many for Vocaloid 6. I think because obviously it's just getting to a point where, let's face it, everyone wants to use Miku. Some people want to use Gumi or Rinolen, but most people want to use Miku. They keep trying to put out more and more Vocaloid voices, but there's only so many different voices you can really make, you know, that sound that different coming out of a computer. I feel like it's gonna take a lot for them to create a new one that gets popular and actually stays popular. I can't think of the most recent one that has been released and has stayed popular. Gakpo, and he was released. He came out after Gumi and after Rin and Len and Luca and everyone else. Probably Gakpo, and he came out probably in like 2010. Virgil, you gotta get your kazurioki thing in while we listen to this. There she is. She's going for it. Can we do Honey I'm Home? Stick with the Vocaloid theme. She's doing it. She's gonna tell you. She's just like, hi, my name's Miku. I'm gonna show you how high I can sing. That's the whole song. It's so catchy. It's such a good song. flapping the little arms. This is Vocaloid history right here. This is a classic. Whenever there's a new Vocaloid, someone has to make them sing this. She's not done. Lower your volume if you don't want your ears to hurt. By the way, if high noises really bug you. I'll leave the video on screen so you can see when it's over. I'm turning it down for myself. She's really gonna go for it. I have turned it all the way down for me. I can't. Miko, you're too talented. Oh, she's just too talented, guys. So that's what the high range test is. They've made Big Al do the opposite. Oh, you're 6'4". Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, maybe he was an English Vocaloid. That's why he sings English decently. I don't think he has a Japanese voice bank. That was already lower than I was expecting. Okay, that was still already. I think actually he was an English Vocaloid, and that's why. I'm sorry, Big Al. I forgot what language you were. But yeah, he's 6'4", so he's a Big Al. Okay, I don't know that low notes will hurt people's ears, but so this is Big Al's unique selling point. I don't think there's any other Vocaloid that can go as deep as Big Al and sound legible.
Hello there, my name is Miguel, as you know.
I would teach you guys about Big Al.
If you are lower range, then your voice won't sound so strange. You won't hit the notes missed for sure. Low G, low F, E sharp E. That's enough for you. Now is the turret. Here are some more notes. Now you can just try your best. If your range is average, then you will pass this test. But if you lower range, then your voice.
Because we need a bass baritone Vocaloid.
Low C, A sharp A.
Jesus Christ, Big Al. That's really deep.
Look at this. I've more low notes missed for you. Women and children, are you up for the challenge too?
Why would children I mean, I don't.
You can go and meet this as sweet as a mango.
Why are these the lyrics? He's not broken yet. Because I mean, if you try and make a Vocaloid sing lower than the vocal range, they will just kind of break. Oh god, he's still going. Can kind of make out that he's saying words. Oh god. Yeah, no, he's broken. He's broken now. I thought he broke on that last verse. I feel like you can consider them broken when it's just a and you can't actually hear the syllables anymore. But he got pretty low before he broke. Can you survive through Big Al's low range? I'm not sure even he can. No, I don't think he was that good at fine at the end, but he did the best. Big Al could voice Big Al. So, is this, speaking of, is this the song you wanted to request, Virgil? It's right at the top of my recommended right now. Did you want me to kazoo this? Oh, I should also, yeah. I was like, wait, trigger warnings if you look at the music video for, like, person with bug heads and person with multiple eyes. Maybe body horror stuff. Yeah, just so you're aware. Do with Big Al what he's meant for! Get him to sing low! Yes, that's where you should be singing! This is someone who knows how to use Big Al. Too many people have him sing too high up, and it's like, if you're gonna have him sing high up, you might as well be using Kaito. This is what Big Al should be doing. Hashtag justice for Big Al. I'll go like each video. I gotta prepare myself to do one round of karaoke, and then we're listening to Night Vale, because Jesus Christ, it's almost already been 2 hours and I haven't done any work, and I wanted us to listen to 6 episodes. If we listen to 6 episodes, that will take 2.5 hours. Goodness me. So let me transform and get myself ready. You can listen to Big Owl while I get ready. I used to have more Ghost songs, as in Ghost and Pals songs, on here, and then they're just too difficult to sing. But I love Ghost and Pals songs. I love, especially like, something like Rotary Dial that has like a billion million key changes in it. I can't ever talk about, so Ghost is also the name of a Vocaloid composer, producer, not the band Ghost. And I always show the fucking... I just want you guys to know, if you're a fan of Ghost and Pals, they already kazooed most of their own songs. It's such a good video. Okay, where are we? Okay, hello, I'm Gooby now. Somebody redeemed Kazoo Karaoke. If you are new here, Kazoo Karaoke is a channel points redeem. If you save up 5,000 channel points, you can make me stop whatever I'm doing, and I have to sing the song that you want me to sing. But instead of singing it, I have to kazoo it. Let me double check what key I normally do it in. Bear with. It's like against the law for me to talk about Ghost, the Vocaloid producer, which honestly, if you like Vocaloid, or if you're looking for like some nice English language Vocaloid songs, if you want to sing along that, although trigger warning, a lot of Ghost and Pals songs, or just the Ghost and Pals, sometimes they go by Ghost and Pals rather than Ghost, just because obviously there's other musical acts called Ghost. Some of them are horror themed, some of the music videos will have like body horror, stuff like Amidalla's Ragdoll or whatever the fuck that's about, tryptophobia. There's the couple songs about that's got like dentist stuff in it. Appetite of a People Pleaser might have references to like eating disorders and stuff, so just like check the trigger warnings for individual songs. Normally, a Ghost music video like will say at the beginning like what the trigger warnings are. Happy Days is one of my favorite Ghost and Pal songs. Let me see here. Ghost, not that Ghost. Ghost and Pals. Okay, this is +2. I guess I +2 and then sing it an octave lower. But we're not singing. We're kazooing. Because that's what Virgil has spent his channel points on. So now I must become a kazooing boy. Okay. And then we'll watch a silly ghost video, and then we'll Cecil time. I'm sorry, it's been almost 2 hours. I should have started Cecil sooner. Open the key. Why is that hard to do the kazoo? I think because it's like so much the same note over and over. Oh my god, it's getting so warm in here. I can't get that deep on the kazoo, it's hard. It's been a while. That was Hoodie I'm Home by Ghost, aka Ghost and Pals. I have butchered it on a kazoo, but I like to think it would be with Ghost's blessing. It's not even as warm today as it has been, and I feel like I need the fan on. I feel like that the last couple days. God damn it, I'm sorry we're not already listening to Night Vale. I hope you enjoyed the kazooing. That song was weird to do. It's hard to do low notes on a kazoo. Ghost and Pals. It's like, I don't even remember what it's called. It's like one of those so it's like an album yes. So you may have heard of an album crossfade, or you might have seen one and not known what it's called. So an album crossfade is like a band might put out an album crossfade video when they have a new album out. Essentially, it's like a video that just plays like 20 seconds of each song on the album, and each song fades into the other song. That's all it is. It's just like a little album preview advertisement thing. And each song, fades into the next one. You can see, Ghost has some strange ones. The one for Ghost's first album is no longer on their own channel. It was re-uploaded by someone else. A Ghost on YouTube, the Vocaloid person, not the metal band, is just called Ghost. This is their other. This is the more recent. This is one of their later album crossfades. And then they've uploaded it as like a. Instead of just the usual, here's every track on the album, they've done it as an ASMR video where their album is playing at full volume from down the street. I love that. If you're gonna do an album crossfade, make it different. So the Nothing Perfect album is, yeah, ASMR, my album plays down the street. You know, it's playing at full volume but at the other end of the street. That's cool. But to me, it's not as funny as their original one, which I misremembered as being on the kazoo. It's not. It's on the automaton. I think it might be a mix. Oh, I don't remember if it's fully automaton. I think it's got the actual real karaoke track, but instead of the Vocaloid, Ghost has covered it with an automaton instead. If you don't know what an automaton is, it is a wondrous musical instrument. It looks like a big musical note. And it has like on the stem of the note is where you would like move your finger to get a different pitch out of the instrument, and then you squeeze the bottom to open its mouth, and it screams the note out. It sounds kind of kazoo-like. I forgot there was a Miku one. I've always wanted the Kirby one because I love Kirby. You guys know I have to have things with Kirby on. It's very silly. and they sound very silly. So, I can't talk about Ghost without playing the original album Crossfade. The album is called Thanks to You. Well, the full album of the title is very long. Because it's like a mix, the title of, how is what spelled? Automaton? Or the Ghost album? But the Ghost album is, you can't say yes, Virgil. I was like, I asked what word you were trying to spell. You can't just say yes. Okay. Otamaton. I don't know what otama means. I presume it means something in Japanese, and then tone, because I guess it's like the word tone from like a musical instrument. I wrote it in chat. Yes, so the original Ghost album has a really long name because it's actually word for word like a hate comment that Ghost got that might have been like bot generated or just someone who maybe English wasn't their first language. So the full name of the album is ridiculously long, but the short version is Thanks to You Song. I love this video. I have to show it to anyone who's ever heard of any of Ghost and hasn't seen this video. And if you have, you get to watch it again. It's Ghost doing an album crossfade of their first album, Thanks to You Song. But instead of just playing every track on the album, they've done automaton covers of each song with a little MS Paint doodle of the song, of the character from the song, whilst they tell puns based on the subject of the song. For example, Appetite for People Pleaser might have puns about cake. Over the top of them playing it on the automaton. So you just enjoy, it's a vibe. I love this stupid video.
Imagine owning the world's greatest love songs now with us.
It's worse than I remembered.
Collection. I present to you album title.
So, that screaming is the sound of the automaton. Isn't it beautiful? I'm so sorry. I forgot. I wanted to pause on the album title.
Love songs now with us. In a once-in-a-lifetime collection, I present to you album title.
So it's Thanks to You Song that people I don't understand. Oh my god. Thanks to You Song that I don't understand how people like it. I'm forced to listen to this shit every day because my fucking sister plays this every time without getting bored of listening to it. Thanks, Ghost, for this piece of shit you've introduced into my life. And that's the name of the album, is the hate comment that they got. So let's enjoy all the Ghost hits. The classic Ghost
really
hits.
Great songs that aren't that great, plus they're instrumentals, I guess. By just one artist. Me.
It's
Ghost and Pals. Ghost and Pals.
It's so out. It's like not in tune, the automaton.
It's a digital download for just 5 easy payments of it's just $11. Also on Spotify, so like you know. But wait, reconsider your life choices. But wait, there's more. There really isn't. That's right. You get my songs by Ghost and Pals. It's an album. Album title is not sold in stores. It is only sold on the dark web. So remember, songs, 20 of them for just $11. Call the number on your screen to order my album. If you call within the next 10 minutes, you get nothing.
I promise the actual versions of the songs are really good. Ghost songs are great. Ghost and Pals, I think is what they are on the Spotify.
When is a doll not a doll? When it's $1. Who invented fire? Some bright spark. What do planets like to read? Comic books. What kind of stars wear sunglasses? Movie stars. I think I would enjoy working as a mirror cleaner. It's just something I could really see myself doing. What did the baseball player say to the friend who returned after missing a day of school? Welcome back.
This is my favorite bit. I love this. Just creeping up.
What type of music do
Just
demons
the
like?
silence and the slow scroll.
Soul music. What is the devil's lesson called? A demonstration. Why did the cake go to the doctor? Because it was feeling crummy. Why did the burglar break into the bakery? Because he heard the cakes were rich. What do you call a baker with a cold?
I don't know. I don't know, guys.
Coffee cake.
That's so funny.
Okay, we're done.
That's the whole thing. Anyway, I've got work to do. So anyway, sorry about that detour. Right, these first, then the keychains. I'm not allowed to get dinner until it's done. I don't think, even if we got to all the episodes I would want to, even if I hadn't rambled for 2 hours, we wouldn't be getting to the season finale today, but we will be getting to the season finale next week. We'll at least be getting into the really juicy meat of the finale of like, oh shit's going down. But not yet, not with episode 43. I mean, well maybe, I don't remember what episode 43 actually is. I'll be honest, it's just called Visitor. I might remember once it, like, the Deaf Bowman, I was like, I don't remember that episode, and then the submarine turned up and I was like, oh, I know, I do know. Megan, you're gonna get a body! So we'll see. But then the walk signs didn't remind me of anything, so... We'll see. But we'll get to cookies today, so you guys will get to meet someone important to Cecil. And, we'll have a parade day. And maybe company picnic. If we get to company picnic, boy. What if we notice I've dyed my hair clean up in my living room? Don't tell me that! This is why we have to put Night Vale on, otherwise I will keep talking, and you'll be like, wow, you're a really talkative person. I'm not. I'm really quiet and shy. The reason why I ramble so much on stream is because it feels like I'm on my own. I talk a lot and ramble when I'm on my own. No, it's okay. I talk a lot and ramble when I'm on my own, because it's just like internal monologuing, and I do the same thing when I'm on stream, because it's like my brain forgets there are other people here. And I'm basically just on my own. If there were other people in the room with me, I'd immediately be like, oh, scary, and like be really quiet. So, anyway, onwards we go. Reminder, Welcome to Night Vale is a horror comedy, so there will be horror themes, trigger warning for that, and mentions of, like, supernatural stuff, conspiracy theories, violence, blood, gore, body horror, derealization, etc. If you find any of that triggering, please feel free to drop out of the rest of stream, or if you try listening to Night Vale and you don't enjoy it, that's absolutely fine. We only listen to Night Vale on Mondays, we don't listen to them on Wednesday streams. So you can always just pop along on Wednesdays, or on Mondays while I ramble, because there'll always be that portion. Reminder, these episodes are from 2013 that we're listening to right now, so anything that Joseph says at the beginning, like about new announcements of tours and stuff, isn't currently relevant, but if, oh, not a fucking ad break right now. But if you do enjoy Welcome to Night Vale, please do consider supporting them. We're only listening to the episodes that are up for free, but they do also have episodes that you can buy off their Bandcamp for pay what you want. Those are their live shows that often will have extra characters interacting and talking to Cecil, like Carlos and Tamika and other characters. They also have a merch store, they have a Patreon. Please consider supporting them. We will not be listening to the weather songs, one, in order to get through more episodes, and two, because I don't want the stream to get muted for playing copyrighted music. So if you would like to listen to the weather, please also, you can go and listen to the episodes where they upload them. Same for if you want to catch up on any episodes you've missed, because we are about to listen to episode 43. You can listen to Night Vale on YouTube, Spotify, or anywhere else that you can listen to podcasts. I'm no way sponsored or affiliated with them. Just think they deserve the shout out. So.
Hi, This is probably not Josephine, creator of
Not
Welcome
me.
to Night
It
Vale,
is
or,
Joseph.
I don't know. I'm not sure anymore.
That's
I'm talking
Joseph.
to you now from, where am I? Dallas, I think? Because,
Gonna
hey,
get
guess
the
what? We're
volume
on
up.
tour right now. Most of that tour is sold out, but there's still tickets available for shows in Lawrence, Kansas, St. Louis, Louisville, and
Okay.
Chicago. So
yeah.
if you live in or near
Listen
one
to
of those
Night Vale
places,
now.
go to welcometonightvale.com
If you were in the ad break-
and click on live shows to change.
We're listening to episode 43. You can always go back and listen to what we've catched up on. These episodes are from 2013, so some of the stuff might be out of date, like they don't take donations on their website, but they do have a Patreon if you would wish to support them.
Your life forever, or temporarily, or forever. At the end of March, in just a few weeks, we will be at the Emerald City Comic Con in Seattle, where we will be doing a panel and signings and existing and stuff like that. Entirely separate
Yeah,
from.
or a couple episodes ago, they were like, hey, we're gonna be at DashCon next month, and I'm like, no, you're fucking not. Oh, because they did not go. Because they didn't get paid. And then the staff were like, wow, welcome to Night Vale, just like walked, how rude. And it's like, you didn't pay them, lady.
The Comic Con on Saturday, March 29th at the Moore Theater. We will be doing an exclusive live crossover
They were more than
show
generous
the
with you,
Thrilling
waiting
Adventure
for you
Hour,
to have the
featuring
money
a never seen
or
before
pay them with
or
the door
possibly
sales
since
tickets, which is not how
script.
you should
It's a
pay people.
one-time big thing. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on live shows to not miss your chance to witness this. Speaking of nothing related to what I was just saying, we released a recording of our last touring live show, Condo, so not a show we are ever going to perform live again. Listen without fear of spoiling.
That's the other thing, yeah. Every time they do a new live tour, it's a new show, so you can't ever see the same show twice. So if you do want to go back, especially Condos is really sweet. It's about Cecil and Collis trying to get their first apartment together.
Future live show. It's almost an hour of brand new episode with live backing music by Disparition and guest stars like Jackson Public, Mara Wilson, and of course.
Yes, that's true. They have all the backing music in Night Vale is by Disparition. They actually have him come on the live shows with them, and he does all the backing music live. Like all the instrumental soundtrack is by Disparition. So I think that's cool that he comes on tour.
Of course, Dylan Marin as Carlos. It's available on iTunes. Just search for, Night Vale Condos, and on our Bandcamp at nightvale.bandcamp.com. On our store, we have mayoral campaign posters and shirts, so you can show the world who you support. We have scout badges and buttons designed by Kate Leth of Kate or Die, and we also have the return of our popular
That's who I
Cecil and
support.
Carlos shirt. Go to
Not that I'm against the faceless old woman, I'm just
and
how
click
can
on
I say
store
no
to
to a
become a better
five-headed
person
dragon?
through the exchange
He's
of
literally
money.
a five-headed
Hey,
dragon.
if you like what we do
Who
here with this show
cares?
and you want to help us understand and come to terms with the idea of loss, please consider signing up for a small monthly donation. We really do depend on all of you. Those who donate a little more get a special personal thank you from Cecil himself. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on donate to do that. Anyway, this has maybe or maybe not been Josephine. I don't know. But, hey, thanks.
Listen to your heart. You can hear it deep under the earth, creaking and heaving, with roots snapping and birds flapping quickly away. Welcome to Night Vale.
This is episode 43, Visitor. I don't recall who the visitor is. Let's see if my memory is jogged.
Listeners,
Cecil.
there's a visitor in my studio today.
Oh.
No one you know, no one I know, not even a thing you or I know. It is, I am unsure what it is. Let me describe it. Imagine a duck, but just the eyes.
Oh.
No, larger than that.
Oh.
Really large duck eyes. Now imagine fur, puffy fur, like a bear cub. Soft and tan, and a thick round belly, and no real discernible arms or legs, just little nubs that flit about as it slowly moves across the floor. Oh my god, it's adorable!
Oh, you said oh no, Virgil, and I'm like... It's not a Strex pet, is it? So, we've heard of Strex pets before. Kevin mentions them in the Sandstorm in episode 19. Strex pets are Oh, fuck it. Okay. Strex pets are... Fucking hell. They are pets made by Strex. You're like, what do you mean the corporation's making pets? I know. I don't know if they literally are growing them in a lab or if they are experimenting on existing animals. I don't remember. Maybe they're just like trying to make their own animal. They shouldn't. And Kevin mentions that everyone should get their own Strex pet. No. Oh god, I don't. Okay.
Wish
It's
you
more
could
Strex
see
lore.
this thing. Oh! It just made a noise. Oh, did you hear that, listeners? Like a mouse squeak meets a bike
Cecil, don't fall for it. Strex doesn't do anything good. Come on.
horn meets a sincere question about love. Oh, what a cute surprise. Many of you remember a couple years back, we here at the
Sorry, I had to pause because I remembered something that happens. Okay, with the Strex. Okay.
station found a stray cat in
Koshek!
the men's restroom. We named him Koshek.
He's amazing.
Koshek is still in the men's bathroom, as he always has been, and presumably always will be, hovering exactly 4 feet off the ground at a fixed point in space. Koshek has been a real anchor for us here at the station. We built him a special litter box and feeding dish because of his distinctive physical state. And I have just been in love with that cat.
Yay.
I've never been a cat guy, but Koshek,
He's special.
he's the sweetest boy. Now, this new whatever, it doesn't move much. His big, dark eyes, oh god, they're so charming, just staring, pleading. Well, it's not really doing much. I think it's scared. Let's let it be for now. And I'll get us to the news.
Like
Controversy
breathing heavy.
is plaguing the mayoral race here in Night Vale. After Pamela Winchell announced her surprise resignation from the post last spring, 2 frontrunners for Night Vale mayor have been polling neck and necks. The faceless old woman who secretly lives in your home, and Hiram
I'm
McDaniels.
sorry, I was like, why did he say neck and necks, plural? Oh, because Hiram has 5 necks. That's
who
a
is
good bit.
literally a 5-headed dragon. Supporters of the faceless old woman are claiming that while officially acquitted of insurance fraud, evidence suggests that Hiram is in possession of a stolen truck. They checked the registration of his vehicle
Frank Chen's?
and found that it belonged to one Frank Chen.
I've noticed, I don't think I've listened to it, there's a later episode that is called, like, The Life of Frank Chen or something, I don't know. So Frank Chen is, like, the fake ID that Hiram was using at one point. We do not know whether or not he ate Frank Chen. I choose to believe Frank Chen's fine for now.
Who was found dead
Okay, he's not fine.
nearly 2 years ago.
Never mind.
Frank's body was covered in claw and scorch marks, and the coroner gave the cause of death as dragon.
There's an audio recording of his meow in an episode, and I remember turning my headphones off, don't know what happened. Oh, of the the Strex pet making noise. Thank you for the warning. I don't know if I'll remember in time. The thing, the Night Vale thing that genuinely makes me have to rip my headphones off is there's an episode where the faceless old woman puts a silverfish in Cecil's ear, and if you're wearing headphones, you don't want to listen to that bit. Oh, Koshek's meow. I think it... Okay, I'll bear it in mind. So there's a warning. There might be a sound. There might be a sound at some point that is annoying, but I don't know what it is. The silverfish thing, I think we'll have some more pre-warning that it's about to happen. It's not for many episodes yet. I don't remember what episode it is, but I think I'll know when it's gonna happen, and it's mixed well, too well. So, like, she puts it, for example, in his right ear, and so it, like, only comes through the right earphone, and it genuinely, it makes me shut it, because it's, like, the sound of a bug going into his ear, and it feels like, when you listen to it, it feels like there's a bug going into it. I hate it.
at least 3 heads. Hiram denies that he stole the truck and says that Frank is a friend and is totally not dead.
Well, he definitely
Frank
didn't
was
eat him if
probably
he found his
just
body.
fooling around with all those weird injuries, McDaniels claimed. His campaign fired back at the faceless old woman, saying that since her origin is lost to distant history and she has no birth certificate, she is not able to prove that she's an American citizen. Election Day is June 15th. Votes will be
Ooh, Election Day is June 15th, so for those that don't realize where that's at, that helps you know when that's going to be announced, because Night Vale episodes come out bi-monthly on the 1st and the 15th of every month, and June 15th is their season finale date. That's the last episode of a new season before they then get into the next one.
cast, but not tabulated, as the mayor is, of course, decided by
their,
counting and
year
interpreting
anniversary.
the loud pulses.
Just wanting you all in case, because that meow is a recording. See, it's extremely loud and shrill. I don't know when in the episode it's going to happen, but thank you for the warning. It probably will.
From
I have
Hidden
very
Gorge.
sensitive ears. I have problems with my
Let's
ears. I'm
have a
still on the
look
wait list for
now
the hospital to look at
at
them.
traffic. There's a silver pickup, full-sized, well-worn, tall.
If this is the episode,
long.
then that I think
The
where stuff
windows are
happens
grey
Koshek,
with
I'm
dry
sorry if
dirt.
anyone gets sad.
The tires are lined
Everything will be
with
fine, I
firm
promise.
tread. Inside,
But I refuse
sits
to
a
spoil
man.
things.
full-sized, well-worn, tall. He has a hat and some denim. His face is lined with firm tread. His mind is grey
He notices it before it happens.
with history.
Okay. If Cecil says
He doesn't
Koshik made a
remember
meow like
things.
blah,
This does not mean he can't.
then
It means
we'll
he
find
doesn't.
out.
He just looks
I guess
at
that's the
what
time we'll
is
have
in
to
front of
prepare.
him. He deals only in the present. The
I feel
past
like, you know what,
dictates
Virgil?
his disposition.
I
but the
suspect
present
it might be
is the only
renovations.
thing he can see. Cars, people, animals.
Wait, would it be renovation? No, it
trees,
couldn't be renovations, could
mud,
it? Never mind.
A telephone.
I was like, that would make sense.
A telephone
given
that rings sometimes.
things.
A
but
telephone that rings and shows
Yeah,
a
no.
name he knows.
That might not actually make sense,
But he does
considering
not pick up.
who is in that episode.
That name is not part of his present.
So never mind. I don't know when it.
Forgiveness
I don't know.
and memory
Green, don't worry.
are
Everything
too
will end up
inextricable
okay.
to, say, answer a phone.
Here's what I will say about Night Vale. Cecil and Carlos will be fine. They don't get killed off. We will not be burying our gays. I would not show you guys a thing that did that and get you this invested. Ultimately, things will work out. Even if sad things happen in the show, ultimately things will work out. It's not, there might be but minor characters and side characters who do get killed off, but ultimately Night Vale doesn't there's sad bits, I will say, but it's not meant to be too heavy of a show, I guess.
Brake lights. He slows. He drives carefully. He drives in the moment. He is a good driver. He is good
I
at
need to stop
lots of
pausing
things.
it. But thank you for the warning about
The phone rings.
my fears for the cat.
He is not
Have faith.
good.
No matter
at
what happens,
everything.
Green,
This has been
I want you to have faith, because I
Traffic.
promise it'll be okay.
Wow, this little creature is so
Even if it seems like things
shy.
aren't going to be okay for Koshik,
I
promise
tried
they
placing a cup of water on the floor, but it just won't move. It just stares at me from the corner with its giant duck eyes. Just stares at
are.
me.
But yeah, so at some point, maybe this episode, or at least later today, there might be a really shrill sound that might hurt people's ears. But I don't know when it's going to happen. It might be preceded by Cecil saying that he's going to do an impression of a meow, or that Koshik is going to meow. I can't give more than that.
Motionless. Really cute, though. Wait. I think it moved.
Oh, did it?
Here, boy. Or girl. Or either. Come get some
neither.
water. Come here. You're so cute. So cute. Nope. Didn't move. But its eyes followed me as I moved in my chair. Or did they? They're just solid black. All pupil. Like a what? A spider? Well, that'd be weird.
I'm sorry, that would be weird if the Strex pet had spider. I'm sorry. Night Vale deers have 2 heads and spider eyes, and have fucking realtors living inside of them. I mean, I'm not for the Strex pet. I believe he says I've recorded Koshik Meow, listen to this. Oh, okay, thank you, Virgil. I'm not Team Strex pet, but that's where you draw the line at weird.
Other dark dots around its face could be eyes, but no, I don't think it's... Oh! Wait. That noise again. Listen. Oh!
See, so that sounds like a computer turning on.
Cute. Or weirdly cute.
What the
or just weird.
It was very faint. It was just like a bzz.
Okay, let's have a look at the community calendar. This Wednesday night, the Night Vale Community Theater will be holding auditions for the musical Into the Woods.
I love that musical.
Interested thespians should bring night vision goggles, glass cutters, a breathable ski mask, and quiet shoes to the First Night Vale Bank. On Thursday, the Museum of Forbidden Technologies will open their new exhibit called Thought Crimes. Anyone who attends the exhibit is obviously interested in learning about forbidden technologies and will be arrested immediately.
If I ever use the term thought
Tickets
crimes,
are available on the museum website. And here's a tip. They can't arrest you for buying tickets if you're in your own home. They can, however, use tear gas to flush you out and then arrest you. Friday afternoon, the staff of Dark Owl Records will be wearing black pants and chainmail veils. Saturday night is the grand opening of Night Vale's newest restaurant, Tourniquet, featuring executive chef LaShawn Mason, who was previously a sous chef for Night Vale's top-rated fine dining establishment, Shame. LaShawn hopes to bring classical French cooking into the 21st century with a mix of molecular gastronomy and human remains. Tourniquet offers a prix-fixe menu for $35, featuring choice of appetizer, entree, dessert, and sudden awareness of a hideous, suppressed memory. Sunday morning is. Period. It just is. Okay, listeners. I think I finally got this thing to trust me. It waddled over here just a moment ago. Oh, so cute the way its bulbous square of a body moves. It came right up to me and let me pet it. I'm petting it now, and it's purring, I think, or humming, or buzzing. Oh, what a cuddly little addition to our station this thing will make. What should we name it? I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl or maybe genderless, like the future humans who visited Night Vale in the 1950s with their time travel technology, which was then outlawed until last year. Oh my God, listeners! It's hugging my leg! It's hugging my leg!
Is it?
This is the cutest thing. I have got to get a photo of this. Let me get my phone from my bag. If I could just... Oh, God. Oh, you're really heavy. I can't seem to move from this spot here, ladies and gentlemen. And the little guy or gal doesn't seem to want to let go. You're so strong. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So that's fine.
We've received an update from Carlos and his team of scientists about the house that doesn't exist. The one in the Desert Creek development. It looks like it exists. Like it's right there when you look at it.
Have to do the full
And it's
thing every
between
time.
two other identical houses, so it would make more sense for it to be there than not. But it doesn't actually exist. The scientists have been carefully monitoring John Peters, you know, the farmer, who has been standing alone in the house for weeks. The house is completely empty except some photographs on the wall. Each one seems to be of a lighthouse.
All of them are of a lighthouse.
The scientists,
and we know that there's a lighthouse in the desert otherworld that Dana's trying to make her way to.
long too scared to open the door, finally got the nerve to go up to the house and try. It was locked. They shook the handle, hard at first, violently at second, pounding and yelling at third. And those observing John from the window saw no change in his behavior. The door slammed open, and a woman answered, "What do you want?" she shouted at the scientists. "We wanted to see what that man was doing in there?" One of them meekly replied. "What man?" the woman said. "I live alone." And looking in from the front door, they could see a room of the same shape and size as the one John Peters, you know, the farmer, had been standing in.
So when they look through the window, they can see John, but when they look through the door, he's not, the open door, he's not there. Almost as if he's some sort of...
The room was full of chairs and a couch and plants and a table and photographs, but none of lighthouses. Most of faces. Faces similar in form to the woman's at the door. The scientists who were at the window could see John standing in the empty room looking at lighthouses. The woman said her name was Cynthia, and she'd lived there for 19 years. The scientists left her alone, returning quietly to the lab. Carlos added that the Desert Creek housing development was only 3 years old. Ow! Ow! Oh, listeners, I think I've been bitten by this thing. Oh God! Ow! I can see blood. Get off! Get off! Ow! Oh! I need to go wash this. Let's go now to a word from our sponsor.
Are you achieving your fullest potential? Are you finding the right solutions for your challenges?
You know his voice.
Are you making the most of what you're given? Do you believe in a smiling God? Of course you do.
I believe in
we
you,
all
Kevin.
do. We must. Well, what if I told you the...
What do you mean, no green? How dare you? But the background music's the same music that was used in the Desert Bluffs episode. But we know Kevin works for Strex Corp. But this is the first time we've heard Kevin's voice. This is episode 43. And it's the first time we've heard Kevin's voice since episode 19. We know he works for them, but we never, you know, again, like, when this episode came out, no one ever thought you were going to hear from Kevin again. You're just like, oh, it's just like a guest star episodes, whatever. And then this happens. And you're like, oh. I mean, obviously Kevin works for them, so there's some pre-recorded sponsor. They just were like, oh fuck, we need a pre-recorded sponsor. Let's just get one of the Desert Bluff ads.
Smiling God was smiling
Since
more
they own Desert Bluffs Radio and now also own Night Vale Radio.
than ever. What if the smiling God had a smile so wide that you could see yourself in its mirrored teeth? And what if I told you that your gauzy reflection looked perfect? Just perfect.
Oh, thanks, Kevin.
You would like that. Of course. We all would. We must. And what if I told you your perfect self hated your imperfect self?
Oh, that sounds
And
a
as
bit
the smiling God
like it could encourage,
smiled
like,
wider, you could see a
self-hatred
tongue
and
pressing
body
through the
dysmorphia,
teeth.
like,
Thick and pink and gray
sounds
and
unhealthy.
wet. And what if I told you you could see your imperfect self in the shining sheen of the bulging tongue, and in your reflection you were slack and sallow, and maybe bleeding? A lot. Bleeding so much.
We're not really hiding the blood thing anymore, are we, Kevin?
And what if I told you you could kill your imperfect self? What if I told you you could achieve your fullest potential? Strex Corp Cinternist Inc. is a proud supporter of the greater Desert Bluff and Night Vale community. Strex Corp, believe in a smiling God. Believe in your perfect self. Strex. Strex.
Listeners, I'm on my cell phone calling from the men's bathroom. I had intern Jeremy patch me into the board so I can still broadcast. That thing tried to follow me in here as I limped down the hall. I was able to outrun it, but I've had to use the deadbolt on the bathroom door to keep it out. All this talk about Koshek today, and here he is. Hi, baby boy.
Hi, baby boy.
That thing is nothing at all like you. The door's come off its hinges. It's gotten in. I'm gonna duck into the stall.
There might be noises.
I'm peering now under the walls and see nothing. I'm standing now on the commode and looking over the walls and see nothing. Listeners, the only thing more terrifying than seeing the devil is no longer being able to see the devil. Perhaps I should be quiet. Intern Jeremy, can you, 1, call animal control, and 2, take us now to the wet... What was that? No. Koshek, what have you done to my cat, you monster? Jeremy, take us to the weather. You come here, you son of a...
This episode made me so mad. Like, this episode is the absolute turning point. Absolutely. This episode is really like the point of no return, turning point of shit's going down. Kevin's back. We've already met Lauren. And the facade of Strex is starting to melt, right? Like, the facade of, like, we're just this nice, friendly company. Kevin's just openly fucking talking about blood now. These Strex pets have been revealed as being violent monsters, and we know that Strex are trying to force every single one of their employees, quote-unquote, to have one of them. Are they really pets, or are they a way for Strex to enforce their employees to behave?
Somebody knew I was meant for someone. So go leave your boots by the bed.
We skip the weathers because I don't want to get in trouble playing copyrighted music. Green, I promise, whatever happens, eventually it will be fine. And it will be very satisfying once it's fine. It just won't be fine for a few more episodes. But when it is fine, that line, and Virgil might know what line I mean, that he is holding, like, that, I lost my mind listening to that. I remember being, like, alone downstairs because my ceiling was leaking and I couldn't stand the noise of it dripping and we were waiting to get it fixed. So I was, like, downstairs in the living room on my own, listening to Old Oak Doors Part A and Part B, and he is holding. I can't finish the line because it would be spoilers. I was, like, screaming. A few episodes? I'm sorry, Green. Maybe.
Oh God, listeners.
Sorry.
Koshek has been hurt.
I'm sorry.
Very badly. Animal control came and took him to a hospital. They think he will live.
But I don't remember the meaning of Koshek's name now. But the problem is with that, well, they think he'll live. He was hurt badly, but it's fine. They just moved him to a hospital. Oh god, they moved him! But he's not supposed to be able to be moved. He's stuck at a fixed point, floating in the air. Yeah, green.
They think he will live differently. They think there will be significantly less of him physically and mentally, but he will live. He is my boy.
Oh, fuck. I'm crying.
He's my buddy. I love him so much. And this thing comes here and... Yes. Let me tell you about this thing, this awful beast. After I saw it tear Koshek from his fixed point and bite into his side, I kicked it, and I kicked it again, and Jeremy helped me pin it down, and Animal Control tried to sedate it, and I wanted to beat it to death with a hammer, but I had no hammer, only self-control. Animal Control tried to inject it with their delicious poisons, but they stopped. They said, we can't inject. It is a machine.
Yeah.
And they flipped its switch and it died. And I have never been so relieved.
Strex pets are actually robots. Killer little robots that Strex make and give to their customers, probably to keep, not customers, sorry, employees, probably to keep them in line, but trust me, Strex have other ways of doing that as well.
To be safe and so disappointed to be shorted my vengeance.
But then it can't be like, oh, but then there's no, well, maybe Strex Corp tried to make nice little pets and they just went out of control. No, if it's a robot, it means someone programmed it to be like that.
Our new program director, Lauren, came in and wanted to know why we destroyed my gift. My gift? I asked. It's your birthday, she replied. Daniel and I and the whole Strex Corp management team got you that Strex pet because we know you love animals so much. And I replied, but it's a machine. A bio machine, she retorted.
It's a cyborg, I guess.
And it's not my birthday, I mumbled as Animal Control took Koshek away. I'm going to go now.
Cyborg animals.
Go see my Koshek. He should be out of surgery in half an hour or so, and I'm sure he will live. I'm sure he will float again at a fixed point exactly 4 feet up in the men's bathroom of our community radio station. I'm sure there is vengeance to be found.
I'm sure there is.
I'm sure I will find it. I'm sure I just have to find the right recipient. Stay tuned next for the sound of your own thoughts, broadcast live on the radio for all to hear. And as always, good night, Night Vale.
Good night, Cecil.
Good night.
So, yeah, this episode really is like, oh fuck, Strex isn't just like some silly villain, they could actually kill everyone. Yep.
Welcome to Night Vale is a production of Commonplace Books. It is written by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner, and produced by Joseph Fink. The voice of Night Vale is Cecil Baldwin. The voice of Kevin was Kevin R. Free. The voice of Joseph Fink was Judy Garland. Original music by Disparition. All of it can be found at disparition.info or at disparition.bandcamp.com. This episode's weather was Cover Me Up by Jason Isbell. Find out more at jasonisbell.com. Comments, questions, Email us at nightvale@commonplacebooks.com or follow us on Twitter at Nightvale Radio. Check out welcometonightvale.com for more information on this show, as well as all sorts of cool Night Vale stuff you can own. And while you're there, consider clicking the donate link. That'd be cool of you. Today's proverb: you won't sleep when you're dead, either.
Hi, this is Joseph Fink, obviously. Who else would it be? Joseph. Like, Mink? No. I'm going to keep this short. Or not. Maybe I'll go really long. Maybe this will be the entire episode. Just me, the real Joseph Fink,
this might be Mara Wilson, the voice of the Faceless
we
Old
released a
Woman.
recording of our last touring live show, Condos, with almost an hour of brand new episode and live backing music by Disparition, and guest stars like, I don't know, Jackson Public, Mara Wilson, and of course Dylan Marin as Carlos. It's available on iTunes and on our Bandcamp at nightvale.bandcamp.com. On our store, we have so many things. We have posters and bags and shirts and patches and and bumper stickers and shirts that glow in the dark and a coffee mug. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on store to get those things. Hey, if you like what we do here with our show and you want to help us try defying gravity, please consider signing up for a small monthly donation. We really do depend on all of you. Those who donate a little more get a special personal audio thank you from Cecil himself. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on donate to do that thing. That's it for me, Joseph Fink, right? Anyway, thanks.
All that glitters is not gold. Particularly that thing over there. That's maybe a giant insect of some sort.
Anyway,
it's really too
Koshik will
dark
be fine.
to tell.
Would you like some Cecil lore to cheer you up?
To Night Vale.
This is episode 44. Cookies. I don't think Cecil lore will be cheery. Yeah. You get to know more about his family. I don't think it's bad.
Not a good salesman. This is why I am a radio host, listeners.
I think it's
because
fine.
while I like to talk to people, a real people
It's not
person,
scary back. It's not
it
like
says
scary
in
backstory
Russian
family
at the
stuff.
bottom of my college degree, I don't like to shape a conversation toward buying and selling. I like to tell people stories that affect them, allowing my listeners to process the stories in their own
And I said this would be why you find out why Cecil
I
might
don't
care
want
so
to
much
directly
about wheelchair
tell them how to think. I am
So he would
not
probably care
a
about that
good
anyway.
salesman.
He's just a good person.
That being said, I have Girl Scout cookies. Please, if you want some, come on up to the station. My niece, Janice, joined the Girl Scouts last year, and I have box upon box of caramel delights, thin mints, and those lemon ones.
Cecil has a niece. He has a sister. His sister has a kid. The kid is called Janice. She's adorable. She's lovely. I promise. She's genuinely lovely.
There are also quite a few of these new cookies in very heavy, unmarked black boxes that I think are made entirely of metal. And there's one box that's a 5-foot by 5-foot wooden crate with air holes cut into the top and peanut butter patties scrawled on it in permanent.
A crate with air holes in the top? I don't know if that's meant to sound suspicious as like the box that you
Marker.
But...
I can hear breathing inside. I know people normally order the cookies first and then get them delivered weeks later, but sometimes a mother goes out of town and the stepfather isn't on top of his stepdaughter's extra.
Again, so yes, so Cecil's niece Janice, Cecil has a sister, and it is Janice's mom, and Janice also has a stepdad. Cecil's sister's not currently with Janice's father, so Janice has a stepdad. Cecil might not get along with him that well.
extracurricular activities.
I promise he's not bad.
And then the child doesn't know how to sell cookies on her own.
But
so the kindly uncle with a busy radio job has to step
I
in
wonder who Cecil doesn't
and
like.
buy up a bunch of boxes so she can go camping with her friends while you continue to disappoint everyone with your inattention to detail and sports gambling and idiotic taste in shoes, Steve Carlsberg.
There it is.
Yes, Steve, this is how things sometimes happen.
So, the man that Steve, the man that Cecil hates, because Cecil just thinks he's annoying and he, like, questions things in Night Vale too much and thinks genuinely, honestly, too practically about things. Him and Cecil don't get along. And to be honest, it's probably not even because of all of these little things that Steve does that annoys Cecil, it's probably just the fact that he's Cecil's brother-in-law. And I guess Cecil just thinks his sister could do better, but I promise you, there's gonna be a whole arc going off here. I was waiting for this reveal for so long, it's so hard not to talk about these things, I know! I promise you, Steve's gonna have a great moment in the finale. I'm gonna cry when it happens.
Anyway, listeners, these cookies are delicious. And I had to buy a lot of them. There is barely any room here in the studio or in my producer Daniel's booth. So, buy some cookies. Please help us. It is difficult to move, actually. Sorry, I am not a good salesman. Many of you have written in asking about our station cat, Koshek. He was attacked by an animal that our stupid...
Lovely.
That our evil... that our station management let in the building for some careless reason. Well, Koshek is on the mend. He lost his right eye. His legs are healing, but he's missing part of his front left paw and will walk with a limp. He's at the vet today to have the feeding tube removed. It's fine. He is fine. Oh, here's something nice, though. Koshek spent his whole life floating 4 feet off the ground at a fixed point in the men's bathroom here at our station. He never moved from there until he was attacked. I hate to think much about the pain he's been in while healing from broken bones and severe lacerations, but, listeners, I got to hold Koshek for the first time last week.
Aww.
I got to pick him up, hug him, carry him around my home. Carlos is allergic to cats, but I bought him some Claritin, so he'll be fine while Koshek heals. Thanks for all your concerns, dear listeners. It's wonderful to have him back. Oh, hey! Janice's Girl Scout cookies have really been moving. The guys in sales just came by and bought some classic shortbread cookies. The guys were all wearing matching suits and wool hats, and they threw the boxes of cookies back and forth to each other while shouting, "Hup!" and "Catch!" and "Look alive, Sean!" as they jogged back to their cubicles.
Aww.
All of the guys in sales are named Sean. So, if you like delicious cookies, come on up to the station. I already bought all these cookies with my own money, but I told Janice I would donate back all the proceeds from selling these boxes. So, it's kind of an extra gift
He just
to the
bought
Girl
all of them
Scouts
because he just
of
really
Night
wanted
Vale.
Janice to sell the most cookies.
Several listeners and co-workers have bought cookies, but no one from station management yet. It's really nice when you have the support of your management. I mean, let's be honest.
He's a great
No
uncle.
job is perfect, and relationships between bosses and employees aren't always friendly. You're going to have disagreements, of course, little disputes, sometimes big disputes, enormous ones. But you get over those things. You forgive and forget, only to retract both and be filled with vindictive rage and unrelenting memories of the pain brought upon you.
Or your cat.
Such are the difficulties of professional life. Sure do hope station management steps it up here. We're all friends after all. Looking at you in the booth there, Daniel. Oh, listeners, Daniel is blushing. He is very,
He's not blushing. He's like turning red with anger.
very red. You have a lot of blood, Daniel.
Cecil.
Listeners, I really...
He's like using their own kindness against them. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, because you guys are so sweet and kind, so of course you'd want to buy some cookies and help out a little girl, right?
We mean that. Daniel looks to have a lot of blood. Let's have a look now at traffic.
Cecil!
Dana!
Hello? Listeners, I just saw a glimmer, a flicker of something here in the studio. One moment there was simply a wall and a floor and air, and then in another moment there was a shape of a person, of a woman,
Cecil! It's your former intern. It's me, Dana.
Dana, where are you? When are you?
For right now, I am here in the studio, but I'm also still trapped in the desert near the mountain, near the lighthouse. But I'm learning more about how this works. If I turn my head just right, I can not only see places, but I can be places. I can't do it for long, but it's amazing where I can go, when I can go. I've been visiting with John Peters, you know, the farmer, who appears here from time to time. I met briefly one of your former interns, Maureen, who flicks in and out of existence here.
Yes, she flicked in and out of existence a few episodes ago because she drank the orange juice.
I've even made friends with some of the men and women of this nationless army that wanders about the desert.
Dana, I am so glad you're here now. I haven't heard from you in months. I told your mother and brother I saw you and you were safe, and that you loved them very much.
Yes, I know. Thank you, Cecil. And do you know what? Today is my brother's birthday. He's 26 today, and I used the lighthouse and my new abilities to go visit him. I finally got to see my family again, very briefly.
That's great news, Dana.
But here's what happened, and this is... Well, when I appeared in my mother's home, I saw my mother, I saw my brother, I saw their friends, I saw a cake, and the cake said, "Happy 33rd birthday." And I was confused because he is only 26. And I saw a woman standing near my brother. She wore a suit. She had short, natural hair. She stood up straight. She glowed. She looked important. I recognized her. And then my brother saw me standing there, and my mother saw me standing there, and others saw me standing there, and they began to cry. But they were fearful tears, turning into shouts and screams. Some people ran from the room. My mother couldn't come near me. I said, "Mom, it's me, Dana." And I held out my arms and tried to step toward her. And no one could control their fear, their cries. No one could move. But the woman next to my brother, she was smiling. She knew. She stepped toward me, and in that moment, I saw who it was. I knew who it was. It was me, Cecil.
Wow, so Dana in the future is gonna be like important looking and wearing a suit, and obviously she would know that she's not scared because maybe she's from the future, so she knows this has happened to her. Oh no, Dana might be important in the future.
It must have been 29 if my math is good. And I turned to our mother and said, "It's okay. It's okay." And she held her hands up, and people went silent. People listened. And she told the room who I was, who she was, who we were and what had happened, or for me, what will happen. And the tears turned from fear to relief to joy.
They're like, yeah, because they were
And
like,
we
oh god, is it an
embraced.
imposter?
You saw yourself. You saw your older self.
You should have seen the way everyone looked at the older me, Cecil. They admired me. They saw me for someone else. I must be important in my future life. I must have a good job or be a significant part of society. I must have become something. I tried to ask what I was to become, but I began to blink out of that time and
Spoilers,
place.
Dana.
And I was back in the desert, more alone, less important.
No,
You
so
have
important.
always been important.
Aww.
You have always been something. Age just reveals the facts that always were, Dana. Experience uncovers the you that always was. I am glad to know that you will be safe, that you will come home, that... Dana? You just flickered. I can't see you.
I can't stay any longer. I'm always going somewhere. Someday I won't have to go. I will just be in the place that I am. Our time and space will match again someday, Cecil.
And I am glad to know that. Oh, tell Maureen hi.
Goodbye, Cecil.
Bye, Dana.
The Night Vale Highway Department is asking all motorists to please turn on your headlights when driving through construction zones. If you see workers, please turn on your headlights. If you see workers in orange vests and black balaclavas holding large metal devices that look like miniature satellite dishes and whispering coded instructions into walkie-talkies, while low hovering disc-shaped aircraft of the like you have never seen before zip about quickly overhead, please turn on your headlights. Please, for the safety of our workers, slow your vehicle. Please turn on your headlights and slow your vehicle. Slow your vehicle with your headlights clearly in the on setting to a crawl. Come to a complete stop. For the safety of our highway workers and their vast interplanetary secrets, please get out of your vehicle and walk toward the hum. You will hear a loud humming from above. Please follow the humming until you are completely lifted from this earth, from this world, never to return. Well, to return eventually, but not to this time. To a completely different time. Maybe millennia from now. Maybe millennia ago. Who knows? You will eventually. This public service announcement has been brought to you by the Night Vale Highway Department. Good news, listeners. Daniel is telling me that StrexCorp and the whole management of the station is very excited about my support of the Girl Scouts of Night Vale, and they want to buy every box of Janice's cookies. In fact, Lauren Mallard,
Well, like,
our
kinda 'cause
program
he threatened them a
director
bit.
and StrexCorp executive, is back again, here in my studio with an
Oh.
announcement to make.
Thank you, Cecil. StrexCorp has long been a supporter of community organizations and the Girl Scouts, with their commitment to teaching young girls about nature, surviving in nature, controlling nature with their minds, radiation immunity, and advanced knife fighting skills, are an important institution here in Night Vale. Not just for our women leaders in the future, but also for StrexCorp right now, here in the present. The Girl Scouts not only have a great reputation for youth leadership training, but a pretty extensive database of nearly every girl in Night Vale.
Oh no. Tamika's a girl.
Their names, addresses, phone numbers, emails, and skill levels at various talents, like oil painting or parasailing, or library science, or slingshots, or helicopter piloting. It sure would be nice to know
Those
where
are
the young
things
ladies
Tamika
are who are
does.
good at helicopter piloting. Very few young
trying to find out
girls
the
are trained to
identities
fly
of who's in her
helicopters.
army.
We'd like to hunt down or... Weird phrasing. Scratch that. We'd like to find and meet these talented girls. So, StrexCorp is proud to announce that they have purchased the Girl Scouts of Night Vale.
Oh,
and
no.
will also be taking over management of the organization immediately.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Night Vale. We look forward to leading your children. Daniel, can you help me carry these cookies out of here?
Thank you, Lauren, for that.
You know, Cecil, I was never a Girl Scout myself, but I can say I am thrilled to support your endeavor to help bring your niece... I'm sorry, what was her name again?
I don't want
Janice. Yeah, it was Janice. I love the way you are taking part in Janice's life. You must really care for her.
Yes, with all my heart, but I don't...
I know what you were about to say. It's my favorite part of your show. Can I do it? Just this once. I've always wanted to do it.
Can you do
oh,
what?
How exciting! Thank you, Cecil. Listeners, I take you now to the weather.
Your heart is beating. I can see it. I have never felt quite so betrayed.
Oh no,
Your
Lauren knows
love is
Janice's
bleeding.
name.
I can hear it saying.
I really like this weather. But I don't want to get in trouble.
I have never felt so.
I just talked to Janice, listeners, to tell her we sold all the cookies. And she is very happy about the upcoming camping trip. She is a sweet child who loves the outdoors.
Yeah.
Thank you, listeners and station coworkers. No thank you to Steve Carlsberg, who couldn't be bothered.
Hey!
Thank you, I guess, to StrexCorp for contributing to a great cause. Please, continue the great work of the Girl Scouts. Please. They are a good organization, and they deserve so much better... They deserve so many good things. I hope all of the girls out there are safe on their upcoming camping trip. There are not many places to hide in the desert, girls, but you're very innovative. I mean, for playing tag, of course. I mean, for simple games,
Yeah, not
of
hiding
course.
from StrexCorp.
Not for self-preservation or well-thought-out strategic attacks on a highly organized enemy. You would never need to hide for those reasons. Why would I even say that?
Oh, you're so
Why
silly,
would
Cecil.
I say anything? Words. No. These are just strange noises I'm making with my face. Strange noises. And for the rest of you, what do you need? Did you get your cookies yet? Are you nourished by a couple of dollars given to a good cause in exchange for some sugary treats? Do you feel you have done enough to help young women? A specific young woman with helicopter skills? To achieve great things in a town that needs now more than ever great things achieved? Did you do enough with your cookie purchase to actualize what you believe in? To empower kids who will one day rise up and speak a great truth while waving tear-stained copies of Elizabeth Barrett Browning's sonnets from the Portuguese? Did you? I'm sorry. I am not a good salesman. Oh, and now it's time to go pick up Koshek from the vet, listeners.
Whoa.
Stay tuned next for a lifetime of self-questioning, followed by conflicting answers from an unreliable source. Good night, Night Vale.
Good night, Cecil.
Good night.
So they didn't mention it in the episode, so I'll just mention it here. Because it shouldn't be a spoiler. It shouldn't. There's no. I hate when people like plot twist. character has a disability. It's not a plot twist, it's just a thing. Janice has spina bifida. Sorry, I can't say it. So she's in a wheelchair. She's been unable to walk since birth. So that's why Cecil cares so much about wheelchair accessibility. So I will pause the episode while we do the little swishies now. I mention that because, I mean, they'll probably mention it anyway, but it's definitely going to be important for the finale. For someone's special hero moment. So we're going to cut these, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to keep listening. So, swishy time. It's the first time anyone's ever had a secondo on a badge. Okay. I will go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. I am returned. Let me move these. And we got through 2 episodes. We should be, yeah, we should easily be able to get through 2 more. That's not the 6 that I wanted to get through. We could, well, maybe we won't be able to get through those as well. And then that leaves Old Oak Doors till next week. I already want to get to Old Oak Doors now, but no, those episodes are extra long. An episode of Night Vale's normally 20 to 30 minutes. Old Oak Doors is a 2-parter, and each part is 45 minutes. But then you guys will have something to look forward to next week.
Welcome to Night Vale is a production of Commonplace Books. It is written by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner and produced by Joseph Fink. The voice of Night Vale is Cecil Baldwin. The voice of Dana was Jessica Nicole. The voice of Lauren Mallard was Lauren Sharp. Original music by Disparition. All of it can be found at disparition.info or at disparition.bandcamp.com.
It is 5 p.m.
This
already,
episode's
right?
weather was Haunted by Maya Kern. Find out more at mayakern.bandcamp.com. Comments, questions, email us at nightvale@commonplacebooks.com or follow us on Twitter at Nightvale Radio. Check out welcometonightVale.com for more information on this show, as well as all sorts of cool Night Vale stuff you can own. And while you're there, consider clicking the donate link. That'd be cool of you. Today's proverb: at your smallest components, you are indistinguishable from a forest fire.
Hi, Joseph Fink couldn't be here today, so instead you have me, and I have a big announcement. Our 2-year anniversary of doing this show is coming up, and we wanted to give all of our listeners something very special for that. So, on June 4th in New York at Town Hall, we will be doing a 2nd anniversary live show that will be taped to be the next podcast episode. This will be a huge show with a ton of exciting guest stars, like a ton, live
It's
music
amazing.
by Disparition, and this will be absolutely the only time we will be doing the script live. This is a one-time show, so don't miss the chance to see it. June 4th, New York, Town Hall. Tickets go on sale this Friday, April 8th.
But you can't listen to it without context because you need the build-up of who Kevin is, who Lauren is, who Daniel is, who Steve is, you know, Carlos and Strex and everything.
Get them before they're gone. Go to welcometonightVale.com and click on live shows to do that. Also, we released the recording of our last touring live show, Condos. It's an hour of Night Vale words and guest stars that you haven't heard and you won't hear anywhere else. It's available on iTunes and on our Bandcamp at nightvale.bandcamp.com. On our store, we have so many things, but I want to focus on one of them. Rob Wilson, the very talented designer who made our podcast logo, designed incredible Hiram McDaniels and Face This Old Woman campaign posters, which you can get either in poster or shirt form. And I don't want to spoil anything, but given the way the plot is going, those items might not be on sale for much longer. So if you want them, now's the time. Throw your support behind who you think deserves it. Welcome to nightvale.com and click on store. You probably could have figured that out. Hey, if you like what we're doing here with our show and you want to help us figure out if life is real and what that would even mean, please consider signing up for a small monthly donation. We really do depend on all of you. Those who donate a little more get a special personal audio thank you from Cecil himself. He makes them all one by one with his own hands and lungs and blood and all the other things that go into making things. Go to welcometonightVale.com and click on donate to do that thing. Sorry again that Joseph Fink couldn't be here, but on behalf of him, thanks.
This is a story about them, says the man on the radio. And you are concerned because this is not a story you were ever supposed to hear. Welcome to Night Vale.
It's another one of these, boys. This is episode 45, a story about them, told very much in a similar way to episode 13, a story about you. But then there's 2 other characters from that episode. The man who is not tall and the man who is not short. I love how that starts almost the same way, because the story about you starts with, this is a story about you, says the man on the radio, and you were, was you excited because you'd always wanted to hear a story about yourself on the radio before?
This is a story about them. They sit in a car, much like your own, perhaps. Do you drive a black sedan with tinted windows, into which innocent people disappear forever? then it is very, very much like your own. There are two men in the car. The man who is not tall watches a house through the window. He makes no attempt to hide what he is doing. The car is similarly clear about its existence. What they do is secret, but there is no need to hide it. Not in this town. For instance, this day, the radio has just started narrating what they do as they do it, for all to hear. The man who is not tall glances down at the radio, not annoyed, or concerned, or afraid. He just looks at it, because that is what his eyes do right then. And then he looks back at the house, as the man on the radio says that he looks back at the house. The one who is not short is supposed to be watching the house as well. 4 eyes are better than 2. 7 eyes are better than 3, and so on. But he is not.
Etsy order's done, so we will move on to peeling and quality control checking these charms.
Watching the house. He is looking down at a crossword puzzle, on which he has just written teeth for the 5th time.
This is small.
This iteration fits neatly into the horizontal of another.
This is the one for me.
He considers the crossword for a long moment. His partner only considers the house. He, the one with the crossword, turns to the other and begins to say, "What is a 5-letter word for the discrete bone structures attached?" But he is cut off. "There he is," says the one who is not tall. They exit the car and approach a man who is leaving his house. The man does not appear surprised to see them. People rarely are. "What is this?" he says, but he leaves a period at the end of the sentence, not a question mark. They take the man and put a blindfold over his eyes, and they put him in the car. This is not a story about the man.
There's just the one in here.
You don't care about him.
Oh, it's blue now, not
The
green.
2 men and the car, along with
But
the
see,
other blindfold.
But this is what I mean when I say I have to peel them. I can't ship them out to people with the peely cover still on, because the front side is blue, but you can see through it, so you could see if there's any defects, but you can't see if there's any defects in the back because it's like opaque. I have to peel them. But it's a drawing I did of Julia back in our donathon that we did in the spring. In the magma canvas, I did some little doodles of Julia in her little ghost form. And I was just like, hey, when I ordered these keychains, I was like, why don't I finally like buy a sample and just have a keychain just for me? Because you could just do that. You could just like have a keychain. You could put like, you would have it be like a photo of someone, personal art that you've done, or even like fan art of something that you're not allowed to sell fan art of. Oh, it's my baby. So I picked this little drawing I did of her. She's all sad. She's got a little bow tie. And now I can have her with me wherever I go, even though I already wear this bracelet she made for me 2 years ago. Every single day. And I also have baby Julia, who's seen better days. Now she isn't weak to the snow. That's a reference to baby Julia. Baby Julia, this is a drawing that Julia did. And I printed her off and backed her on cardboard on the 20th of December 2022. That's her, she's on the back there. And she's not in the best condition. You can see a lot of splodges on her. She's been out in the rain, she's been out in the snow. Her legs still hanging on there. And she's peeled off a few times, especially her butt's quite water damaged because she sat in the snow. Because she's never been in the snow before. She really wanted to sit in the snow, so she comes places, but you know, she's she's made of paper. That was just for me, right?
Man, leave Coyote Corners, a quiet development of old tract homes, the same way they had come. Openly, not thought about, feared, secret. I was thinking of inviting you to dinner, says the one who is not short. He often voices
People
what he is
using emotes of
thinking of
Julia in
doing
chat.
and rarely does any of those things.
Again, even though I said I'm cutting down to streaming just twice a week, technically I'm streaming more than that, because if you don't get sick of seeing me over here, almost every week I am collaborating with my partner Julia over on her streams. So if you want to see more of us, you can do so over at Julia Boo on Twitch. She also has an ASMR YouTube channel where she does audio stuff like what I make, but obviously with female characters instead. She also puts Not Safe for Work audios up on her Patreon. She's got art commissions open, she's got audio commissions open. She's also got a gaming channel. If you ever watch any of her Twitch streams that are her playing games, she'll upload them onto said gaming channel and art channel where she puts the art pods. Yeah. I might have my phone looping one of Julia's videos. We're trying to get her monetized on YouTube, and she's got enough subscribers, but she's not got enough watch hours. She needs 1,000 more watch hours, which means someone would have to listen, like put one of her videos on a loop for 24 hours every day for 42 days for her to reach that goal. So my phone might be looping one of her videos right now, and then when I'm done with stream, my computer will also be looping a different video. Because, and then, you know, then won't that be like, it'll only take 24 days instead? If there's two of me doing it, if I'm doing it on my account and an incognito tab. I'm not trying to artificially inflate her views. I just want her to be monetized. Because once she's monetized, YouTube will recommend her videos more. YouTube doesn't really recommend and push videos that aren't monetized, because why would they? They don't make any money off those. So there's gonna be a big difference. It's not so much so she can make money off YouTube, but, I mean, partially, yes, so she can make money off YouTube. But also, and that's the reason why I get annoyed when I get demonetized. I don't make much off YouTube. So it's not about the paycheck when I get really annoyed that a lot of my videos just get demonetized for no reason. It's, if a video is demonetized or has limited ads, YouTube won't push it as much. I have not, YouTube, I mean, you can see, like, my average views for video back, at the beginning of this year. Oops, things are falling. At the beginning of this year, from, like, September 2023 through, like, February 2024, I had at least 2 or 3 videos a month that were getting 10k views. And now I haven't had a video get 10k views in, like, 6 months. YouTube just stopped. And that's when my videos started to get demonetized again. And, I mean, also when I did go down from 3 to 2 uploads. But going back up to 3 hasn't helped. We were growing at a good rate, and I'm still very grateful for everyone who is joining. I just had certain goals and expectations for this year. I was like, yeah, maybe we can get 20k on YouTube by the end of the year, because I was gaining 1,000 subscribers a month. But yeah, no, then it dropped to 300, and it's been at 300 ever since. So, again, the lack of new fandoms hasn't helped with that, but that's why I really want to try and do, like, a lot more new original characters than, to draw people in. I don't know. I'm trying.
That would have been nice, says the one who is not tall. Yes, it would have been, says the other, a tad dreamily, perhaps. That is not an adverb that is supposed to crop up in a car of this description. Few adverbs are. Says the man with the hood over his head.
It's Needle Knight Leader.
Forget him. This is a story about them.
I got them with the, like, what's it called, like, gunmetal or whatever. It's kind of, like, dark grey, almost black keychain attachment, because I didn't want to go silver or gold, because these are all, obviously, different colours each. Different colours would have suited them. Obviously, you may be like, that's smaller than the last keychains you got. Yes, but that's because they're in scale, and you've got to think how big Mesmer is, and how big Radahn is with their fucking massive swords. So she's in scale, if you wanted to get her alongside any of the others. They are double-sided. I've never got any of my pixel tubies as a keychain before. It's pretty cute. I would love to. I think it'd be fun to do them as like linking charms, as in like to do pixel tubies as linking charms one day, so we could have like Ambrose, and then another hole in the bottom, a loop, and then Arden underneath, and they'd all be attached. I don't know if Zap can do linking charms, but what I could have them do potentially is at least put another hole in the bottom, and then I could just get some little metal hoops and link them myself. But I think linking charms are really cute. There's someone on Etsy, I don't know if they still sell them, that had Transformers linking charms that were so cute, and you could customize which ones you wanted linked together, and they had so many, like, of the characters in the comics, so I could have had Cyclonus, Tailgate, and Whirl, like, all on one big old link. And I was like, oh, they're smaller than the other ones, so why are you charging the same? They cost the same amount to manufacture. They cost the same amount of money. I need to make a profit on them. And again, it's so that she's in scale with, because the size of them is like in a box. You've got to anticipate, and like her height is like not actually that different from the flower keychains. And like I say, it's so that all of them are in scale. So if you put her next to Mesmer, their heads are the same size. I didn't want her for her to weirdly be bigger, so.
That part of their work done, they drive to the Moonlight All-Night Diner.
Start quality control
It is
checking.
not night, but the neon is on. An insubstantial wisp of green in a larger, insubstantial wisp of blue. They are narrated along by the radio, until the man who is not tall turns it off. In the parking lot, the man who is not short looks up. "Hey, what is that?" he says, indicating the clear nothing of the sky. "What is what?" says the other. "I saw something," he says, "for a moment, just there, for a moment." He points again. Again, there is nothing. There couldn't have been less. "Oh, I'm sure it was," continues the man who is not short, but he does not say what he is sure it was. The man who is not tall considers his partner for a moment and shakes his head. Inside the diner, inside a booth, after menus and waters, they dig into matching turkey clubs. The diner smells like rubber and bread. The man on the radio tells them this quietly, from staticky speakers set into a foam tile ceiling. "Read any good books lately?" says the man who is not tall. "Of course not," says the other. "Good," says the first. Bites of sandwich, bits of time. "I've done the living room in a different color," says the other who is not short. "It was one color, it is now different. I hope that I will feel differently as a result." Says the first. He never knows what to say to
I'd
things
ship the
like
man
that.
who is not tall with the man
He
who is not
wishes he
short.
did. He offers the man who is not short some fries instead,
Just as
to
they should.
indicate what he
Chisel and
feels
collars.
about their friendship,
And
but cannot say.
for
The man who
reasons
is
that will
not
be
short
understood
eats
later,
a couple.
I do
He
ship
knows what
Cecil and Carlos and Kevin as a throuple. The more you listen to Night Vale, it makes more sense, okay? But I think Cecil and Carlos could help Kevin heal. There's some really, really sweet fix for the three of them. I'm just saying.
the man who is not tall means.
Though I was in the fandom at the time when no one was really shipping that, and instead people were coming up with Desert Bluffs versions of Carlos for Kevin to have, you know, his own version of Carlos to mirror Cecil. Which is cute, too. Diego, that's what they named him. It was like a fan OC that a lot of people just latched onto. But I think Carlos and Cecil would help him heal. I think Carlos would be the one who would take the first step, and Cecil would be like, ew, Kevin, and then he'd come around. There's just some cute fics out there, okay?
By
Don't
offering the fries, because they have worked together a long time. And also because the radio explained it to him just then.
Stuck to my hands.
Outside, the blindfolded man sits in the car. The desert...
Does the news true fanfic right now for this trio? Yeah, it would kind of spoil Kevin a little bit. When is Kevin's... Hang on. When is Kevin's, like, backstory episode? Let me double check what number it is, because I don't think it's till season 5. I remember listening to it when I was at university, which means it came out after Who's a Good Boy? Maybe? It's episode 73. And we're currently listening to episode 45. That doesn't make it seem like forever away. Oh no, okay, it's not. It's not after Who's a Good Boy. I don't know why I'm thinking. Really? It's 73? Okay, that's sooner than I thought. That's not forever away. We're closer to Triptych, is what the episode's called, Kevin's backstory episode. We're closer to Triptych now than we are to episode 1. I didn't realize it was so soon into season 4. Oh. Oh. I'm getting emotional. That episode, like, fucking broke me, because it confirmed my own fan theory for Kevin, which was that it's not his fault. And I was, like, crying. I was so fucking... That's the one of the few episodes after season 3 that really got me that emotional. So, I mean, I know that's after the season 3 finale, and we haven't even done the season 2 finale. It's up to you. It's up to you if you want to go and look at fanfic for them or not.
Heat trapped within by the
But it will spoil, if you look at any fanfic, then it will definitely, it might spoil, like, season 2 and season 3. And the early season 4. Actually... Oh no, that does make sense that it takes place after the season 3 finale, because that means it takes place after Taking Off, that's right. Oh, Kevin.
Class. Don't worry about it. After lunch, the 3 men drive to the industrial part of town, which was set aside by the city council to be the industrial part of town some time ago. Yes, the council said,
no judgment
this
here.
Area around here will be pretty industrial.
No, it might not seem like it, but it's because you guys don't know.
Warehouses and factories and things like that.
Oh my god, an ad just started, and it startled me because, 1, it startled me, 2, it was a German fast food that had a gay kiss in it. Whoa.
Some graffiti and chain link fences. They cut a ribbon that they were carrying with them. The council always carries a ribbon for that purpose. The car pulls into a warehouse.
I like Cecil and Carlos.
The radio is back on.
I like the dynamic of Cecil and Carlos trying to comfort Kevin and his insecurities and his feelings about what has happened, and Carlos being much more open and receptive, you know, and Kevin instantly turning to Carlos because that's who he's used to turning to, because he's like, he still feels like Cecil probably hates me. But Cecil doesn't. It's just, you know, but even after being in a relationship, Kevin's still being like, oh, I bet Cecil hates me, and it's like, oh, Kevin, no.
On and still talking about them. The warehouse is cavernous and full of crates. Some of them tick. others do not.
Some of them tick and others do not? That's the same warehouse. Or at least as in the story about you. Because some of those crates ticked.
They form an angled hillscape of corners and flats, up and away in every direction. The warehouse smells like rotting wood and dryer sheets. Their supervisor waits for them with crossed arms and a cross expression. "A disgrace," she says. "Let me tell you something," she says, and says nothing more. The two men indicate the blindfolded man in the back seat of the
I
car.
get you invested, Green.
Ah, she says, waving vaguely at the blindfolded man. "Someone has to be to blame," she says, pointing at everything but herself. "It was very simple," she says. "We take buildings from the miniature city."
Yes, you're getting confirmation of what's in those crates. Fuck yes. Okay. So what you might have already put together for yourself back in episode 13. And then once we had the finale, is that basically what was in the crate was a tiny miniature house. Right? Like, and you're like, oh, okay, it's just miniature houses. But you thought that he saw people inside. That there was lights on and music and stuff, right? And then we found out at the end of season 1 that there's a tiny miniature civilization under Lane 5 of the Desert Flower Arcade, bowling alley and fun complex, right? And I don't know if any one of you guys pieced that together, but the miniature houses in the crates did have people inside. You was correct, because they were taking houses from the miniature city with the people still inside them.
We discovered under the bowling alley. We put them in crates. We shipped the crates out to various warehouses in the desert. And, as a result, our interests are furthered. It could not be...
I mean, yeah, there's no reason. It's like, oh, why do they do that? They don't know. And then I feel bad for the miniature people in those houses who are just living in a crate now. How are they gonna get more food? I mean, there's air holes, cool, but like...
Be more simple.
Did you give him rations? Like...
The man who is not short is not paying
But it's Night Vale, don't expect an explanation.
attention. Something has caught his eye. It is so dark and distant what he sees. It seems like it cannot
We're just watching a
possibly
movie
be
and someone
real.
kidnaps you and your house.
Hey, look at that, he says, pointing at what he sees. The man who is not tall and their supervisor look where he is pointing. There is nothing but the ceiling of the warehouse,
The man who is
with
not
some
short is
dust
having
and
visions.
light in between.
Is he seeing...
Very good, says the supervisor. Yes, good, says the man who is not
people
tall.
from the desert of the world flickering in and out?
They
Is he
turn
seeing the
back
planet of
to
awesome,
each other.
awesome size? I don't know.
Oh,
I
is
said
it?
autism.
Says the man who is not short.
I don't know why that
He
happened.
squints up at what he sees. I was worried that it wasn't very good at all. Anyway, says the supervisor, now the city has declared war in revenge.
I mean, yeah, so it turns out the reason why the city declared war was not because they were just a warmongering people, but because some people in Night Vale had been secretly stealing and kidnapping.
Although they haven't yet figured out it was us stealing the buildings. They just declared a general war
Yeah, on all of Night
in the
Vale,
name
right?
of their god, Huntokar.
Huntokar!
On every...
I forgot about Huntokar. I think because it wasn't Cecil, like, they probably worship a god called Huntokar. I don't know. I don't know if Cecil mentions the name of Huntokar before. Oh, Huntokar.
One from the upper world, as they call us.
There's another god for a planet. We've got the Smiling God, and we've got Huntokar. I don't remember if there's been any other gods that have been named yet.
This war has been raging for almost a year now. People have died, yes. But listen. People
Carlos got
die
hurt.
all the time, for all different kinds of reasons. I wouldn't worry if I were you. Hold on, says the supervisor. She mumbles instructions into a walkie-talkie, and a series of yes sirs
Oh, yeah,
and
the old gods of
no
Night Vale, but we
sirs
don't know their
and
names.
hawk shrieking sounds come in response. Sorry, she says when she is done. I didn't have to do that now. It wasn't urgent at all. I understand, says the man who is not tall. He understands the second most of the 3 people in the room. And then the voice on the radio coming from the car changes its story. They all notice. They are told by the radio that they are noticing before they notice, because that part of the narration happens before the story changes. Even the man on the radio does not know why he changes the story, or where this other story comes from. He does not always understand everything he does. Sometimes he does understand, but he hides it from you. In any case, here is a new story, one he tells without regard for why he is telling it. Somewhere else, not here, there was a woman wandering a desert not unlike this one, but not like this one either. It's not the same desert.
Dana, maybe.
I need to clarify that. Also with her are great masked warriors.
Yes, it's Dana.
Women and men of enormous
She's
size
befriended them.
who listen as she speaks and follow her as she walks. She is winning them over because she has survived so much. She is young, but in her experience, she is as lost and scared and ancient as the rest of them. Her feet hurt. They hurt. She keeps walking, and they keep following. Beyond her, no longer just on the horizon, much closer than that, is a light, spreading across the desert. The light is alive, and malicious, and vast, and encroaching.
Smiling God.
It buzzes and shines, and everything about it hurts those who are close to it,
Smiling God.
and destroys those who are within it. It spreads, not just in the desert I am talking about. It spreads in different forms, in deserts not unlike it. In deserts very similar to
Maybe
the one
through, like,
I
a
am talking about
corporation.
now. Not always in the same form. Not always as like at all.
It's Mesmer.
But with the same intent. To devour everything. Until there is nothing left.
It's Snake Man.
It is a smiling god
Yeah,
of terrible power.
There we go. There's the confirmation. It's the Smiling God. Here he is. Snake Boy. Kisses for Mesmer. That will be my copy. Snake Boy for me. I think, you know, when I had that bad batch, you know, when there were so many that were like, when I got the Ambers and Autumn ones and so many of them were like fucked and like didn't seem like they've been quality control checked right. I think maybe some other people had that problem as well because they've been so much better since like the last lot that we got. You know, when I was the OC keychains, like only like 3 of them were bad. And the extra ones they send now don't have the keychain attachments, they're just charms and you can choose to add a keychain attachment. So I definitely think they've got better. So this might not be necessary, but I can't risk not doing it because that would be really stupid if I didn't do it and one of them was wrong. Uh-oh, I wobbled the leader tower. It's pretty delicate. Because obviously all the metal keychain parts are weighing it down. Okay, it's fine.
And ceaseless appetite. The woman wanders the desert, followed by the masked warriors. They look back at the light on the horizon, and they know that the time when it will reach their little patch of land is coming, and so many other little patches of land as well. Soon, they will have to turn. Soon, they will have to face it head on. And not just that woman and her desert. Not just her at all.
All of his guys will have to face
The man on the
smiling god at
radio
some point.
returns to the story about them. He does not know how he knew what he just said, or why he would tell it to you. He is innocent and kind. But anyway, this is a story about them, and so you do not care about anyone but them. They and their supervisor are listening with interest to what just happened on the radio. The man who is not tall has taken notes. "I'll look into that," he says. "It is exactly as we suspected," he does not say. He did not suspect any of that. "Someone has to be to blame," the supervisor says again, gesturing this time directly at the blindfolded man. "I understand completely," says the man who is not tall. "Me too," says the man who is not short, although he does not understand. He usually does not. His partner understands for him, and it all works out okay. As they leave the warehouse and the supervisor and the piles of wooden crates, the voice on the radio says something about the weather.
Oh, I remember liking this weather as well. I think so. Oh my god, so much of the end of the last half of season 2 weather goes so hard.
Hook, line, and sinker, drop it down to the bottom. Butterfly flow, flicker, soar to the top. Kill for the thrill, cut it, stick it where you got 'em. Circle rolling under, running red to the stop. Where's your mother? Fall down dead. Dirty mind, dirty mouth, pretty little.
But again, if you want to listen to the weathers in full, I can't risk playing them in full without potentially getting in copyright trouble. But you can listen to them in full. One, I think someone made a playlist on Spotify of every Night Vale weather that's available on Spotify. But also, you could listen to the full episodes on YouTube or Spotify or wherever else you can find podcasts.
By the time they leave the warehouse, it is night. Or maybe the sun has just set early. The sunrise that morning had been particularly loud and strenuous.
Yeah, it's always loud.
"You know," says the man who is not short, looking down at his crossword, "I worry every time that I'm not going to finish these when I start them. The future where I have finished seems so distant from the present where I have started." "I wouldn't worry about that," says the man who is not tall. "But you would."
Yeah, the man who is not tall seems more serious.
"I know you would worry
short,
about so many things. I do worry about that. About you worrying."
Aww.
"Do you think everything will turn out all right?" says the man who is not short. "I mean everything," he says to clarify. "Absolutely everything," he says as further clarification. "Yes," says the other. "I do."
Aww.
He does not. "I do," he says again. He does not. He glares at the radio. They drive past the moonlight all night. A glass box of bad food and good people. They pass Teddy Williams' Desert Flower Bowling Alley and Arcade Fun Complex. Badly damaged by the war, but still running its weekly bowling league. They pass by City Hall. which is covered in a yellow tarp, stamped with an orange
Strikes.
triangle.
Oh no.
Moving farther out, with absolute purpose, they pass by the used car lot,
Have they got to the city
alive
council?
with the wolves that populate all car lots at night, and old woman Josie's house, silent and
Angel Rose.
empty for months now. Then,
Wait, is Josie
the
gone
town
as well?
is behind them,
Forgot. Yeah,
and they are
The
in the
angels have gone.
scrublands and the sand wastes.
the angels all disappeared.
They stop the
last
car
act was trying to protect
and
Josie
get
from
out.
the yellow helicopters.
Pebbles
I couldn't remember if she'd then actually been taken by one or not.
crunch in the sand in response to their movement.
Yep.
The radio murmurs behind the closed doors of the car. The headlights illuminate only a few stray plants and the wide, dumb eyes of some nocturnal animal. The two men don't look back at Night Vale. They look forward at the darkness that stretches out as far as anyone here can imagine. Most anyone here tries to imagine as little as possible. There is no need to imagine here. Well, get him out, says the man who is not
We
tall.
don't know who the man is.
And the man who is not short opens the
It could
rear
be you.
door of the car
We
and
don't
guides
know.
the blindfolded man out.
It could be.
The blindfolded man stumbles a little.
Because it could take place at the same time. If this takes place at... No, it can't take place at the same time as a story about you. Because story about you, you got taken at the end, you know, and met his girlfriend. Again. But that was before the war happened, so no, this is happening now.
But not much. And there isn't
could have got
anything
him
specific
again.
he stumbles on. He stumbles like a stage direction, like the next in a bulleted list of items. Put him over there, the man who is not tall says unnecessarily. We all know the drill. We all know how this and everything else ends. The blindfolded man walks 15 feet or so in the direction of the darkness, so that the men and the car are between him and the distant dome of light that is Night Vale. He walks to a certain point in the cool sand and then stops, partly because the man who is not short guided him there, but mostly because he has taken himself there, as we all eventually take ourselves to that point where we will not be able to take ourselves any farther. The man who is not tall, still by the car, pulls out a knife. It is not stained, does not look used, but he speaks its brutal history in his posture, in the way he holds it. The blindfolded man breathes normally, his shoulders loose, his covered face slightly down. His feet sink a little in the sand. Behind him, in practical terms, as far away as anything has ever been, is the town he is from. The man who is not short, standing next to the blindfolded man, looks up at the sky. The man who is not tall walks up to join them with the knife. What is that? Says the man who is not short, pointing at the sky. What is what? Says the man who is not tall from just behind him. That planet up there, says the man who is not short. It's so dark and so close. It's looming. It's so close. I wonder if I could... He reaches up.
This is what you does at the end of a story about you, and I can't remember if he just disappears the moment he tries to reach for it.
The man who is not tall makes a gesture with the hand that holds the knife. The man who is not short is no longer reaching up. He is no longer standing up. In many ways, he no longer exists at all.
Oh no, his boyfriend's gone!
Someone has to be to blame, says the man who is not tall. Or no, he sighs this. Or no, He thinks it out loud, but it comes out more thought than speech. He looks up at a night sky that is absolutely clear of anything but void and stars and the occasional meteor and mysterious lights moving at impossible speeds and the faint glimmer of spy satellites looking back down from the nothing to the something.
The planet of awesome
sorry,
size has claimed another victim.
He says, although not to anyone that still exists and can hear him. He just says it, leaves some undirected words in the hot night air, and then returns to the car. He may be crying.
Oh, no.
I know if he is or not, but I am choosing not to tell you.
His boyfriend's gone.
Because this is private information and you have no real need to know it. The blindfolded man removes his blindfold and looks down at the man who once was not short and now is not anything at all. He, the man who can see, is also not short. He follows the man who is not tall to the car. The man, not short, not blindfolded, gets in the passenger seat.
Did they just... Wait, is this a ritual where they get replaced?
Always an unpleasant business, he says. He does not comment further.
Oh.
He does not need to.
Someone else has become the man who is not
Looking forward
short.
to working with you, says the man who is not tall. The same to you, says the man who is not short.
Oh.
Ah, the same as
also,
well
so this is why we call it a control
to
check.
you.
There's an error on this. I don't know what it is. There's like a little blob, right? You can kind of see it, like right
This has
here.
been a story about
It
them.
is.
The radio moves
I don't know
on.
why.
News, traffic, political opinions, and
there's
corrections
one
to
with a
political
weird blob.
opinions. But somewhere in the desert there is one person who does not move on. This was also a story about him.
Surprise
Stay
promotion.
tuned next for as long as you can, until you cannot stay tuned anymore.
Maybe eventually every man
Good night.
who is not tall or short has
Night
visions of the
Vale.
planet, and so they have to prepare to get a
Good
replacement
night.
because he's going to disappear. Good night, Cecil. Once we get through this episode, then we're in the end game. We're gonna be in the end game, guys. Now that we've got through this episode, every episode is just gonna be a lot of lore, a lot of story happening. No more filler.
Welcome to Night Vale is a production of Commonplace Books. It is written by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner, and produced by Joseph Fink. The voice of Night Vale is Cecil Baldwin. Original music by Disparition. All of it can be found at disparition.info
Virgil.
or at disparition.bandcamp.com. This episode's weather was Pretty Little Head by Eliza Rickman. Find out more at elizarickman.com. Comments? Questions? Email us at nightvale@commonplacebooks.com or follow us on Twitter at Night Vale Radio.
We're done.
Check out welcometonightvale.com for
Promise,
more
we're
information
done.
on this show, as well as all sorts of cool Night Vale stuff you can own. And while you're there,
Cool
consider
guy.
clicking the donate link. That'd be cool of you. Today's proverb. Knock knock, who's there? Orange? Orange who? Orange, you glad I didn't say your mother's in the hospital? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? Listen, I'll drive you over there. We'll leave right now. Grab a coat. It's a little cold out.
His big old
I'm
sword.
so sorry.
That he like when you see him in each game. This is why Lita is so as small as she is. Because her and Radon had to be made inside the same square. And look at this man's swords. But they are the same size. Also, Mikola has a lot of hair. No! No! My tower! Also, she wasn't even meant to go back on the tower. I forgot this was my personal copy. That's why I picked up my personal copy, because I didn't want to risk the integrity of the tower. And then I forgot that that was my personal copy. Oh, no. I know they're not going to stay as a tower for very long.
Hi, this is Joseph
satisfying
Fink.
to me.
No more of that fake Joseph Fink stuff. Just me, from now on. A couple of big announcements right away.
Hi, May.
Our one night only, 2-year anniversary live show in New York on June 4th sold out in just a couple of hours. So we've added a 10 p.m.
Thank you
show.
for the
Still
head
June
pat.
4th, still packed with guests and live music and major plot events, just at 10 p.m. Tickets are on sale right now. We will only perform this live show that one night. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on live shows to find out more. Also today, May 1st, we are releasing another full-length live show recording, The Debate. This is the show we did during the New York Comic Con back in October.
The Debate is a, as you can see, I've knocked over many chairs. So tilted at the towers. It's called a gamer pad. Fucking love every single line Chase says as Mephiles in the Sonic 06 Snapcube real-time fandom. He gets friend-zoned so frequently. But I'd like to be in the friend zone. It's not as pleasant as you may think. Fucking no, I can't ghost him the whole thing. Oh my god. My goodness. But yes, the Debate live show is a mayoral debate between the faceless old woman who secretly lives in your home and Hiram McDaniels. If you would like to listen to a live debate between them, you can go and listen to the live show, The Debate. You pay what you want on Bandcamp. You can pay as little as $1.
And it features many of your favorite characters being performed by many
Let's
of your
peel
favorite
some
people,
Radons.
along with live music by Disparition and Jason Webley, and a special secret surprise at the end. It, along with our last recording, Condos, is available on our Bandcamp for pay what you can. That's nightvale.bandcamp.com. Condos is also available on iTunes, and the debate will be on iTunes in the next week or two. We are right now looking over our online store and deciding what should stay and what should go and what new stuff we should add. Changes are coming. So if there's something on there you've been having your eye on, or if you haven't had a chance to look at it yet, now's the time. Grab some cool stuff while it exists. Welcome to nightvale.com and click on store. Hey, if you like what we do here with our show and you want to help us wall ourselves in, metaphorically and literally, please consider signing up for a small monthly donation. We really do depend on all of you. Those who donate a little more get a special personal audio thank you from Cecil himself. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on donate to do that thing. Sorry about all of that ridiculous fake Joseph Fink thing. It'll just be me, being myself, from now on. Anyway, thanks.
Act natural. Act like all of nature. Act like the entire cycle of life and death and change and rebirth. Welcome to Night Vale.
This is episode 46. Parade Day. There's no turning back now, chat.
Guess what day it is today, listeners?
Is it Parade Day?
It's Parade Day.
Oh my god!
Remember how I told you about the not at all secret parade today at the location we discussed via radio? Remember
forgot what the
I
parade was.
publicly announced today's parade at that specific location? And I announced it not in a tapped out code underneath the basketball highlights, but completely in a clear and spoken language.
It's definitely
We
just a regular
want
fun parade.
everyone at today's
It's
parade
not a demonstration.
at that time and place
It's not a
we
rebellion.
discussed.
It's a
There
parade.
will be lots of things happening. Planned things, strategic things.
Definitely not a rebellion.
There will be some special guests
just a fun
that are
parade.
not teenage fugitives named
Tamika
Tamika Flynn. She won't be there, and thus could not possibly organize any community insurgency at all. She's a fugitive, wanted for destruction of Strex Corp property, And we wouldn't want her to show up and ruin our parade day by leading a helicopter rebellion against what she calls, her words, not mine, a dystopian corpocratic regime. Nope. I would never want to bring down the malevolent...
Lovely.
benevolent corporation that owns our station.
Oh, a little slip
In
of the
fact,
tongue.
if you see
If someone wants to
Tamika
translate
Flynn,
the Morse code, feel free.
you should
All I know
probably
in Morse code
follow
is
her
SOS.
and listen closely to what she says to you. Not so you can help overthrow Strex Corp,
So you
of
can
course.
find out her secrets,
Not
so you can
that
tell
at
and
all.
report them back to Strex.
Follow Tamika Flynn. See you at Parade Day. In other news, a series of one-sided doors have begun appearing around town.
More old oak doors.
Tomas Perez, head of Perez Accounting, said an old
It's almost
oak
as if the desert where the smiling god is, you know, and the light is spreading. Maybe the smiling god wants more than just the desert otherworld. Maybe it wants Night Vale, and it would need to get through somehow. Raggy.
door with a brass knob appeared overnight in his office. It's right in front
Oh,
of
it
the
says Tamika
doorway
needs
of
you.
the supply closet. He said he went to get supplies this morning for a staff meeting. Pens, markers, a legal pad, some anti-venom, but accidentally opened the wrong door, revealing several men and women standing in a bright desert hellscape, holding swords and sticks and even a few rifles.
They're fine.
Tomas
They can be
stared
friendly.
at them.
Don't be scared of them.
They stared at Tomas.
Let them
One
through.
of the barbaric figures put
Make
a
peace.
finger to her lips
Oh.
and shook her head. No.
I guess because
Another reached in.
I guess because the army's like, no, close that door, otherwise the smiling god might get out from where we have it trapped.
Grabbed the door and slowly closed it, keeping eye contact with Tomas the whole way.
But Dana,
Claire
wants to see her
Wallace,
brother.
a freelance photographer, sent in photos of a door that appeared in the empty lot across from the rec center. In one photo, the door is cracked open, and there is an elderly woman near it. I cannot see her face. She is putting up a sign that reads, "Future home of the old Night Vale Opera House." And in another photo, she is walking toward the door. Her face is still
I
obscured.
forgot the name of the lady who used to run the opera
In the
house.
last photo, the door is shut, and she is gone.
Oh, she went through.
I can see the words Josefina Contractors Inc. in small print across the bottom of the sign. Juanita Jefferson, head of neighborhood improvement organization Night Vale or Nothing, said one such door appeared in her backyard. One side seemed to be an old oak door with a brass knob. On the other side, there was nothing. She could see no door at all. Juanita said she opened the door from the visible side and saw a vast, sandy wasteland and nearby mountains, which are just illusions, she added. Atop one of the mountains in the door was a lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
She said she couldn't see any trees. Trees, she said sadly.
Oh.
They are us, she added, waving her hand lazily in the air as if to shoo away a very slow bee. Reporters then noticed a very slow bee spiraling sluggishly but recklessly away from the scene. And now a word from our sponsor. Take a look at your life. What do you see?
Strags?
Nothing, right?
Uh-huh.
You can see nothing at all. Oh, sure, you think you see a series of flashes and flickers, of shapes and shades of color. You think you see familiar things like faces and letters and walls and your own hands. Those aren't familiar at all. You've never seen any of that before. Your hands aren't even your own.
What? Don't gaslight me about my hands.
Whose hands are they? Who are you? Is this what it is like to die? Are you dying? If not, when? And where will you die? When and where were you born even? Wait. How did you forget your place and date of birth?
I didn't.
I understand you can't comprehend the relentlessness of existence, but your own birthday is pretty easy to remember. You've got more problems than we thought, listener. Okay, fine. Your birthday is July 3rd, and your birthplace was Tulsa, Oklahoma.
God, that would freak someone out.
Feel better?
Who was listening?
You
who
don't.
Who was born
actually.
there? On that
You feel
day.
nothing, because your hands were never your own. You are imagining everything and perceiving nothing. At least you smell nice.
Aw,
We can at least tell you that.
that's nice.
Irish Spring. Whose hands are these?
I love these sponsorships.
Now, let's have a look at traffic.
It's like a real brand just going fucking weird.
There are roads. Upon those roads are cars. Some moving in straight
Next time you
or
see Irish
gently
Spring, you can
curved
think,
lines.
whose hands are these?
Some idling
Their
in
classic
long,
slogan.
narrow crowds. And inside those cars are people. People who are moving or idling with their cars. One with their vehicles, sitting quietly, peacefully in plush chairs, hands resting outward on a circle that dictates direction. From the side, and seen without the car, they would look almost fetal. So vulnerable, these people, nestled in their protective outer shells. Are we living a life that is safe from harm? Of course not. We never are. But that's not the right question. The question is, are we living a life that is worth the harm? We are all driving towards something. We are all driving away from something else. It is the simplicity of physics, the simplicity of free will. Expect delays as you near the parade day exit, but do not change route. Stay your
These are the specs.
course.
Okay. We'll leave those till the ending because we need any.
This has been Traffic. We're getting more updates about those doors. In fact, I have a very important scientist on the phone right now.
Oh my god, Dylan
He's
as
at
Carlos?
the very top of his...
Are you guys gonna finally get to hear Dylan as Carlos? Because he premiered in the live show. The Carlos that you heard speak on the phone to Cecil in season 1 was voiced by Joseph Fink because they didn't have like a voice actor on hand, so the writer just did it. But I think you guys are gonna get to hear Dylan as Carlos for the first time. Yay!
Field, a really handsome scientist.
Stop.
Hi, Carlos. So, you said you saw these new doors.
Yes, I'm here with my research team at the house that does not exist in the Desert Creek housing development. The one that looks like it's there but isn't there. Our previous attempts to understand the home were futile. From the windows, it looks completely empty. But when you try to go inside, there's a fully furnished home and a woman named Cynthia living there. But today, all of the composite fiberglass doors on the house suddenly changed. They're now all old oak doors.
That's weird. All the doors in the house have changed. Hi, Carlos. I've managed to open them in a pretty good order, so all the Elden Ring ones in a row, just by grabbing the bags randomly. It doesn't say what's on which one. So, last of the Elden Rings, we've got Mikola. There he be.
With brass knobs, and when we opened one, we finally saw the empty house that we've been seeing through the windows. If you go inside the home through these new doors, you can explore the house that does not exist, but you cannot return unless someone is
upset when you didn't click the entire description. It's Cecil's vocal stem, it's not Carlos's.
On the other side of the door you went through. One of our scientists, Rochelle...
Are the Julia ones? There she is. There she is. There's my little girl. She's got complexes with me. She's just a baby. Julia!
through and couldn't get back out.
Uh-oh.
We only thought she was inside for about 45 minutes, but when we opened the door back up, she ran out saying she'd been trapped for several hours. She was...
Yes. So, time in the Desert Otherworld passes more than in Night Vale. If you were in the Desert Otherworld for a week... Sorry, if you'd been, let's say, you were trapped in the Desert Otherworld, and then you came back to Night Vale. If, to Night Vale, you'd been gone a week, to you it would have actually been, like, a month. So, for example, if Dana's gone through to us, and Cecil seems like a year, to her it might have been 10.
Sweating and starving, and she ate every one of the kolaches Dave made for us. So now we just need to do more experiments. We have to be careful because time is weird in Night Vale. But I'm going to do a bit of exploring in this house and get back to you and your listeners about what is going on here.
Carlos, do be careful.
I'll be fine, Cecil. I have a team of 5 talented scientists with me. They will be here to check on my progress and keep me from getting trapped. Without them, of course, it would be much more dangerous. But I am not without them.
Good, don't ever become without them.
Well, you're very brave.
Thanks, Cecil.
We're going to get to the bottom of this door story for you, listeners, because we have science on our side. Outgoing Mayor Pamela Winchell called another press conference today. Most of her press conferences are not newsworthy, as she calls everything she does a press conference.
She's just gonna miss
lunch,
calling them.
getting
so
a new end table, screaming into street-side mailboxes, testing the surface tension of low-flying birds. Basically, any simple activity we all do daily, she is trying to make into news. This morning, however, while complaining about the unfair mayoral election process in Night Vale, where all votes are discarded in favor of a pronouncement from Hidden Gorge, Mayor Winchell saw a door appear in her office at City Hall. When she opened the oak door with the brass knob, she said she saw an angel. Tall
we haven't seen
and
any of the
beautiful.
characters in a long time. They all left, potentially sacrificed themselves or their bodies in order to save Josie from the Strike Squad helicopters.
And radiating dark light and operatic music. Mayor Winchell turned to the few remaining reporters who still attend her press conferences and said, "Angels are real! I am staring at one right now.
Pamela, be careful.
They are real, okay?"
City Council won't like
She
that.
began to open the door wide to show the press, but the figure, who was certainly not an angel, mouthed, "Shut up, Pamela," at Mayor Winchell. The alleged angel added, "Shh, jeez," and slammed the door.
Shut up,
Pamela corrected her previous announcement by vehemently denying the existence of angels, but hinting that mountains might be a thing. I don't know. Think about it, she mused as she continued slicing off chunks of her mahogany desk with a Bowie knife. Parade Day has finally begun, listeners. Come to the parade grounds and see what kind of colors and noise a proud community can make. I am told now that 13-year-old Tamika Flynn is in fact at the parade. She has in fact been at the parade all along. I am telling this now to my producer, Daniel, who is throwing chairs in the control room. I am telling this now to my producer, Daniel, who I have locked in the control room.
Hello.
I am showing my producer, Daniel, that I am running the show from my own mixer, as he stares dumbly at the cables he just yanked from the walls.
Rebellion
The
time.
parade, as you know, as you have known all along, is at StrexCorp headquarters along the lip of Radon Canyon. The parade consists of half a dozen yellow helicopters,
No, too late. He's already
all
admitting
of
his
which
crimes.
have been commandeered by Tamika's band of well-read middle schoolers who left town months ago to train for this moment. They apparently learned to fly the helicopters by reading books. Specifically, they learned by reading Italo Calvino's Invisible Cities and a collection of Shirley Jackson short stories. Never underestimate the power of good literature. Listeners, this is one of the great moments in Night Vale history, and here is our chance
up,
to
Tamika.
be part of it. Not since our town elders first donned soft meat crowns and wrote our town charter in their own blood on the side of a confused coyote has this town had the chance to witness the birth of a truly new age. Witnesses are reporting helicopters above StrexCorp. Witnesses are reporting pre-teens carrying slingshots and wearing several reading achievement chevrons on their left breast pockets. Witnesses are reporting a bumbling swarm of StrexCorp security agents unable to contain the small revolution.
Go, kids,
Witnesses
go.
are reporting a dumbfounded and vile institution collapsing under the bloated weight of its own greed. I am reporting that I am barricading my door from the Strex-owned station management while making faces at Daniel, trapped in the booth. And while you fight, Night Vale, for Night Vale, for your town, for your home, I take you now, triumphant citizens, to the weather.
And I'm sure everything's gonna be just fine when we get back from the weather, even though they're doing the rebellion and we're still, like, how many episodes away from the season finale? Well, there's 2 more episodes after this. So I wonder how they'll drag it out for that long. I don't know. Nice weather, again. There's really good weather for the last half of this. I wonder how the rebellion will be dragged out for this long. So find out.
As usual, Night Vale, a lot happened during the weather. And we missed it. Not because I wasn't reporting on it, but because we were not there to experience it. Witnesses are reporting what they saw today. But no witnesses joined in. The witnesses, weak and watching, only witnessed. Listeners. Oh, listeners.
Not enough people went and helped.
The band of well-read child revolutionaries, including their leader and only hero our town had left, Tamika Flynn, have been captured by a
Where were you, Night Vale?
security team. Tamika led a great revolt to rid our town of a terrible evil and restore the original, less terrible evil that preceded it. But no one showed up. They only watched. She called to you. I called to you, Night Vale.
Oh.
But there just weren't enough of us. The children were all sent to the juvenile detention center, which has sat empty for years because of the specially calibrated school lunches formulated by the Night Vale Psychological Association. Tamika, just before her arrest, calmly waved a heavily notated copy of Bertolt Brecht's Life of Galileo. She then paraphrased the influential German playwright, saying, "Sad is not the land that has no hero. Sad is the land that needs a hero." An officer took the book and slid it into a plastic bag as Tamika was handcuffed and led into the back of a bright yellow police cruiser with orange triangle logos.
Oh no, Strikes has her.
Night Vale.
And the rest of the kids.
Night Vale. I tried to tell you about this day.
You didn't step the fuck up.
It was very clear.
You didn't learn Morse
Tamika
code.
was very clear. We could have done something, Night Vale, but we chose not to. Not one citizen outside of Tamika and her band of brilliant, brave children stood up to tyranny today. We all chose to stand down and hope change would be won for us and not by us. By someone else, we believed. A hero, we believed. But belief is only step one. Action is step two. Fighting for what you believe is step two. Solidarity is step two. Unity is step two. We did not take step two today, Night Vale. And now there will be no step three. We have failed, Tamika. But worse, we have failed ourselves. I've got guests in my studio. I don't know how they undid my secret barricade made of cardboard signs that said, "Keep out," and "Secret Room" in all caps with an exclamation point. But it's my program director, Lauren, and some man I've never seen before.
No.
I have seen him before. Where have I seen you before? They do not look happy, Night Vale. Lauren and the stranger are smiling widely, their teeth white, lips pink, their eyes full but tight, deep dimples making their tiny noses into parenthetical asides. They are smiling, but they look very unhappy. Perhaps it is time to sign off for the day. I am sure to speak to you again very soon, listeners. Stay tuned next for the gentle sounds of forgiveness and a lilting
well, they can't really not smile. I wonder what that is,
melody of wounds healing. And until next time, good night, Night Vale. Hey, what do you get?
Good night, Cecil.
Welcome to Night Vale is a production of...
So this is the last keychain that we'll be doing today. I'm sure everything's just peachy. This is the Doctor Who, 15th Doctor and a Rogue, and it is double-sided with a different piece of art, so you can spin them around endlessly, just like they spin in the Doctor Who episode. So that you could have, like, Rogue facing out, or you could have the Doctor facing out. And there they go, spinny, spinny, spin. You just focus on that. Jingle, jangle, jingle.
Commonplace Books. It is written by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner and produced by Joseph Fink. The voice of Night Vale is Cecil Baldwin. The voice of Carlos was Dylan Marin. Original music by Disparition. All of it can be found at disparition.info or at disparition.bandcamp.com.
I mean, like...
This episode's weather was Take Up Your Spade by Sarah Watkins. Find out more at sarahwatkins.com. Also, her band, Nickel Creek, just released a new album and is right now touring, and you should definitely listen to them too.
Spoke out in support
Comments,
of it,
questions, email us at nightvale@commonplacebooks.com or follow us on Twitter at Night Vale Radio. Check out welcometonightVale.com for more information on this show, as well as all sorts of cool Night Vale stuff you can own. And while you're there, consider clicking the donate link. That'd be cool of you. Today's proverb: if you love something, set it free. If it starts flying around and chirping, it was probably a bird.
I told you we were in the end game, Night Vale.
Hi, this is Meg Bashwiner, voice of the credits, and boy do I have news for you. We are very happy to be announcing a US and Canada tour in July. We're stopping at all the big places.
We'll do one more
Toronto,
episode.
Montreal, Vancouver.
And then next week, we can do the penultimate episode of the season and the finale. Kevin looks to be a face-off between Kevin and Cecil.
Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Milwaukee, Boise,
I mean, they already
as well as
faced off
some
once
smaller
before,
places like
Greg.
Austin, Denver, Minneapolis, and Salt Lake City. You know
I
what?
mean, I'm
Go
sorry,
to
they had a
welcometonightvale.com and click on live shows to see the full schedule. On that same tour, we'll be at two different conventions. The first is DashCon from July 11th to 13th in Schaumburg,
Sure you
Illinois,
will.
where we'll be doing a live show and some private meet and greets. I believe they are still holding lotteries for those. And of course, the San
Don't
Diego
enter
Comic-Con,
them.
where we will be at the Topatico booth, as well as doing a big crossover live show with
How ironic to be advertising, to think that DashCon is happening when it ended up being kind of perhaps a scam, I'm not saying that. Where a business wasn't great. In a show at the moment where a
Thrilling
business
Adventure
isn't being
Hour.
great.
All that info is also on our live show page. Speaking of which, our June 4th, one night only, 2-year anniversary live show in New York sold out in just a couple hours, but we have added a 10 p.m. show and there are still some tickets left for that. The cast for this show is big. The script for this show is big. Everything about the show is big and will only be done once. So get one of the remaining tickets before they are gone. That's also all on welcometonightvale.com.
Next Monday.
Missed our live shows? Want to hear what they're like? We have 2 of our old live shows, Condos and The Debate.
Honestly, I think this is the most excited I will be at any point during our Night Vale listens. I'm not saying the later episodes are bad. They are not, and there's, as I say, 73 is one of my favorites. But there's so many. It's not just like, oh, here's a couple episodes leading up to the finale. It's like, there's so many, and I just think this is the best lead up to a season finale.
Well, for pay what you can on nightvale.bandcamp.com or for a couple bucks on iTunes. Both are almost an hour of entirely new live material with a bunch of guest stars. Both are a lot of fun. Listen if you like fun things to listen to. There are plans in the works for our online store. Many of our old things will be disappearing. Many new things will be arriving. Change is going to happen, and it's going to happen quickly. So keep an eye on welcometonightvale.com, click the store, and if there's something on there that you want, I wouldn't delay much longer. Hey, if you like what we do here with our show and you want to help us expand this part where I talk to you at the beginning into its own lengthy spin-off podcast, please consider signing up for a small monthly donation. We really do depend on all of you. Those who donate a little more get a special personal audio thank you from Cecil himself. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on donate to do that thing. This has been Meg Bashwetter, and thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Snow is falling somewhere. Many things are falling, or will fall, or have fallen, but temporary triumph is still triumph. Welcome to the Greater Desert Bluffs metropolitan area.
I told you guys we were in the end game. Hello, Desert Bluffs theme tune. Hello, Lauren.
Hello,
Who you
listeners.
got with there, Lauren?
Another day,
Who's there with
another
you?
broadcast, another chance to reach out and commune with you orally.
Where's Cecil?
It has been a couple weeks since we began speaking to you directly, with no filters or reinterpretation in the way, and we have forgotten all about anything any of you might have done. Strex Corp is proud to say that we have carefully recorded and cataloged everything you've ever done, and also we have forgotten it all. Don't worry about it. Let us worry about it for you. Without worry, you are free to be as efficient and productive as we all dream
You guys
of being.
okay?
We all dream
Don't
every
worry,
night
Lauren's
of our
not
jobs
alone.
and of
She's got a
efficiency and of the
co-host.
deep chasm of consequence and retribution if we are not as productive as we need to be.
And, you know,
Those
it's
recurring
great.
dreams are just one of the many ways Strex
I'm sure
Corp
you'll have missed
is happy to fill your waking hours and your timeless sleep.
And he was
Since
already
we've
a radio
consolidated
host.
all our community radio stations into one
And he's
broadcast
back, and
network,
he's safe,
we
and
no
it's
longer
fine.
need to ask why one town is doing what another isn't. We can stop focusing on our differences and instead focus on our similarities, our commonalities. For instance, the future. We all
Might have
share
got in
that,
trouble
don't
with
we?
Strikes once upon a
We
time.
sure do.
Why, hello again, Kevin.
Hi.
Listeners,
Kevin.
you know Kevin. He's the longtime host at Desert Bluffs Radio Incorporated and a new host here on Night Vale Community Radio, where he'll be broadcasting full time. Welcome, Kevin. It's nice to finally have you here in the studio.
Thank you, Lauren. But you know, I don't like the adjectives new or long time. They suggest there was a past before me. I am not new. I am now. We are all now. A now that moves forward at a constant speed and direction. Our present is always becoming the future. We all have that in common. We have the future. And that future is everything. And it is ours to share. I am happy to finally be on the air with you all in Night Vale.
I'm happy you're here too, Kevin. Things have been so good lately, haven't they? We caught the teenage felon who's been terrorizing the town. We got our helicopters back. We brought you here. All those terrible doors that appeared a couple of weeks ago have suddenly disappeared, and no one can see the lies inside them anymore. And your producer Daniel tells me that just a few days ago we arrested a group of 5 people in lab coats who had been loitering about and trespassing on Cynthia Cabrera's house in the Desert Creek development.
How scary. Well,
5 people in lab coats. How many people did Carlos say he had in his team? Did he say? I'm pretty sure he said there were 5 other scientists, so 5 doesn't include Carlos.
that is good news.
Yes.
But then where is he?
Great news. Or almost great. There is one scientist we expected to find there, and we did not find him.
Who?
He has such perfect hair. Think of what would happen if he had agreed to add that perfect hair and those perfect teeth into our resources. It just makes you want to spit. I'm sorry. Such a vulgar word. Let me try that again. It just makes you want to not smile. To not smile hard at all when people work against productivity that way. Oh well, we'll find him soon enough. We find everyone we look for. We're just fantastic at our jobs.
It feels good to have a crime-free tomorrow, doesn't it? It makes any crimes that happen today feel justified. Well, Lauren, let's start things off with news about Strex Corp.
Oh, yay!
In an act that is just super benevolent, Strex is giving all workers a day off today for a company picnic.
Company picnic.
Wow, Kevin.
You are right. Wow, Lauren. The company picnic is being held in Mission Grove Park. So head over there right now, everybody, and look for the balloons and banners. You have to go there now. Stop what you're doing and go to the park. Follow any signs you see and any spoken directives from the uniformed Strex Corp picnic captains. They're there to make sure you have a good time and that you don't leave the picnic early. It would be a real shame to leave early from such a welcoming and mandatory picnic. Head on over right now. Do it. Do it now. And now the community calendar. Tuesday is work day. All Strex Corp-owned homes and businesses, which is to say all homes and businesses, should work all day in their most productive and enthusiastic way. Work is how we all become better people. You do want to become a better person, right? You want to be valued. You want to have value. You want your value, numerically speaking, to increase? Then work. It's work day. Wednesday is work day. Keep working, Strex Corp employees. Don't stop.
I might maybe have a little crush on Kevin. Virgil, I've had a crush on this man for the past 10 years, 11, 12 years. It's fine. When his voice got, I was genuinely I shouldn't say anything, but when his voice got a little more serious, when he was reinforcing that the picnic was mandatory, I was like, oh my god. I like it.
Thursday through Sunday are also work days. Wow, what an exciting and productive week we have coming up here in the greater Desert Bluffs metro.
Okay, so it wasn't just me then. Oh my god. I didn't say out loud because I didn't say out loud because I was ashamed, but then I should remember there was no shame here. There's no judgment between us, me and you, chat. And a lot of the time we are into the same thing. A lot of the time we have the same thought. So good. We can all agree that, oh my god, what if Kevin got a little more serious?
Metropolitan area. Monday is a lie that someone told you in order to poison you against the idea of starting your work week. Who told you this lie? Point them out to us, and we'll make sure that they don't tell you any more lies. Isn't that nice? Just honest folks dealing honestly with other honest folks. Just point out the liar and denounce them. This has been the Community Calendar. Well, the company picnic in Mission Grove is in full swing. Everyone is exposing their teeth and moving their arms. There are signs posted showing how to move your face and body to indicate maximum fun. There are also snacks. They are on the picnic tables with the paper tablecloths next to the Strex Corp picnic captains. Don't worry about the friendly officers. Grab a cupcake. You've earned it. If you've done enough work hours, you've earned it. If you haven't earned however many snacks you take, the picnic captains will let you know.
Unfortunately, it's not all good news, Kevin.
Oh no?
It seems there have been some party poopers who haven't made it to the picnic yet, or who have tried to leave early. But that's okay. Strex Corp threw this party as a treat for their hardworking employees, and also so that they could learn who the party poopers were. We know the party poopers now, and we're playfully letting them know that they are party poopers. We are putting heavy stone hats on them that say party pooper until they are agreeable. It's important to work hard, but it's also important to play hard. But mostly it's important to work hard.
It's very important to work hard.
It sure is.
So important. More important than life itself.
It sure is.
We have gotten some questions about this, and yes...
Okay, that's all the keychains peeled. The only problem was one of the Mesmer ones. So that's great. What I can do is I can switch this out to one of the spares, but what I'm gonna do first is bag the keychains back up.
Of course, the Night Vale mayoral election is still a go for a month from now. It turns out that there's no way to stop it once it starts. All the machines and the pulsing and hidden gorge. There's just no way to turn that off without having an election. So, we're proud to say we're upholding democracy by having that election no matter what. Both candidates, Hiram McDaniels and the faceless old woman who secretly lives in your home, released a statement through Strex Corp saying, "We couldn't care less who wins. The important thing is that Night Vale is well served in its relationship with the greater Desert Bluffs metropolitan area business community. This is the key to economic prosperity and a future that is in harmony with a smiling God."
I couldn't agree more. I just want to vote for both of them.
Me too! But you can't. It's very illegal. Do not try or the law breaking will be dealt with. And now, a word from our sponsors. Lauren?
Thanks, Kev. Can I call you Kev?
No, Lauren. By no means.
Thanks.
I love her immediately as soon as she asked that. I was like, I remember. Okay, I need to actually take out the ones that people have ordered this week. I'm gonna play that bit again, because I love it's one of my favorite bits.
We couldn't care less who wins. The important thing is that Night Vale is well served in its relationship with the greater Desert Bluffs
I'm glad a little bit of the original Kevin shone through the potential brainwashing he might have gone under.
metropolitan area business community. This is the key to economic prosperity and a future that is in harmony with a smiling God.
I couldn't agree more. I just want to vote for both of them.
Me too! But you can't. It's very illegal. Do not try or the law breaking will be dealt with. And now, a word from our sponsors. Lauren?
Thanks, Kev. Can I call you Kev?
No, Lauren. By no means.
Thanks, Kevin. Today's sponsor is... Oh my, looks like it happens to be Strex Corp. Strex Corp, like dew from the sky. Like a cloud that dissipates, only to come again as other clouds. Like the sun. Like a hate-filled thought that you failed to suppress. Like biting down on a fistful of sand. Like words that once held meaning. Like the sun. Like an enemy hiding in the depths of your own body. Like the enemy that is your own body. Like a thought you wish you could have but don't. Like a smiling God. Like the sun. Strex Corp. Go to sleep.
Wow, that was catchy. You know, every time I hear the start of one of those ads, I just can't help but hum the rest.
None of us can help that. None of us have been able to for years. And now, traffic.
That's right, Lauren. It's slow and go around the company picnic, as it should be. Lots of people crowded in there, surrounded by streamers and balloons and volleyball nets that should not be touched or climbed. The company picnic is where everyone should be. Plus, Strex Corp has announced, how exciting is this? They've announced that the company picnic will be continuing on indefinitely. That the party is so good that they just couldn't bring themselves to end it. So everyone will live at the company picnic now. In between the streamers and the balloons and the tall, electrified metal volleyball nets. They will work there too. They will work there until all the work is done. Until it is, all of this, finished. Then we will truly have been productive. Then, truly, we will have worked hard and played hard. This has been Traffic. You know, Lauren, the equipment in this studio is so old-fashioned. I hardly know how to use any of it. Nothing like the high-tech equipment we have back home in Desert Bluffs. But there are many reasons we have to do our broadcasting from here.
It sends a message.
It sure does. It sends several fun messages for everyone to enjoy. Anyway, the boys in sales, who are all named Sean, came by, and with their help, I was able to make this studio feel a little more like home. They put up a bit of a fuss about the changes, but that's just because no one likes change. There are some people who don't understand progress, you know.
I'll miss the Shawns.
I'll miss them too.
Are they?
But look how much nicer this place looks. You can see the Sean's contribution.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no, they used the Shawns to decorate the office. Literally. Kevin's office, Kevin's studio in Desert Bluffs was covered in hair and teeth and blood. No, the Shawns, we only found out about you in the last episode. I hope they went as they lived, saying, hup.
All over the desk.
And running down the walls. Yes, so much nicer.
And now, listeners, a deep rumbling sound, like a giant dragging its prone, misshapen body across baked, waterless earth. That's my favorite mandatory part of the daily broadcast. I don't know what it means. It's so fun!
I hate to break in there, Kevin, but we're getting reports that there's another fuss down at the picnic.
It looks like you're right, Lauren. Seems like the party is really taking off, doesn't it? Streamers and cupcakes everywhere. People are touching the volleyball nets, which they should not do, but they're learning. Or not them, other people watching them are learning. Wow, folks down. We are not completely unaware. We know that there has been some tension, certain events that everyone regrets, although some regret them more than others. But we also know that nothing removes tension between rival towns quite like a picnic, a smile, and a song. Sing louder. Louder. Good. There is a bright future ahead of us. It is so bright, blindingly bright. It is a future so filled with painful light that we have no choice but to close our eyes and walk serenely forward.
Sorry.
And so don't worry
It's
about
way easier to hum than the Night Vale theme.
where you have come from. Don't worry about where you are going.
I wasn't really thinking.
Worry
I wasn't
only
even
about
consciously aware I
where
was
your
doing it. Oh
feet
no, Green.
land
They've gotten
in
to
the
us.
now. Where are you
Just brought me
standing?
down.
And how much work are you getting done
I
where
woke
you
it
are
from
standing?
feeling.
What value
It bent
are you
backwards and
adding to the world? What are you worth? Those are the questions you should ask yourself. And don't worry if you forget to ask yourself. There will be people with clipboards who will come by soon to ask them for you. That's all for today. Stay tuned next for bountiful blessings from a smiling God. And so, from me, Kevin.
And from Lauren here in the booth.
As always, until next time, Greater Desert Bluffs metropolitan area. Until next time.
Until next time, Kevin. Okay, so that went a bit faster than I thought, and I'm still peeling. Do you guys want to do one more? And then when we start stream next week, we'll be going straight into the 2-part finale. Because I've got time. Yeah? Okay.
Welcome to the Greater Desert Bluffs metropolitan area is a production of Commonplace Books. It is written by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner and produced by Joseph Fink. The voice of Lauren Mallard is Lauren Sharp. The voice of Kevin is Kevin R. Free. Original music by Joseph Fink. This episode's weather was Stupid by Brendan McLean. Find out more at brendanmclean.bandcamp.com. Comments, questions, email us at nightvale@commonplacebooks.com or follow us on Twitter at Nightvale Radio. Check out welcometonightvale.com for more information on this show, as well as all sorts of cool Night Vale stuff you can own. And while you're there, consider clicking the donate link. That'd be cool of you. Today's proverb. There's a difference between your, and yarn. Yarn isn't even pronounced the same way. It's a completely different word.
Hi, this is Joseph Fink, creator of Welcome to Night Vale, only with my voice slowed down by 10%. So many things. Here are the things. June 4th, 2nd anniversary live show in New York City with musical guest Dessa. Oh my god, first show sold out so quickly that there is now a 10 p.m. show that still has a few tickets left and you only have a couple days to grab them. We are never going to perform this script live again. Welcome to nightvale.com and click on live shows. We are of course doing a US and Canada tour in July. Montreal, Toronto, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Austin, Denver, Salt Lake City, Boise, and ending at the San Diego Comic-Con. We are also right here, right now, announcing 3 new shows on that tour. Ottawa on July 3rd, Victoria on July 9th, and a late show after the already sold out show in Calgary. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on live shows. Speaking of which, recordings of 2 of our live shows are available for pay what you can at nightvale.bandcamp.com or on iTunes for $1.99. These are completely different shows than the ones we are touring in July. Both are almost an hour of entirely new live material with guest stars and live music. We are so proud of those shows. Check them out. In the next few days, new things will be added to our online store. Amazing things. And I'm not even going to tell you what they are. Check welcometonightvale.com, click on store, see what they are as they are added. You will not want to miss them. Hey, if you like what we do here with our show and you want to help us understand if eagles are birds or just weird feathery insects, please consider signing up for a small monthly donation. We really do depend on all of you. Those who donate a little more get a special personal audio thank you from Cecil himself. Go to welcometonightvale.com and click on donate.
Because I think it ends with one of my
This has
favorite
been
lines.
Joseph Fink.
Here's what my voice actually sounds like. And hey, thanks.
True beauty is on the inside, where everything is red and glistening and full of practical organs and sharp rocks. Welcome to the Greater Desert Bluffs metropolitan area.
This is episode 48, Renovations.
Hello, listeners.
Hi,
You
Kevin.
look nice today.
Thank you.
This is an assumption, but it is a safe assumption. I am positive you look nice.
Whoa.
Yes, a very safe assumption. Probably the safest of the many, many assumptions I'll make today.
It's a very good day, Kevin. The company picnic is still going strong. It's been over 2 weeks and...
Julia! Julia, look! Julia! Julia! It's you! I will carry you with me. Also, you're fine. I didn't drop you. They sent me 2 spare. And I was gonna ask. They're not in chat right now, but I was gonna ask if maybe you and Mac wanted the spares. I'll attach keychains to them, and then it's like the 3 of us have a little friendship keychain, Julia. Yeah? I don't know if they're down, but since they sent me spares. Screw friendship bracelets. Have a tiny drawing of one of your friends as a ghost. Check my DMs. Okay. I hope you don't mind. I told chat about Lucius being a piss baby again. You have something to show me? Whoa. Oh my goodness. It's a Crayola nightlight that's a dragon, but also you can like draw on him with like washable markers, so you can then also undraw on him and redraw on him as many times as you want. Whoa! Whoa. Night white dragon. Dragons plural. Like Doodle Bear but nightlight. Yeah. Hang on. My webcam's literally on, so hang on. Sorry, I had to close down the Fluttershy audio that I had on a loop. What? It's a dragon. You can keep drawing on him, and then you can wash him off. Glows different colors. Whoa. Whoa. Cute. Wait, I gotta get the Fluttershy. I'm not watching Julia in the background on a loop because I'm wanting to get Julia. Look, if we all did it 24 if I do this, if I have a Julia video playing for 24/7, it'll take 42 days until Julia has enough watch hours to become monetized. Yeah, still you got 2? Wow! Thank you. I collect nightlights, for those that don't know. I have... What do I... Oh gosh, we'll count. A dinosaur that the batteries have run out on. A ghost. A cat. A unicorn. A Kirby hot air balloon. A Snufkin. A Moomin. A crescent moon. A... Sun from FNAF. Another ghost, but he's like ceramic. That's 10. Is it just 10? Do I have any in other places? I also have a Kirby planetarium, so that like projects Kirby's onto my ceiling. So it's kind of similar. If we count him, that's 11. Oh, I have the Minecraft fox. That's 12. And then if we include keychains, because I include lights. There's FNAF nightlights. Yee! They're by U2s. There's sun and moon. Let me grab them. He's a baby. He's a little baby. I have Sun. They released Sun first last year. They released Moon this year. And I really wanted to get him, but they're from America, and I was like, oh, it's going to be a lot with the shipping, and I didn't get the pre-order, and I kind of regret it. But there's a little butt. Oops. Jason. He's so cute. I forgot what my count was at. Was it like 12? It was at 12, and then if we include my smaller like keychains, I have a Chansey one, Pokemon that I've had since I was a kid. That's 13. And then another Crescent Moon and another Ghost. And then Moomin and Snoke Maiden, like, hugging. That's 15. And then if we include Fairy Lights, I have a string of roses and a string of pumpkins. That's 18 different light things. We have more lights than Bell. See, when people talk about having all these lights because you don't want to use the big light, I've never understood that, because I always use the big light. Here's the bad thing, I collect night lights, I never switch them on. I know it would be real cute to, like, sit and, like, have them on, and I always want to do that, and then I just never remember to do that. Because I'm just, like, busy. And I don't get the, ooh, who wants to use the big light? I'm like, me? Because my work's on my PC. If you were working on a computer with either no light on or a little light on, that's really bad for your eyes. I get headaches pretty easy. So the big light's always on. To be honest, my big light's really not bright enough. I feel. I don't really get that. I don't understand giving. I understand just using like little lights if you're just like reading or you're like just kind of chilling, but if you're on a computer, you shouldn't be in the dark on your computer. I say this as someone whose sibling always didn't used to ever turn the light on when it would get dark, when the sun would set, and would just stay staring at their computer screen every night. And now they have to wear glasses where they use their computer, so be careful with your computer. Otherwise, because if they don't wear glasses when they use the computer, they get, like, migraines. So, be careful with the computer. Don't sit in the dark staring at a screen. Have a light on. But yeah, if I did arts and crafts, yeah, I wouldn't be able to see very good without the big light. But yeah, I do want to, like, chill more with my little lights on, but I just never remember to. I know that sounds bad. You don't remember to chill? Yes, correct. Because I'm like, oh, I've got this work to do and this work to do. That I forget that there is also, hey, why don't you take, my brain doesn't compute that. Oh no, I'd be the perfect strict Scorpion play. But we are listening to Night Vale right now, Julia, and I know it made you, you might not want to listen to it. So if you don't want to, that's okay. We're like, this is the last episode we're listening to today, and then so stream will be like another 20 minutes. And then I will go and I'll end stream and get food and sit with Chew if Chew wants. I can't remember if you're streaming today. I don't think you're streaming today. I think you're streaming tomorrow. Oh no, I forgot to restart the video. Oops. Oh no. No. I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. I accidentally just called Julia. Look! The button, I wanted to search our messages to find Julia's schedule. And the button that used to be search is now where the video call is. And I goofed up. I'm sorry, Mara, I goofed up. Also, that's not even, like, where your stream schedule is. I'm so silly. No, you're not streaming today. Julia's streaming Tuesday and Friday. You're already calling in the dragon? Whoa. Whoa, I forgot to put the video back on. Whoa. So, we're going to be listening to Night Vale for another 20 minutes. It's up to you, Julia, if you want to stick around. It will be kind of a creepy episode because Cecil has been fired. He's gone missing, kidnapped maybe from the radio station, and now Kevin and Lauren are in charge, and they're pretty creepy people. They smile all the time, and they have to be happy all the time because the company they work for might have brainwashed them. Who knows? So if you want to sit the rest of the stream out, that's okie dokie, or if you want to try, and then if you don't like it, that's fine. So it's the Strix show now, but, you know, we'll see. I know, a whole episode and we didn't hear from Cecil. What the fuck? But we'll listen to an episode today, and then next week, we'll be listening to the 2-part season finale that was live, the 2-part live show season finale that has a bunch of guest voice actors in it. Each episode is the first part's 43 minutes, the second part's 46 minutes. We'll be listening to those, Old Oak Doors Part A and Part B, next Monday, as well as the first few episodes, as well as possibly, depending on how long stream is, how much I have to do, possibly be listening to the first few episodes of Season 3. It just depends on how long, because obviously this stream's been a bit longer, because as well as packing up Etsy orders, I've had all these keychains to peel. So, we shall see. Let's tune back into Kevin.
Every resident of Night Vale
and by extension, every employee of Strix Corp
has been enjoying our first annual company picnic of indeterminate length.
So many fun activities, Lauren. Nobody wants to leave.
Nobody can leave.
But they wouldn't want to.
Oh, absolutely not. Not with all the fun activities like work.
Yes.
But there's even more exciting news. We are renovating this old radio station. We redecorated the studio a couple of weeks back.
That's the other thing. We don't know where the old station management went, like the weird monster that would thrash behind the door. It just kind of disappeared when Strix went. We don't know what they did to the... never thought we'd miss old station management.
But now that we have so many new Strix Corp employees arriving each week, we wanted to create a welcoming, work-friendly office for them.
Right. It's always exciting to get a new job, to take on a new career. You know that thrilling moment after all the resumes and letters and interviews. That moment when one day a van pulls up next to you, say, just outside your favorite ice cream store or on the sidewalk outside your girlfriend's house, and you are blindfolded and sedated and lightly beaten and
So, I wonder if Kevin's speaking from experience. He's saying, oh, we all remember that day where we're, kidnapped and then beaten, and then tortured, and become a Strix Corp employee. Why do you know that, Kevin? Is that what happened to you, hon?
Driven around in seemingly random directions, and then after breaking down spiritually, hurled upon the concrete front steps of your new office, ready to start your new career. This is an exciting moment in anyone's professional life.
What happened to you, Kevin?
And here at Strix Corp, we want that excitement to continue. So we're remodeling and redecorating this old building.
I don't know if it's what happened to
We've
Lauren.
added some new
She's pretty high up in the company. I really don't know what Lauren's deal is. But I will say one of the more recent episodes, episode 220, or something it's called Mother Lauren, and we hadn't heard from Lauren in a long while. So I am curious, but we're nowhere near that episode yet.
Offices, a room of questioning, complete with fun steel chairs and executive restraints, and lots of wonderful framed paintings of human teeth. We're even completely redoing the bathrooms.
Which reminds me, there are some stray cats floating at very...
Oh god! Koshek's kittens are still in the bathroom. The Strix pet only got to Koshek. The kittens are still there, floating at the fixed point. Kevin, don't tell them to come and collect the kittens. The kittens can't be removed. Kevin!
Various heights in the men's room here at the station. They look to be about a year old. If you want them, come get them before the demolition crew arrives this afternoon.
Good point. I'll send our producer Daniel in there to take some pictures of the little guys. We'll post them to the website and...
Actually, yes, Daniel. Go and take pictures of them. Because some of you guys might remember that if you try and take pictures of Koshek, I can't remember if you end up in pain or your phone freaks out. I think you do end up experiencing some sort of pain if you try and take pictures of them. Or at least, if one was to try and take photos of the kittens, their electronic device, their machine they used to take the photos would freak out. So I really hope a machine doesn't try and take photos of Koshek's kittens. I don't know why a machine would, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if a phone, or a camera malfunctions. But if something else malfunctioned that is known to spark in the past, would it take a picture?
Listeners can figure out which ones they want to take and come and get them.
Unfortunately, everyone's having too much fun at the company
Not
picnic.
accusing anyone or anything.
I doubt
of being
anyone
a
will have any
machine.
time or the physical ability to leave the picnic and adopt a stray floating cat.
Oh, too bad. Well, I'll
is
have
it just that
Daniel
you
post
die,
the photos
actually?
anyway, just so
Well,
you can all see what you're missing.
Then I sure hope Daniel's careful. Wouldn't want him to die.
And now, a word from our
because
sponsor.
I thought Cecil had tried and he was oh no, he got one of the interns to do it, that's right. That's why I was like, no, you don't die, because Cecil's alive. No, he got one of the interns to do it. Well...
Thanks, Kevin. Listeners, are you cold? Just a little bit? Feel a thin chill on your skin?
Maybe you've wrapped your arms over each other and you're rubbing them softly but vigorously.
You know what? Actually, I might be cold.
And now you've pulled your arms
Kevin,
entirely
if
into
only
your
someone
shirt, trying to
keep me warm.
maximize the body heat
Kevin.
of skin contact. You've pulled in your arms and you're rocking your body forward and back.
What about your ears and nose? So very, very cold.
Ask a friend to borrow a sweater. Try that. Go on. No one's around. Uh-oh. You don't actually know a single person, do you?
Your life may be a total lie.
Well, at best, a fever dream.
Or someone else's night terror.
That's probably it.
You're very cold.
And no one to help you or hear you. Look around. All gray, windowless walls, right?
Not even a door.
How much air do you have left? How are you even breathing?
There can't be much air left.
This message brought to you by Best Buy.
Best Buy. Conserve your oxygen.
Oh, Best Buy.
Listeners,
And
the
that
renovations
catchy
have brought so
slogan.
much joy here to the radio station that we thought we'd extend the fun throughout the town of Night Vale. We've sent our contractors all over the city to tear down
Tone of
other
that
things
pity.
too,
Oh,
like
I wasn't paying attention. Should I rewind?
Person, do you?
your life may be a total lie.
Well, at best, a fever dream.
Or someone else.
I was kind of tuned out because I was thinking about what keychain attachments I was going to use for these. Don't mind me.
This is night terror.
That's probably
I
it.
didn't realize how nice and slightly patronizing Kevin's voice was.
Cold.
And no one to help you or hear you. Look around. All gray, windowless walls, right?
Not even a door.
How much air do you have left? How are you even breathing?
There can't be much air left.
This message brought to you by Best
Wow,
Buy.
we got pretty close
Best
to the
Buy.
microphone.
Conserve your oxygen.
I have one gold one. 'cause
Listeners,
I have an old
the renovations
keychain
have
left.
brought so much joy here to the radio station
I
that we
have
thought
these ones, but then we won't matchy-matchy. So I'm kind of feeling like taking some of the keychains off some of these so that we'll match. If these are going to be like friendship Julias.
thought we'd extend the fun throughout the town of Night Vale. We've sent our contractors all over the city to tear down other things too, like the abandoned missile silo outside of town, several
That's how people
active
get
but
re-educated.
low-achieving elementary schools, and that weird forest along the eastern edge of Night Vale.
Oh, I mean, I can't really complain if they're going to tear down the Whispering Forest. I mean, I guess it's kind of harmless as long as you don't go into it.
I know that forest. It's a really nice forest. It complimented my outfit as I drove past it the other day. It whispered, "That vest fits you well, Kevin." It also whispered, "You have a clever and colorful fashion sense. You are a delight to be near."
That forest never whispers anything at me.
Forgot about that. The Whispering Forest like compliments everyone, and this, and then in the episode, the Whispering Forest, God, what episode was the Whispering Forest? Episode 22. You think, oh, well, the Whispering Forest probably just compliments everyone to try and lure them in, but I think that just confirmed that no, the Whispering Forest, I mean, they are trying to lure you in and turn you into a tree, but they are also being genuine with their compliments, which is why they have none for Lauren.
I actually stopped my car along the side of the road because I was feeling welcomed, even beckoned by such a nice community of trees. But as I approached, it whispered, No! Your eyes! No! Please go! Please leave us be! And I did.
Oh.
Because I have...
What's wrong with his eyes? Well, I don't know if they ever confirm it, or this is just a fan theory, but people think that Streks do something to their eyes. Either remove them, or... No, normally it's people... The fan theory is that they remove them. Or they were... Because they're often just described as kind of, like, black voids. That might be a thing that Streks does to them. I don't know. Some people like... So, you know the fan design of Cecil where he has the third eye on his forehead? Some people, when they like to put Kevin through pain, is, they have it that Streks sewed Kevin's third eye shut. So, I'm sorry to put that image in people's heads.
Such a healthy respect for nature.
I know you do. Vile, vile nature. Anyway, we're tearing that forest down to build a new corporate training facility.
Great.
We've also hired the small
But it is bad that they're
civilization
getting rid
living
of
under
nature.
Lane 5 of the Desert Flower Bowling Alley and Arcade Fun Complex. Since building owner Teddy Williams is busy at the company picnic and hasn't paid his lease, a small army of tiny people are using the building as a headquarters. They've renamed it the Cathedral of Huntokar, after their god.
That's weird that they're supportive of Huntokar. I would have thought they would try and convert everyone to Smiling God.
Also torn down the Arby's and put in a contemporary...
No, the Arby's! Sorry, I mean, I have no feelings towards Arby's. We don't have them here. It's fast food, so I wouldn't imagine it's great. But, like, that's where Cecil and Carlos had... When they got together... When they finally got together as a couple, it was... at the outside Arby's, in the Arby's parking lot, and they were looking at the lights above the Arby's. Now there won't be lights above the Arby's anymore. It'll just be lights above the corporate training center.
Which is a 1-to-1 scale model replica
it's a sculpture
of the Arby's they just tore down.
Oh.
It feels so...
They're tearing down the ship of Theseusing the Arby's!
Good to redecorate.
Does it? I rarely feel anything.
Oh, Kevin.
Rarely feel anything at all.
Oh, Kevin, what have they done to you?
Let's have a look at financial news.
The markets are really fantastic today.
Counterpoint, you're really fantastic today.
You're too kind.
I'm kind because everything looks good in the financial markets.
Would you be less kind if the markets were doing poorly?
I would. Down markets mean people aren't working hard. And if people aren't working hard, that must mean they're sad and lazy. And when people are sad and lazy, I become less kind.
Interesting.
What are you doing?
Hang on.
Listeners, Lauren is doing something on her phone.
And done. Let's see if that... Yep. Yes, it seems to be. Wonderful.
What did you do?
I just liquidated nearly all of my domestic stock, and the market is reacting quickly to it. Stock prices are plummeting. The markets are really terrible today.
That's awful news. It's a shame how people just don't value hard work like they used to. You shouldn't let your sadness and laziness destroy our economic future. Cheer up!
People can't work because they're so sad. Not that you guys should either mind, but people who are depressed or mentally ill or whatever aren't being lazy when they don't work. They just can't.
Wow.
You're not choosing to be lazy.
You were wrong. You didn't become less kind at all.
I didn't?
No, you became more helpful.
You're right! Telling sad people to cheer up is like an extra level of kindness.
It totally is. That was a very informative financial report we just had. The markets are still terrible now, though. There might have to be layoffs or disappearances, but I think
you
it
did
was
that,
worth
Lauren.
it.
Lauren? I just noticed all these new framed pictures of human teeth on the studio wall.
They're lovely, right?
Yes, very. But that one? I don't remember that picture.
I do. Sorry, I got really excited.
I don't recall choosing to put a picture of a lighthouse in my radio studio.
It's a picture of a lighthouse.
Oh, I would only choose pleasant images to look at. It is a very unpleasant image.
I agree. I do not like it one bit. Let us try for a moment not to look at it.
I like stimming.
I can't stop looking at it.
Ugh, me neither. I'll ask Daniel to take care of it when he's done photographing those doomed floating cats in the bathroom.
Good plan. We're receiving word from downtown that there's a slowdown in our renovations. Our demolition crews have been stalled outside the empty lot across the street.
You know, it was like, I was not the mentally healthiest of teens. And Night Vale was there.
The rec center.
And it was one of the few things I was really excited for, you know?
Lot with the sign that says, "Future home of the old Night Vale Opera House." It seems the outgoing mayor of Night Vale, Pamela Winchell, some old lady, and a line of impossibly tall people with long heads and wings have escaped, or,
Ultima Juicy has escaped.
Skipped out early from the
Erica's back.
Company picnic and are blocking our contractors from building the town's third sharper image.
But that's impossible.
The Erica's back.
We invoked eminent domain.
I'm getting word that the mayor has veto power over both eminent domain and sharper image.
How is she still mayor even? Daniel, where are you? I'm going to find Daniel.
See, you should be glad that I let you have one more episode, and then we'll end on a nicer note, maybe.
I'm going to have him drive me downtown, and I'm going to deal with this directly. I'm tired of messing around with... What was that?
Listeners, the lights just went out in the studio.
Daniel? Kevin, why has Daniel not come back from taking pictures of the cats? That should not have taken this long. He's very efficient.
Shh! There's someone here, Lauren. There's someone else in this room. Listeners, there is a bright black glowing coming from the middle of our studio. It is glowing around the shape of someone neither man nor woman, tall, long, with great black wings, beating softly through filtered and recirculated 71-degree air. It is holding something small and round. Listeners, it is holding a light bulb. It's moving now. The person, the angel. Angels are, of course, real and very dangerous. This dangerous being is walking to the wall, to that new piece of art. The art that, unlike any other art in history, is not depicting teeth.
Oh, smiling God. That picture. Kevin, that picture, it's different now.
The lighthouse? Moments ago, the picture was of a lighthouse on a desert mountain in the clean light of midday. Now the photo is a lighthouse at desert's dusk. Purple-orange sky and a blinking red light atop the mountain. The light in the photo is actually blinking. There's a door at the foot of the stone tower, and that door is opening.
It's opening.
A deep purple glow slowly silhouetting a man.
It's my favorite moment.
It looks like a man.
It is a man.
I cannot tell if he is tall or if he is short. He is holding something. I cannot tell what it is, but it moves in his arms.
I know what it is.
The man he is entering the lighthouse.
Kevin, the door. Our studio door. Daniel? Is that you?
The music.
Are the kittens dealt with?
Guys, you
I
should know
see
what this
only the
music
intruder's
is.
shadow in that deep purple glow. It is...
You should know this
It
music.
is the man from the lighthouse. He is holding something. The dangerous, dangerous angel is with him. The man is holding something.
No! How did you?
He is holding...
Don't come any nearer.
He is holding a cat.
Thank you for bringing me here, Erica. And while whatever happens next happens, I take you, Night Vale, to the weather.
I told you that was a really good line about someone holding something. I'm smiling so much, my face is hurting. Gosh, I guess Hebrew for darkness. He brings darkness to defeat the light.
There's a big storm coming.
Oh, it's one of my favorite moments.
I don't care.
Oh, my cheeks hurt.
There's a big storm coming.
So that Cecil wasn't thrown in the company picnic. I guess maybe they threw him through one of the old oak doors. I guess we'll find out. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, he was in the picnic and Erica helped him. I don't know why I'm trying to remember because we're about to find out. Take good air. Sorry, you can have a bit of this music, it's good. And it suits the episode. Sorry that I'm stimming by slapping my hands on my thighs.
I don't mind. There's a high tide rising. Yeah. I don't mind. So, ooh, baby, just give me my ticket to hell.
You think you were still clapping? Oh. You're trying to type so I can only spin with one hand.
Ooh, baby, just give me my ticket to hell.
Listeners,
Cecil.
it is good to be back. After so long away in such a terrible, terrible place. Let us never fall again for the wicked ruse of the company picnic, no matter how many badminton tournaments or chili cook-offs the flyers and masked picnic captains advertise. There was one escape attempt during the unending, deadly horror that was the staff softball game. Ugh. But there were helicopters everywhere, and we were captured, trying to dig a tunnel under second base with staple pullers. But last night, just when, as all picnic goers eventually do, we had given up all hope of someday being free, former intern Dana appeared to me. There was an old oak door, which I swear had not been in the heavily electrified volleyball nets before. Or, no. No more euphemisms. No more talking around it. They were high-voltage electric fences, fatal to any who touched them. The door in the fence opened, and she stepped out.
Dana,
and,
for realsies,
taking me by my hand, led me with her into whatever strange other world she has been trapped in for so long. She brought me to the lighthouse in her strange
I love when a Night Vale ending uses this music.
desert that is like our own, but is
I think
not
this is the same music they used when Cecil... I think... Is it Boy Scout? Eternal Scout? One of my favourite endings is when Cecil talks about the Molten Wax ending.
not our own.
It might be this music.
She introduced me to an army of men and women who have taken great care of her.
He got to
And
see Dana
introduced me
again.
to several tall, winged creatures, each named Erica, with a K. Dana said they were angels. I informed each of them that angels are not real, and that's ridiculous. I might have howled this while covering my eyes. Dana took me to the peak of the mountain, which is also not real. From atop this monstrosity of rock and earth and lies, we looked out across an empty pink desert, past the lighthouse, over the army, to a curved horizon under a placid ocean of cloudless forever. and I saw for myself, on that horizon, the terrible light rushing toward us. Former intern Maureen is the one who showed everyone it was possible to pass fully back and forth, with her disappearing and reappearing. And it was John Peters, the farmer, who stumbled on how to open the old oak doors that lead to so many places, but also to here, this one beautiful place in space and time. Old woman Josie and her definitely not angelic companions are in that other world too. So many have fled, but we will not flee.
Yeah, a lot of the residents of Night Vale, the people that were at the company picnic, have decided to flee and kind of live in the desert otherworld for right now. Because, I mean, Lauren and Kevin might have left the booth, but Strex is still in Night Vale. They're not gone yet.
Anymore. I have returned Koshek to his home here at the station.
To his kittens.
Floating 4 feet off the ground in the men's restroom. I found Strex Corp's former radio producer, Daniel, lying dead or perhaps inoperative? I do not know if Daniel identified as organic or not outside the restrooms.
Daniel a cyborg.
Apparently, no one ever told him the deadly consequences of taking photos of cats. Listeners, all is not well. Most is not well. Strex Corp still owns all that can be owned here, and so much also that cannot be owned. Many of you are still trapped in the company picnic. Others of you are trapped in mistaken impressions of how your life should supposedly be. But that started long before this whole Strex thing. That's something only you can fix, through reflection, and laughter, and acceptance. Lauren and Kevin ran away when faced with whatever you call Erica, but I do not think they will be gone for long. And then there is Dana and her army of masked warriors, standing in the path of that deep, rumbling light, that searing, blinding hum, that smiling God. And I'll be honest, I don't know exactly where Carlos is.
Oh.
They captured his scientists, but they did not capture him.
Did he run into the house that doesn't exist?
I'm sure he is fine.
Cecil doesn't.
A scientist
I don't
is
remember.
always fine.
I remember where he ends up.
Listeners, so much is wrong. Here is what's right. Night Vale Community Radio is ours again. We are the only thing in Night Vale not owned by Strex, and I swear, we will stay that way. And soon this whole town will be as this station is now. Not without struggle, not without loss, not without grave injury and a lifetime of what-ifs. But we will do it. We may be controlled by the city council and the vague yet menacing government agency and chemtrails and the secret order of reptile kings and the mysterious lights that hover above us, but we will not be controlled by a smiling god. We are Night Vale, and we are, in our own way, free. We must continue to fight and resist. We must be the heroes we look for in others. We must no longer speak in code, but in action. Return to your homes, if you can, but do not lock your doors tonight. Do not hide yourselves away from danger. Be brave. Be truly brave. I mean, don't get carried away. Stay out of the dog park. And don't run with knives. And for crying out loud, don't cry out loud. You'll upset the bears, which are emotionally fragile animals that are already very uncomfortable with themselves. Stay tuned next for that nagging feeling that you left the coffee pot on. Surely it's no big deal, but oh geez, what if it is a big deal? Oh no, I can't believe you left the coffee pot on.
Welcome back, Cecil.
And as always, good night, Night Vale.
Good night, Cecil.
Good night.
Welcome to Night Vale is a production of Commonplace Books. It is written by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner and produced by Joseph Fink. The voice of Night Vale is Cecil Baldwin. The voice of Kevin was Kevin R. Free. The voice of Lauren Mallard was Lauren Sharp. Original music by Joseph Fink and by Disparition. All of it can be found at disparition.info or at disparition.bandcamp.com, where he has a brand new album with guest work from Cecil Baldwin and Gabriel Royal. This episode's weather was High Tide Rising
It is
by
Monday.
Fox.
You get an audio
Find
today.
out more at foxtheband.bandcamp.com.
I do remember what it is.
Questions?
It's a little
Email us
guy.
at nightvale@commonplacebooks.com or follow us on Twitter at Night Vale Radio. Check out
It's a character from
welcometonightvale.com
the voice
for more
before, but
information
it's
on
found
this
in my
show,
house
as well as all sorts of cool Night Vale stuff you can own. And while you're there, consider clicking the donate link.
New character
That'd be
from an
cool
old
of you.
fandom.
Today's proverb: feeling lost? Like you have no goal in life? Like you're covered in dirt and wet leaves? Like you're an earthworm? Are you an earthworm? Kind of sounds like you're an earthworm, actually.
Hi, this is Joseph Fink speaking to you from the room I have been trapped in for years as various imposters have
Oh.
spread across the world.
Joseph,
What
no.
you were about
What we are going to hear next week, next Monday, is the two-part live finale, where Strex may succeed or may be defeated, and then Night Vale will move on. But it will be a live show. There'll be a bunch of different voice actors there. We'll get to hear from Carlos, from Lauren, from Kevin, from I don't know if we hear from Hiram and the Faceless Old Woman. I don't remember. From Dana, probably. Maybe from Steve. It'll be fun. I'm excited for you guys to listen to it. But that'll be next week. Thank you guys so much for stream today. I know it's gone on for a bit, but that was a lot of keychains to peel. We broke a nail in the process. I'll put these aside. They will be gifts for others. Get in the gift bag. And this one will be mine. Go right there. For now. Oh no, what do you mean, oh no? Because we're not listening to it right now. I mean, you know, you could choose to listen to it yourself before Monday. Oh, the nail? Yeah, my thumb. I was peeling and the whole thing bent backwards and snapped. So now it's like shorter than the rest. I had to cut it. Humphed. Now, I saw that somebody is online, or went live. Is they still live? Still be live? Yes! I never get to raid them. So please, come along with me. What is she up to? She's doing art, making models. Oh my god, look at the baby. She's got a new model. Look at the baby. My goodness. Okay. We're gonna go read a little clown. And even if you guys also have to go, like, I've got to go make food, please consider giving Shy a follow. And if you got the time, stick around in her stream. It would mean a lot if you guys would would support her. Oops, that's not the raid command. Even if you guys gotta go, it would mean a lot if you would come over and copy and paste the raid message, because, it would just mean a lot. It helps support Shy, helps support me. You'll get extra channel points in my stream if you come along. With the raid. And you can spend those on things like, silly things, like Kazurioki. So... Oh, I don't have my freaking... If you are not subscribed, you can copy and paste the message that Stream Elements just put into chat, because you will have access to the... Come on. Load! Damn you, load. If you're not subscribed to me on Twitch, you can copy-paste the message that Stream Elements just posted, paste it into Shy's chat. And if you are subscribed to me on Twitch, then you can copy the message that I just put in chat, the version of the raid message that I just put in chat, and paste that into Shy's stream. The reason why if you're not subscribed you can't use it is because the emotes won't work, because you're not subscribed. Even though that's a follower emote, you can only use my follower emotes in my chat. You can't use them in other people's unless you subscribe. So Sad Frog, you can't use in other people's chats unless you were to subscribe. I will see you guys on Wednesday for Vampire Therapist. Finally, we're gonna keep playing it. Hopefully my laptop is still alive. Audio tonight, new character, old fandom, and we will get to the season finale of Night Vale, season 2, next Monday. Thank you guys for stream. Mwah.